Morning, everyone. Good morning and good day to the second day of FHA Match, our meat edition. Yesterday's focus was on risk and resilience, and we had 8 insightful presentations from our wonderful speakers. We covered the impact of COVID on the meat consumption in the food sector. We learned about sustainability frameworks from MLA in Australia and its farmers. We heard from the Irish Food Board on their proud sustainable farming practices. We had a fireside chat with business leaders from all around the world on diversity awareness and in the meat industry. We studied the US market to draw parallels to Asia. We looked at the Malaysian halal sector and its certification processes and had an overlook of the global meat supply chain and the impact that China has on its prices. So if you missed any of the sessions yesterday, don't worry, you can re-watch them today on the content page. We also hope yesterday offered ample opportunity to make meaningful connections. We went on one-on-one video calls and sourced from our suppliers who are exhibiting today as well. You can find more on networking in our how-to videos in the event guide. These ones. So check them out. Today, we focus on agility and growth potential within the meat sector. In this regards, we curated another 9 sessions for you, which cover a broad range of topics, including a bird's eye view on the latest free trade agreements in the ASEAN region and how they relate to the meat trade, especially provided by the policy experts from Article 3 in Australia. A presentation by the German Meat Association and its members, brought to you by the German Pavilion. We're looking at smarter food supply chains and innovation in the US by CoBank. We're also looking at sustainable packaging trends and the impact that it has on the end consumer by Innova Market Insights. An educational segment on animal husbandry by the World Chef Association. The long-term prospect of poultry and protein by Rabobank. And a dialogue between the European Commission and the Singapore Ministry of Trade this afternoon on European free trade agreements with Singapore. And future growth in the global meat supply. It's a continuation of yesterday's segment by Rupert from JIRA. Again, we'd like to thank all our sponsors, the knowledge partners and the media associations that support us. We will start the morning though with a topic that has been picking up interest and investment as well as new customers like very few innovations have done in the last couple of years in the meat sector. We're talking about alternative proteins, cultured meat, and plant-based foods. We asked the question if this emerging space should be regarded as a threat or an opportunity for global meat producers and understand its implications for the mid and long term for the industry. Here with us to discuss this topic is James Caffin. He's the Director of Strategy and Due Diligence at JIRA. He will look at a smart balance between investing in new technologies to continue the growth and innovate outdated processing practices to stay competitive. So please enjoy the presentation by JIRA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to FHA for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to speak with you today. I've been given the topic of talking about alternative protein in Asia. This is something that's starting to gain more and more weight. Naturally, the EU and the US are still leading the way on this, but companies are paying more and more attention to the opportunities in Asia. I'm going to talk about both the threats and the opportunities, but realistically, when we come to Asia, there are far more factors weighing up in the opportunity column, and we're going to touch on some of those through this. If we just start off though, I want to go through some of the major trends in Asia and see how some of these are going to have an impact on the evolution of alternative protein through Asia. First of all, one of the key things is really that sort of health link with food. In Asia, there tends to be more association with food safety here, but the nutritional quality and some of the factors that we look at in, say, Western Europe and the US, they are starting to gain more weight through Asia. And this is one of the key factors that's driving the sort of attractiveness of alternative protein products. Product affordability. It's important to bear in mind when we're looking at animal protein, is that affordability generally is one of the main concerns when we look at the sort of the meat opportunity through Asia holistically. There is some polarization. So we see in China, for example, even with some of the challenges economically over the last year, there has still been that demand for high quality beef products, for example. So product affordability, whilst important, there is certainly nuances to that through the region. When we come down, channel shift and e-commerce, we're starting to see more and more of a shift, both at retail and in food service, towards the online channel. And that has important implications for marketing. It enables greater scrutiny of products. But importantly, this is helping to drive the growth of alternative meat products, and we'll touch on that a little later. Supply chain modernization, there is starting to be more and more digital penetration through that supply chain. And this is lending itself to sort of product innovation. It's also starting to try to give opportunities to bring down some of the cost in that supply chain. But one thing that is imperative for a lot of these alternative products to expand is going to be that continued modernization of that supply chain. Sustainability and ESG, so environmental, social, and governance. These are often different in terms of how they manifest themselves in Asia when we compare, say, animal welfare through Europe and the US. But this is starting to get a bit of traction in some Asian markets. It's still very much a niche, but there are questions as to whether this is going to gain more and more momentum over the next decade or so. And finally, I mean, there is really an aspect where we're starting to look, where is the value going to be? And if you're looking at this from the perspective of a meat company in the US or Europe, naturally, we've known this for a while that Asia is clearly going to be an important area, but this is starting to gain more and more weight, and companies are starting to wake up to this fact. So really for meat, yes, Asia is going to be a clear point, but there is opportunities to move into alternatives, because again, when we look at these products, often the margins associated with them tend to be often more attractive than what we see with meat. So if we go into alternative proteins straight away, one thing we need to sort of understand is sort of what is actually driving this whole system. And so we've started developing this thing which we're calling the positive feedback loop for alternative proteins. It really starts off with the intangibles. And there are three really of these: health, animal welfare, and the environment. Now, when we look in Western markets where this trend sort of started, the environment and animal welfare tend to also feature into the decision-making process. When we come to Asia, these are very minor, and health tends to be the main factor driving alternative proteins through the region. Two others which we don't see much in the Western markets, but are certainly the case through sort of Southeast Asia, China, etc., is food safety. That's certainly something that companies are starting to market on here, and just trendiness. If you look at how a lot of these companies are pushing their products in China, it's through KOLs and a range of other influencers. Developing these sort of trendy image around the products is certainly something that's helping to push the products forward. When we start to see these intangibles going, that is starting to drive customer acquisition. And with that, as these companies are starting to expand, that is obviously pushing capital into the space. The degree of customer acquisition often tends to have a lot to do with the amount of capital availability, and that sometimes supersedes the product quality. But again, we are starting to see more and more sophisticated investing in the space. When we have that, the question is, where does this capital go? And this is where we start to build up some of the tangibles. The most important really is the scaling. So that's in building new plants and also developing technology. Going forward, whilst the intangibles are very, very strong, we may see some of those wax and wane a little. When we come to what is going to be a break going forward for the industry, it is going to be the inability of some of these companies to scale their products and develop high quality tech. So this actually is where we see some of the opportunities for incumbent meat companies. When we look at some of the key attributes for meat companies, their major ability often is to scale products and produce at scale. And then, as you can see down here on the bottom right, distribute those products. These are two areas where meat companies are very strong usually, and where actually a lot of these alternative protein companies are lacking. So this is where there could be those opportunities for meat companies. Other aspects really is that ingredient availability. Alternative protein production nowadays is absolutely tiny when we look at it on a global scale. So it's not too much of a constraint, but as the industry expands, that ingredient availability could perhaps be a little bit of a challenge. So as we see more capital flowing into the space, we see the development of these tangibles, and that in itself really starts to drive the capabilities. And at the moment, again, if you're trying to acquire customers, you can do it with some of these intangibles, and that helps particularly with vegan consumers and into vegetarians. That's not so difficult. Customer acquisition here isn't a challenge. It's when we start to move into the much bigger sort of market, which is the flexitarians, and trying to convert meat eaters across to these alternative products, that you really need the sort of capabilities across sort of the taste, texture, and sensory profile of these products. Those are absolutely fundamental. Cost control is a real challenge, and we need to try and bring the price of these products down towards sort of parity with meat, particularly if we want to expand to a wider audience. And then the convenience, and that's, given the sort of supply chain infrastructure we have now, that's not too much of a challenge. Realistically, though, then when we get that, that is going to feed back in. So whilst at the moment there's a lot of noise around the space, it is certainly expanding, but it's coming from a very, very low base. But as this starts to gain more momentum, particularly in the 5 to 10 year horizon, this is when we start to see predict a real acceleration of this market. Why will Asia accelerate? I mean, so we can look at this from a number of angles. This really did start as a Western trend. There is a bit of a time lag, but this is now pushing pretty aggressively through Asia. You're seeing more and more products coming to market. But again, bear in mind, this is coming from a very low base. That is, as we're saying, it is proving that momentum can be sustained. We're starting to see more and more investment pouring into companies throughout the region. And this growth, even through COVID, has actually accelerated. So again, it does sort of show that Asia is going to remain an interesting place for this. When people talk about Asia, they often sort of refer back to the sort of ingrained vegetarianism in the region, and place this as one of the key priorities. I sort of see both sides here. I think there is certainly an opportunity here, but having that ingrained vegetarianism, it also poses a little bit of a threat to the development of these products. More and more, we're seeing products coming to market which are not of a good enough quality standpoint. It's improving, but to be able to expand through Asia, you have to be very clear in differentiating yourself from these traditional vegetarian products. So if you can do that, there are certainly opportunities, and companies starting to do that, but it's certainly not the complete strength that everyone always talks about here. As I said, there are some quality point issues for local products. This is the case in Western markets, but particularly through Asia, there have been a lot of products coming to market which fall short of consumer expectations. But as we're seeing more and more investment going into these products, innovation is developing, and we are expecting an acceleration of the product quality. Consumer education is certainly an important point. And with the provision of technology nowadays, and the democratization of information, educating consumers on new products is becoming increasingly easy. And that's going to certainly help accelerate the trend through Asia. ASF in China, whilst causing subtleties over some of the products, that is going to create an opening with the protein shortage that ASF is obviously driving in the markets. And finally, distribution. Whilst obviously already quite prevalent, we are seeing the spread of QSR chains and e-commerce throughout Asia, and that in itself is going to drive an opportunity for meat alternatives in the region. When we touch then on the sort of two real distribution channels, the first really is the expansion of food service. You can see China and Japan are already big markets for KFC and McDonald's. We've just listed some of the sort of key outlets across the region. We are starting to see these QSR chains expand rapidly through Asia. And one of the interesting points is, if you can partner with some of these chains, it gives you an immediate platform to roll out your products to a wide consumer audience. So again, that is one of the key sort of attractions of partnering with the sort of food service operators. One of the other positives, you definitely get some sort of clarity on the sales volumes and contracts. And for small companies, that really helps with sort of inventory management and your balance sheet. One of the key aspects as well is when we've seen people trying to sell direct into retail, there are sometimes issues about how these products should be sort of cooked and then consumed. By putting it out through the food service channel, that sort of enables you to produce the product to the optimum standard and helps you to build that brand equity around quality. The final real advantage here really is that if you can sort of partner with one of the major QSR chains, it enables you to sort of build your brand and awareness of your product with actually slightly more limited costs. So again, partnering with the food service channel, this is sort of one of the key sort of aspects for expanding products through the region. The other side, if we're looking at retail, pushing products into retail can often be slightly costly if we're going for the bricks and mortar approach. Going through the sort of e-commerce channel, it provides a really interesting outlet for startups. There are far fewer financial demands, and you can actually very accurately target your consumer groups that you want to sort of buy the products through. Again, KOLs, other marketing channels. Asia is already the leader in e-commerce, and with COVID-19, we've seen a rapid acceleration of that. You've seen companies such as Grab, which are ride-hailing apps. They have now pivoted across to, well, some part of it is food delivery, but they've also done it for groceries. This has actually really helped facilitate the growth of e-commerce through the region. The growth is going to slow as sort of we see a recovery from COVID-19. But again, those growth rates are going to sort of remain pretty impressive. And this is going to be something that's really sort of fundamental to help these sort of alternative protein companies expand their sort of sales and distribution throughout the region. So when we look at what is this all going to look like, I think it's important to sort of touch on the fundamental differences between Western markets and Asia. When we look at here, we're working on this at the moment, so this is still very much a hypothetical. But when we look at the growth of alternatives, so the sort of red here, there is a clear difference between Western markets and Asian markets. This again is just looking at per capita consumption. There's a slight dip in 2020, but generally our expectation is for the next 5 years, alternative protein to start to expand through the US market. In the 5 to 10 year horizon, it's where we see a strong growth. And the fundamental point to make here is that it's probably going to largely going to cannibalize Japan, Korea, Singapore, where we might see a model slightly more akin to what we're expecting in the US. But generally, when we look at Asia, we expect these products to sort of complement the expansion of meat consumption in the region. And I think it's important to remember that so there is certainly a strong upside there. Meat alternatives are likely to expand, but again, in Asia, as we do perhaps in some of the Western markets. Compare it to some of the Western markets, but it is growing very, very quickly. That has largely at the moment, it's coming with exported products to the region, but we are seeing more and more of these looking to identify ways to put assets on the ground to produce locally. When we come down into the types of products, at the moment, there is a lot of focus on these Western style products, whether it's the KFC chicken nuggets, the Beyond Burger down here you can see, or even some. With the sort of expansion of the modern QSR chain, and particularly with Western brands coming into the market, there clearly is this opportunity for these sort of products. When we start to look more, however, at some of the sort of Asia, focus more and more on how they can adapt these alternative meat products to local cuisine. This is a big, big market. And what we're seeing is that a lot of the Asian companies coming local cuisines. This is starting to change, and we are premium. Now, if we look on the furthest right, you have two Beyond products here. One is the mince, one is the burger. And you can see that these are positioned at a very significant premium to both incumbent meat products and some of the traditional. These prices are going to have to come down. Now, there's another separate issue here, and this is a product called OmniPork. It's from Green Monday, so one of the main things to position themselves differently to the Western companies coming in. Firstly, they are very much trying to tailor their products to the local culinary culture, but more importantly, they are trying to push more. There's no need to sort of really lower your prices, and the product and the demand in the market really enables you to sell your products at a premium. But as you want to start to hit a larger addressable market, those prices are going to start to come down. And we see it already. The Asian companies tend to have a slight discount in their products to the sort of Western products coming into the market. But again, I think that is going to slowly start to balance out. And in general, these alternative products, as the market expands, are going to trend down to try and become more in line with the meat incumbents. One of the things, again, if we can see it on food service, on the top here, we have Deco, so one of the major fast food chains in China. You can see on the left, again, this is an alternative chicken product at about 31 for the entire meal. It's about 23 renminbi for the standard chicken product. And you can see that's about a 35% premium for the alternative protein product. Same again at Starbucks on the left, it's about 35 renminbi for, again, an alternative meat sandwich, 29 for the standard product, so about a 20% premium. At retail and at food service at the moment, there is a considerable premium attached to these alternative products. But as I said, that is going to start to narrow as we start to see these products evolve and the market slowly start to sort of mature. So really just to give some concluding thoughts here. First of all, when we look at this, COVID-19 is really starting to accelerate and modernize sales channels in Asia. As we start to see the sort of growth of modern retail, the growth of sort of the QSR channel, and particularly the growth of e-commerce, these provide fantastic outlets for these meat alternative products and are going to be an imperative aspect of the scaling of these meat alternatives through the region. One thing though, we talked about the acceleration of meat alternatives. It's certainly not going to destroy the meat market anytime soon. Asia, I really want to emphasize this, Asia is certainly going to remain a major meat demand growth region. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind here that meat alternatives are going to expand, but so are meat products, again, throughout the region, with maybe one or two exceptions when we perhaps look at Singapore and Japan and Korea on a sort of 10-year horizon. But generally, there is still a considerable opportunity for meat products in the region. So we talked about some of the drivers for meat alternatives, about animal welfare, environment. They are going to remain pretty limited. Health is going to be the main driver, and we're going to see that sort of shift in focus from health being very much focused on safety in Asia. That is starting to evolve, and we're seeing that more and more focused on actually the sort of nutritional benefits of food. And as we've seen, that is going to be an important driver for alternative meat products through the region. Affordability, and we talk about this a lot. Affordability is going to be absolutely fundamental, and it's going to be a key purchasing criteria for a large share of the population through Asia. Again, there are going to be exceptions when we look at the top end of the market, but when we start to look at how alternatives are going to sort of grow through the region, there will certainly be some targeting that sort of premium top end of the market. But as we start to see meat alternatives expand through Asia over the coming decade or so, it's really going to be how they can lower their price to sort of appeal to more of the mass market and compete more directly with the incumbent meat products. So how they can bring that down to become much more affordable, that's going to depend how successful they can be at doing that is going to be sort of quite important in determining how quickly these can expand in volume terms through the region. When we talk about meat alternatives, it's important to not get completely sort of confused with sort of all the press we see at the moment about how quickly they are expanding, how much of a threat they pose to the meat industry. They certainly do pose a little bit of a threat when we look at Europe and the US, but when we're looking at Asia, these products are coming from a very, very low base. And through most of the region, these are going to actually act to augment protein supply. So again, there may be one or two threats, but generally, actually, these are going to augment supply, and it just poses itself or positions itself really as an opportunity for a range of people throughout the supply chain. Now, one thing that is clear at the moment is that whilst there are a few exceptions through Asia, generally the quality is not meeting the exact level that consumers really want. It is starting to improve, but that is what is presenting a clear opportunity for both imported products, but also the tech. So again, depending on where you sit through the supply chain, there are certainly a range of opportunities to bring in Western products into the Asian market to help it expand. Finally, really that when obviously the title of the presentation is Threats and Opportunities, whilst there are an element of threat, I really see this mainly as an opportunity, and that's really for most actors throughout the value chain. The important thing to learn, though, really is actually there are some opportunities to sort of look at how these products are positioning themselves, how they're marketing themselves, because there are certainly sort of lessons that can be learned from that and are sort of applied to meat alternatives, to incumbent meat products. So whilst there is a bit of a threat, generally, I personally see this as a big opportunity for anyone acting throughout the value chain. So thank you very much for your attention. I just want to finish by saying that we've launched a study at the moment looking at the sort of expansion of alternative proteins in China. What's the real opportunity there? We're close to wrapping that up. That should be finished by the end of this month. And if anyone is interested in that, please do let me know. But thank you all for your attention. And if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, James, for the presentation. And I'd like to ask you to turn on your camera now. Hello to you in New York. Good.
Hi, Carl.
How are you?
Yes. Yeah,
great to see you. Yeah, excellent presentation. Really liked it. Obviously, there's a lot of hype around the trends, etc. So we got a couple of questions coming in. In Asia, in particular, more non-meat loving countries, let's put it that way, more vegetarian eating countries like India, for instance. Would this be a market that traditional meat producers could also explore by investing in alternative meat companies in India, or that are exploring expansions there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that is often cited is the role of these countries that have an ingrained vegetarian population. I think often a little too much emphasis is placed on that. That yes, it does create an opportunity, but it's absolutely imperative for anyone who is an alternative protein producer coming into these markets that your product is very different and very different to the traditional products, whether that's tofu or whatever it happens to be. There needs to be that clear differentiation on quality. The other point is, when we look at Western Europe, we look at US, in the next 5 years, it's a little difficult to see how it will play out, but in the 5 to 10 year horizon, it's very likely, as I said in the presentation, that these sort of meat alternative products are going to start to sort of cannibalize some of the meat sales. When we look at India, India's per capita consumption of meat is still very, very low. There is a lot of upside. Meat is incredibly aspirational. So whilst there is still potential for these meat alternatives in places like India, they are going to very much be sort of building on top of that meat consumption. And there certainly won't be that same cannibalization we see in Western Europe and the US.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we're talking really about future of food here, this overused term, right? And you see the ecosystems that are presented in Singapore and elsewhere in Asia that really push the envelope. Like you mentioned earlier, in Hong Kong, we have a lot of investment going in there. Also in China that moves into this. Do you see a trend of really big meat producing producers that invest heavily into this at the moment, or is it only just hedging investments, like some cautious investments, let's put it that way? Or is it major investments that you see into that space from also meat producers?
Yeah, I mean, it started off certainly as a hedge, as a way to sort of help dictate the narrative around the subject. It's certainly evolved into an area where people see a lot of opportunity. And if you look at the companies driving this forward in the West, you have Tyson, Maple Leaf Foods in Canada has probably put over about $1 billion into this over the last few years. There are big meat companies investing heavily in this. It's important to bear in mind, though, if you look at where this market's going, we ran the maths for the US market, and to get to 9 to 10% of the US market, you'd still need 3.5 million tons of production gains. I mean, that is absolutely vast. So it really, and that's one of the things why, particularly when we look at Asia, this cannot be sort of framed too negatively for the meat industry, because just the pure production gains we need to get there to take even 5 to 10% of the market is so vast, it will take a lot of time. One of the hardest things, if you look at this from two angles, you have a lot of startups in the space who have been often very creative around their marketing, and that sort of helps get a lot of noise going. Some of their product quality is weak, and we see that through a lot of Asian companies, but also in Europe and the US. One of the challenges the better companies have, though, is that whilst they've often come up with a pretty decent product, the hardest part is sort of scaling that and distributing it. Now, if we look on the other side of the equation, the incumbent meat companies, you've also seen CP Foods, who's obviously invested in plant-based in Asia, and they're actually just investing in insect protein as well, looking at that. But one of the key things meat companies do incredibly well is produce at scale and distribute those products. And that's why the more we're looking at this, if these big sort of meat companies can come up with products that perform on a quality standpoint, from a sensory standpoint, and really start to sort of close that gap to the meat products, that is when they have the opportunity to really drive this industry forward. And purely from an economics standpoint and a profitability standpoint, if this is done well, generally the margins in this business tend to be quite a lot more attractive than the meat industry, where we're sort of, I mean, it's obviously volatile, but you tend on average to have relatively pressured margins unless you can really push sort of some consumer brands. So generally the opportunity here is, one, to sort of control the narrative, two, it's a very high growth area, but three, the profits, if it's done well, again, can be incredibly high. So it just augments your bottom line, really, if you're a major meat company.
Absolutely. Great. I think this is a good word to end this Q&A, in terms of also highlighting there is a risk. You have to have an enormous amount of resources to scale up in time just to compete in this really hot space, in order to have the facilities and the connections. And this is done by companies that started 10 years ago and not just yesterday. So it's something that had been worked on for a long time, as I understand. So I really would thank you, James, for the insights here. And I would thank you for now and enjoy New York. Would like to tell everybody watching, we'll back soon with the next segment, and please stay on for the next message. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Carl.
Asia Pacific is the engine in the global food and nutrition market. Driven by different cultures and geographical aspects, the region is constantly evolving and often challenged by the different regulations and policies of its various countries. With highly capable experts with global knowledge and local expertise, IMCD is gradually gaining recognition as one of the leading food and nutrition ingredient partners in the region. With a continuous focus on better supporting our Asia Pacific customers, IMCD Food and Nutrition is now launching a new meat, seafood and plant-based analog pilot plants in Thailand. Now, our savory customers will be able to benefit from a versatile, best-in-class equipment that will enable the swift development of complex ingredient formulations on savory application.
I'm confident that our new investment on Thailand technical capability will allow us to deliver a world-class value-based service for our customers and suppliers in the region. This investment at the IMCD Food and Nutrition pilot plant in Thailand is a reflection of the value that our customers in Asia Pacific have for IMCD. Their success is our success. As we value long-term relationship with our partners, I'm convinced that this new capability will further strengthen our connection and mutual trust with our customers and suppliers.
This first-of-its-kind facility offers manufacturing capability with equipment like bowl cutter, sausage filler, brine injector, and vacuum tumbler. This allows our customer the flexibility to run tests in an environment similar to their own operations. Our technical team with many years of experience and in-depth regional knowledge can provide relevant insights to the local market. They are capable of reformulation, review optimization, and co-creation of innovative products which will certainly add value to our customers. With the increasing demand for meat alternatives, the pilot plant will also focus on formulating meat analogs with emphasis on texture and taste with plant-based ingredients. This is part of our strategy to promote the healthier food concepts.
Our Center of Excellence seeks to keep our customers on top of key market trends, giving them support to all the extensive needs in the region. This new pilot plant will open even more opportunities to kickstart new projects, collaborate, co-create smart formulations, and reduce the development time of premium tasting solutions. We look forward to working with our customers and suppliers in our new pilot plant in Bangkok. This is a pivotal moment for co-creators, stakeholders and employees as we embark on this memorable journey with our suppliers and customers who've given their continuous support, trust and commitment to IMCD. Together, we can deliver infinite opportunities in the Asia-Pacific food markets.
Hello, we're Article 3. Thanks for attending our session here on recent FTAs and global meat trade. We are a consultancy based in Melbourne. We work on trade policy in many sectors, including global meat trade, food and beverage across the globe, and with a particular focus on the Asia-Pacific region. So here's a quick overview of what we're going to speak about today. We're going to, in the first section, look at free trade agreements in the Asia-Pacific region, focusing on some recent developments. Then we're going to take a look at global meat and trade policy, and particularly some emerging trends in that area. And then we're going to consider what we believe the outlook is for this year and the coming period, in trade policy, looking at risks and opportunities and also some emerging trends. So first of all, Asia-Pacific FTAs. Muted, KB.
So if we just move on to what the key developments are on free trade agreements, if you could move to the next slide, please. So free trade agreement activity has continued during the pandemic and also into this year as trade and supply chain disruption has taken centre stage. What have been the key developments? What will we talk about today? There's 6 key developments that we see, and what we'll do now is just go through them one by one. So moving to the first development. So one of the major developments of last year and coming into this year was conclusion of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It was concluded last year, at the end of last year, and is likely to commence early next year. And this was a major achievement for the region, considering negotiations had been going on for 14 years previously. The FTA is important. It includes markets of Korea, Japan, China, ASEAN, Australia and New Zealand. India had also been previously involved in the agreement, but then pulled out at the last minute. What's been the impact for meat? Well, the main significance of this agreement is that it really consolidates the various existing agreements among the existing parties into one single free trade area, rather than creating new and improved market access across the board. So we're now seeing common rules of origin and comprehensive coverage of commitments on trade facilitation, customs, and investment. However, that's not to say there hasn't been some improvement in tariff access. For example, for New Zealand, this agreement provides New Zealand with improved tariff market access for sheep meat and beef to Indonesia that previously didn't exist under existing FTAs. So a benefit there for New Zealand. For most other exporters, however, including Australia, the bilateral free trade agreements that are already in place generally offer the best tariff access. However, we will expect to see some potential benefits in other areas of this agreement over time. For example, it creates some avenues for tackling non-tariff barriers, including areas such as quarantine and technical standards, and it also includes some better disciplines on trade facilitation and cooperation, which can sit alongside market access commitments. So that's our first development, RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Moving on to the next one, also involves another major regional free trade agreement. the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, or CPTPP. Now, this agreement was concluded some time ago, but what we're seeing as a new development is interest in this agreement expanding to new members. So it currently includes meat exporters and markets, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Mexico, and Chile, but not the US. And this agreement is considered to be important in the region because it's generally considered to be a high quality agreement that offers the greatest level of liberalisation among the parties, sitting generally outside the bilateral agreements. Recently, there's been growing interest in other countries joining this agreement: the United Kingdom, Thailand, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Korea. Now, to date, the United Kingdom has applied to join, it is in that process. Thailand and Korea are considering joining through their various domestic processes, and Taiwan is also keen. When it comes to the US, the new Biden administration is less hostile to joining than Trump was, obviously. President Trump withdrew the US from the agreement back in 2016. However, we would see it as very unlikely that the US would seriously consider joining the agreement for several years. The new United States Trade Representative has made it clear that trade in the US will be focused on domestic jobs and recovery and dealing with China rather than free trade agreement. The Trade Promotion Authority, which is the domestic legislation in the US that's required for Congress to pass negotiated free trade agreement deals, will also expire this year, making it, as we would say, near impossible for the US to enter into any serious free trade agreements anytime soon. Now, what does this mean for meat? Well, of course, with free trade agreements, it always depends on what is negotiated in the agreement. But the expansion of this agreement to include new members could change market access dynamics. There could be some new export opportunities, say better access for existing exporters, such as Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Mexico, to new markets, for example, in Taiwan. However, there could also be new threats, because if the agreement does expand, exporters may need to compete on new terms, for example, with the UK and with the US in a potentially wider range of ASEAN markets, as well as perhaps in future Korea and Taiwan as well. And as I said before, it just depends on what's negotiated. To date, no new members have joined this agreement, and we need to see what the outcome is as we move forward. So what's the further development? Well, alongside the large regional agreements, we're also seeing existing bilateral agreements and other regionals expanded and upgraded and improved. Post the pandemic, many FTA partners are now looking at how to get more out of their existing free trade agreements, how to strengthen relationships with reliable trading partners, and how to adapt older free trade agreements to new trade realities. For example, New Zealand and China recently upgraded their bilateral free trade agreement. Australia, New Zealand, and ASEAN are in the process of upgrading their own regional agreement. And ASEAN itself is also looking to upgrade some of its free trade agreements with external partners, including Korea. Australia may potentially look to update some of the older bilateral agreements it has with Japan and Korea as well. What might this mean for meat trade? Well, as yet, most of these upgrades have not resulted in significant improvements in market access. And we've seen that in the case of RCEP. RCEP itself has recently set the baseline for access among most parties in the region. So we would expect improvements in other regional and bilateral agreements to be more minor and incremental, particularly in the current environment. However, we would see the focus in these agreements shifting to other areas of trade as part of the updating process, keeping in mind that many of these agreements are now more than 5 years old. So opportunities for improvements for, say, technical market access and trade facilitation through addressing non-tariff barriers to trade, services, and also investment. But as I've said, these are a work in progress. Many of these upgrades are currently in place or just beginning. Now turning to the US and China, and the focus here, of course, being on the phase 1 trade deal that was agreed between China and the US in early 2020 under the Trump administration. The outcomes of this deal are rapidly fading and trade tensions are continuing. It's broadly among trade commentators consider that the phase 1 deal is generally not delivered. China had committed to purchase agricultural and various other commodities under this agreement. These commitments have not been met, primarily due to a combination of a high tariff environment and also the impact of the pandemic. However, we would mention the phase 1 agreement because it is significant that it did include some provisions, and still does, to help address technical market access problems faced by US agriculture and food exporters. More along the lines of to do with inspections, authorizations, certification of plants and product, for example. However, it's not clear to what extent or whether these benefits have yet materialized or whether they might do so in the future. For example, one of the benefits was that China agreed to expand the scope of US beef products that were allowed to be imported. Also eliminated some of the age restrictions on cattle slaughtered for export to China, and also recognised some of the US beef and beef products traceability systems. So there were some outcomes in that agreement in terms of technical standards and authorisations that were significant. For meat, well, as I've mentioned, as per the agreement, China has expanded its internal list of US beef and pork products eligible to enter its ports. USTR also reports that this includes some processed meat products as well, and that to date, China's also removed references to age restrictions and published an updated list of US beef and pork establishments that can export to China. So some improvements there on paper. Whether they've materialised or not yet is not clear. We'll have to wait and see what the trade flows are telling us. Some of these technical provisions in the agreement are definitely worth building on in future agreements, as we see it, and also with other trading partners. Moving forward, though, however, it's likely to be some time before the US and China are ready to engage on a phase 2 agreement, or for the US to engage in any FTA with any trading partner. As I mentioned before, the US has not really changed its position on trade in China under the new administration. The USTR has announced that tariffs are to stay for the moment, and the US is also proceeding with other legislation and approaches to decouple supply chains from China, to focus on building farming and manufacturing to support jobs at home, and trade policy is only a very minor part of the US-China challenges. What about the United Kingdom? Well, the United Kingdom, we're seeing expanding its trade footprint in the region post-Brexit. It has a full FTA agenda on the cards, though not all of these agreements are likely to materialise. As I mentioned before, the UK has applied to join the CPTPP. It is also negotiating bilaterals with Australia, New Zealand and the US, and seeking further bilateral arrangements with other countries, for example, Thailand. Alongside this, of course, there have been various continuity agreements which have been negotiated for Brexit trade, which have principally shifted the terms of the EU agreements over to the UK and its trading partners, say with Japan, Vietnam and Korea. So for meat, what would this mean? Well, entry into the CPTPP would obviously expand UK access to some ASEAN members it currently does not have EU or previous EU arrangements with, for example, Malaysia, as well as bilateral agreements, for example, with Australia and New Zealand. Other UK bilaterals, if they go ahead, could potentially improve on existing WTO access for UK exporters. For example, potential agreements with Thailand and also Australia and New Zealand. Importantly, though, most of the EU continuity agreements that the UK has don't really improve the terms of access that had been previously granted under the EU agreements. And none of these FTA arrangements that the UK is currently looking at involve China. So that's the UK. What about Europe? And we'll hear more about Europe later. But Europe also is looking to build its trade relationship in ASEAN growth markets. We've seen recently the EU-Vietnam FTA concluded, which was a major achievement. However, ongoing bilateral negotiations with other ASEAN members have been long-running and are more problematic, for example, with Indonesia and Malaysia. And transatlantic trade talks between the US and the EU are not really going anywhere. Australia and New Zealand bilateral negotiations are ongoing, though agricultural market access and also climate change are difficult areas, particularly with Australia. So in terms of outcomes here, we would not expect much in terms of outcomes for agriculture and particularly meat in the EU's Asia-Pacific free trade agreements, particularly at this point. And the ASEAN agreements with the ASEAN countries are not expected to move quickly. We don't see the EU and the US reaching an agreement on an FTA anytime soon. Notably, the EU already has good access for red meat as a result of its own free trade agreements into Korea and Japan. About Latin America, moving further across. So major traders, China, Japan, and Korea are increasingly focusing on Latin America as a means to diversify and expand their markets for manufactured exports and to secure reliable supply of agriculture and food imports. So what we're seeing here really is an increasing focus of China and Korea on improving economic cooperation with Mercosur countries, so involving Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina. The Mercosur bloc, however, is bound to negotiate as a bloc. So this means that countries, for example, like Brazil, are unable at this point to conclude bilateral FTAs with major trading partners. The US and Brazil had agreed to a sort of trade deal under the Trump administration in 2020, which did allow for some improved Brazilian beef access to the US market. However, this was not a comprehensive free trade agreement. And as we understand it to date, volumes have not been huge in terms of improved trade. The EU's FTA with the Mercosur countries is stuck at the moment, with EU member states unwilling to ratify the agreement, principally due to agriculture, including beef access, and also sustainability concerns. Instead, we would see negotiations with the Pacific Alliance members in Latin America as much more nimble. And these Pacific Alliance members are Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico. There is currently a free trade agreement under negotiation between this group and associate members, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Singapore. Korea has also expressed interest in joining this agreement and these negotiations, as has Japan. So moving forward, what will we see there? Well, potentially some partial deals with Mercosur countries and major traders, such as China and Korea, that rather than creating tariff access in terms of like a traditional free trade agreement, but would deal more specifically with technical issues in the same way the US has approached Brazil, which may result in some improved access for Latin American exporters into these markets. However, full FTAs with Mercosur as a bloc, which would include Brazil, are not likely in the near future. And then last of all, I would like to just talk about Australia very briefly and what Australia is doing in the free trade agreement space. Essentially, the focus here is on, as we see it, on building new opportunities with reliable trading partners. So Australia at the moment is seeking to best utilise and build on its already advanced FTA framework to strengthen and diversify its export markets, including for beef. As you're probably aware, Australia is already part of major regional FTAs, RCEP, CPTPP, has a major regional agreement with ASEAN and New Zealand, and bilaterals with principally all of its major trading partners, excluding Taiwan. These bilateral agreements already provide Australia with significant market access into Japan and Korea, as well as the US, China, and Indonesia. There's also been some recent new bilaterals which have also helped to improve access across the board, such as the Australia-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So what are we looking at for Australia in terms of FTA developments in the near future? Well, as I've mentioned before, an upgrade of existing arrangements, which are most likely to focus on improving technical access with ASEAN potentially, and also Korea and Japan. And what we would see as new trade arrangements rather than formal agreements or treaties. For example, memorandums of understanding, mutual recognition agreements, or partial arrangements that build economic and trade cooperation where free trade agreements may be too difficult. And some of these arrangements will likely sit alongside free trade agreements. So that wraps up the major recent developments on free trade agreements in the region. And now we can move on to some of the broader trade policy trends that are occurring.
Okay, thanks, Kristen. That was very, very comprehensive. I'm just going to give a few brief notes on some emerging trends with regards to meat and trade policy. We could go on to the next slide, thanks. So what we're really getting here is a situation where we're having non-trade issues emerging into the trade space. Now, these are issues that we generally associate with voluntary sustainability standards and certification. So we'd be talking about things like the Roundtable on Sustainable Beef, and also other similar schemes that are affecting other commodities or utilised by other commodities, such as the Better Cotton Initiative or the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or FSC and PFC forest product certification. So the issues that are really starting to pick up and find their way into the regulatory space as it affects trade, deforestation, climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, labour issues, and broader supply chain transparency and accountability. So in the past, we've already seen some reasonably large regulatory measures that impact trade hitting timber products and pulp and paper products as well, fisheries, as well as conflict minerals. So other commodities are going to be affected by forthcoming policies, and that includes beef, and it also includes soy, as well as other agricultural commodities as well. If we could go to the next slide, thanks. So in terms of the new regulatory areas, we have the EU being the clear leader with its regulatory proposals. So we have probably the most advanced of these is the deforestation regulation, and that's designed to prevent imported deforestation. That's something that's been in train since around 2011. It started to get more traction in 2013. And that process has really been building, and we're looking at something that will come up as a full regulatory proposal in the second half of this year. The next one is human rights due diligence. That is was voted on by the European Parliament. Last month, and also the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which I'll go into more detail a little bit later. The UK is following the EU with a similar deforestation regulation that was announced, I think it was in October last year. And that's basically a due diligence proposal, very similar to what the EU has already done with timber products. And the idea there is that you, as an importer, you have to undertake due diligence that you do not import products that have had some sort of illegal logging or forest clearing associated with that, and that includes beef and cattle. And the US is moving towards greater levels of regulation based around labour in supply chains. So what we're seeing there is people taking the US Department of Labor Child and Forced Labor list a bit more seriously, and working through customs and border protection there to hold up the imports of shipments from particular companies or particular areas. And we've seen this most recently with Top Glove in Malaysia, as well as a couple of the larger Malaysian palm oil exporters. Now, these are the three clearest examples of this, and we may see other importing markets follow. Now, in terms of managing the risks associated with this kind of regulation, it basically comes down to managing the risks overall. So rather than being sort of full-blown trade restrictions, policies are generally oriented towards reducing risks of deforestation, or of risks of human rights abuses, or of risks of supply chain invisibility. So with other commodities and sectors, what we've seen is just requirements for companies to introduce greater risk management systems for compliance, such as voluntary certification systems, or in some cases, government mandated systems. But the voluntary systems may not always satisfy the regulatory requirements as they emerge. And similarly, they might not also prevent disruptions to trade. And going back to the example of Malaysia, the Customs and Border Protection notices, really, they emerged despite the exporters having very strong voluntary sustainability measures in place. And on to the next slide, thanks. So as I mentioned before, the carbon border adjustment mechanism is still an unknown. We're hearing that it's a more fully fleshed out proposal will emerge mid-year or later. The scope of the proposal and whether it will include agriculture is still unknown as well. But what it will do when it does emerge is that it's going to prompt a very, very large debate, because obviously the carbon border adjustment will push up the costs of imported meat going into the European Union from certain countries. Now, debate will emerge about different systems, so grain-fed versus grass-fed for carbon intensity, and how that's going to impact the cost. And following on from that, there's going to be additional debates about carbon intensity and feed, focusing on imported soy products going into the EU. And that's already started as well. There's been a long debate about protein self-sufficiency for feed markets in the European Union. But what we really will see going forward is in Brussels, just a very, very intense political debate between the Commission and the Parliament and the Council over how to best manage carbon border adjustment and how that's really going to affect the EU's trading partners. One of the sort of bigger flow-on effects there is how this regulatory regime really, really starts to impact other countries, and whether they decide to adopt similar measures or whether they're just basically forced into a situation where they have to. And with that, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Khalil. For the final section here, I'm going to have a look at where we see things sitting in 2021, some risks and opportunities around trade policy, and also some trends that we expect to play out over the coming year or two, really. So risks and opportunities. One of the risks that we've identified are the import restrictions that we've seen China put in place. There's been a lot of press around China's decision to restrict imports or actually prohibit imports from some Australian meat processing plants. There have also been some additional quarantine rules for imports of meat, frozen meat from Latin America. This was more around fears of transmitting COVID in frozen food. Some other risks include ongoing soft demand in the United States. Restaurant channels in parts of the country are still affected by COVID-related shutdowns. This is leading for lower demand especially for grinding beef and these kind of restaurant channel staples. This is particularly an issue for Australian exporters of frozen beef. Again, on the supply side in Australia, slaughter numbers are down. This has got to do with the stage that we're at in the herd cycle. It finally started to rain, and so producers are rebuilding herds. And as a result, prices are relatively high and supply is tight of animals. And this is a specific issue. Last month, United States exporters triggered the special safeguard measure when they passed a certain quota of exports to the Japanese market. As a result, for the month of April, the current month, there's an additional tariff of around about 10% that's applied to US beef entering Japan. As a result, we can expect to see at the moment some fairly low volumes of US beef going into that market, but the quotas will reset at the end of this month, so it'll be temporary. So a few opportunities around these risks or associated with some of these risks, and some of them are independent. There's still a protein deficit in much of Asia, especially China, due to the lingering effects of African swine fever that wiped out a proportion of the Chinese pig herd. So exporters from all parts of the world of different animal proteins have some, all else equal, they have some opportunities in the Chinese and broader Asian market. The United States is now allowing beef from Europe, from the UK and the EU for the first time since mad cow disease. This is not likely to be a major impact in terms of volume trade, but some of the higher value premium cuts may find their way from Europe to the US now. The US has improved technical access to China. This was referred to by Kristen earlier. Under the terms of the Phase 1 agreement, China agreed to reduce some of the measures that they apply, technical measures they apply to imports of US meat. This is around certifying exports, recognizing US certification, and recognizing traceability systems in the US. But a big one was that China agreed to reduce the strictness of the hormone growth promotant ban on imports, and this has allowed more US beef to enter China from a low base, but growth rates have been significant. The US has an advantage in the Korean market, South Korean market, because they have a very large quota before safeguard tariffs kick in. This puts them ahead of their main competitors. And Latin American exporters are steadily improving their technical access to the big markets in Asia. This has been something we've seen over the past several years. But the more plants that are certified in Latin America, the more we'll start to see volumes flow from those producers into the big Asian markets. So some expected trends for this year. We're expecting rising demand, rising volumes, and in some areas, strong prices, shall we say. This is expected to be underpinned by recovery from COVID as economies come back to life, and especially as government stimulus money washes around in many of the major economies of the world. We expect this trend of technical access to Asia from Latin American exporters improving. and export volumes expanding, especially at the value end of the market. And we can expect increasing exports of US beef to the Chinese market, partly due to the purchase commitments under the Phase 1 agreement, but probably more due to the improved technical access that I mentioned earlier and that Kristen went over in more detail. And a smaller point, US is now importing this EU beef. So we'll see non-zero exports of beef from the EU and the UK to the US market. Some technical barriers that we expect to persist. There are still complexities around the UK's exit from the European Union. The EU and the UK are negotiating how to divide the quotas that they offer, the global quotas, tariff rate quotas, and also the country-specific tariff rate quotas that they offer to some of the world's largest meat exporters. They've actually settled their quotas reportedly for US exports of beef, but other countries not yet, so that process continues. We can expect strict enforcement of technical barriers, even pedantic enforcement in some cases, in some of the big Asian markets. And we can expect this technical complexity to continue for meat entering the EU market, maintaining the hormone ban, of course, which has been a bone of contention in global beef trade for many years, but also increasing the sustainability barriers that were mentioned by Khalil just previously. I guess what we're seeing is that in the coming period, the exporters that we expect to prosper are the ones whose governments can best manage the technical barriers present in the world's big markets. And this obviously is putting Australia at something of a disadvantage at the moment. It's well known that the access of Australian officials to their Chinese counterparts is not what it should be. So we can expect that the governments that are able to build and maintain those government-to-government ties can expect their meat trade to improve. So that's all from us here at Article 3. Thank you very much for being with us today. And when we log in for the live version of this meeting, we're looking forward to receiving your questions. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, John and Kristen, as well as Khalil, for this bird's eye view on the salient features of the key agreements in the region. Very insightful. Great to see you there. Hello. Hi to Australia. I think we're waiting for John as well to, yes, here we go. Excellent. Great to have you, and really, really nice and in-depth, well, bird's eye view, but in-depth knowledge nonetheless. We have some questions that came on, especially on Australian beef exports to the European Union. Since you are from Australia, it might be close to you, to that knowledge. So, and the export to European Union for Australian beef has been really steadily declining for many years, and it's been one of the lowest ones last year due to a lot of factors, including COVID and general trade talks. But how do you evaluate like the trade prospects of Australian meat to expand further in Europe? And I think, John, you just started to allude to this at the end of your presentation.
Sure. Hi. Thanks for the question. Look, we think that there are quite a few factors that are going to affect the prospects for Australian beef exports to the EU. The most obvious one is the free trade agreement that's under negotiation between the two parties at the moment. However, we've, I guess, been given to not get our hopes up too high. That what we've heard from parties to those negotiations so far is that there's not a feeling that there's going to be any great leap forward on agricultural goods, including meat. As people are probably aware, Australia does have a country-specific quota for low tariff access to the European market for beef. But this is, as I mentioned in my presentation, this quota is currently being split between the EU 27 and the UK. This is not great news for Australia because historically a lot of Australian beef that has gone to the EU has landed in the UK, but is not necessarily consumed in the UK. So the method that they use to split the country-specific quota between EU 27 and the UK will probably be based on historical trade flows. And if that's the case, then the UK is going to end up with a sort of larger part of the quota than would be the case if you looked at where the meat was eventually sold. So Australia may have a reasonable quota access to the UK market, but they're going to miss out on a lot of the beef that would have eventually flowed through to other parts of Europe via Liverpool. Okay. So the detail of that quota negotiation will affect Australian meat's prospects to export to Europe. The other factors are, for example, the carbon border adjustment that was mentioned by Khalil during our presentation. We don't know what the detail of that policy is going to be as applied to beef. So depending on how the emissions intensity, for example, of meat is recognised and how that marries up with Australian means of production and transport and so on, that could be a disadvantage or a technical obstacle to Australia's beef access to the EU. And then the other really detailed thing is going to be what is maybe not the tariff access, but within the EU-Australia FTA, whether there will be some kind of consultative measures that are set up or abilities to raise technical barriers and settle disputes and so on within that agreement. Those may be important for the industry going forward. So look, we don't think that there's an amazing uptick in the near future, but it's going to depend on how good the Australian government and beef industry is at navigating Europe's TBTs going forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, wonderful. We had yesterday a presentation by MLA in terms of their sustainable framework and how it's basically implemented throughout the different farmers and moving forward, looking at climate change. So that might be maybe one of the areas that they can improve their position for the negotiation. So that's certainly interesting. And Khaled, I think you alluded to some of those aspects too. Here's another question, just a more general one. So what can exporters do if their products face technical barriers in importing markets? So what are some things that you could recommend? Where do you guys come in as well as a policy expert?
Sure, I might take that question if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Look, I think the free trade agreements, as you know, are quite complex legal agreements. And we would always say the first thing, if you're an exporter and you want to use an FTA effectively, is to do your homework. So it's to know your market and to have an understanding of the problems and so maybe some of the obstacles and barriers you're trying to overcome to improve your sales in that market. The second thing is probably understanding the details of the free trade agreement and what they can actually deliver. And they are now quite large agreements. They're quite comprehensive, and they can cover many areas. I mean, not just tariffs, but a range of non-tariff barriers. There's also customs procedures, trade facilitation, investment, a whole range of areas that will impact on exporters in foreign markets. So understanding the details of the agreement is really important, and also understanding some of the benefits they can deliver. So a lot of perspective on free trade agreements is that they only deal with tariffs and they only deal with market access cuts. But now that is not the case. They're much broader and they deal with a much broader range of issues. So, of course, tariff cuts are very important in terms of market access. But today, free trade agreements can also offer avenues to address non-tariff barriers. And as was highlighted throughout our presentation, this is increasingly an area that is problematic for traders in foreign markets. So some free trade agreements, not all, do provide ways to address non-tariff measures such as certifications, inspection requirements, or in some cases, mechanisms and platforms are created in which exporters or regulators can come together to raise issues of concern and try and address technical issues, perhaps through consultation and more informal mechanisms. And in some cases, there's also opportunities that can be created through building new arrangements through an FTA that aren't necessarily part of the legal treaty, but sit alongside it, which can also help improve technical access. And this is something we've seen an increasing trend towards, which is not so much trying to build and improve technical access through legal treaties, but through more informal arrangements on a bilateral basis. Some of these provisions were quite evident in the phase 1 deal between the US and China that was negotiated last year.
Mm-hmm.
So do your homework, know the FTA, understand the benefits it can deliver, and then, of course, you need to actively work with the government and work with your partners in foreign markets in order to be able to implement and use the provisions in the agreement.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. I have a follow-up question to Khaled's presentation on non-trade related barriers to enter markets. And in this case, obviously, climate change sustainability has been a big topic also yesterday and also today. So how would you evaluate the impact of those non-trade barriers onto FTAs that try to remove any type of regulations in terms of access to markets, and looking at like exporting countries that may or may not be as advanced as maybe Australia or others to enter certain markets? How would you evaluate the impact of new regulations coming in on the sustainability side? He might be frozen.
Yeah, that's thanks. Yeah, and that's a great question, and it's something that certainly a number of countries are really facing now during their trade negotiations, and I'm thinking in particular of Indonesia, which is really currently towards the end of their FTA negotiations with the EU, for example, and they're really looking at the sort of pointy end of a quite principled approach by the EU towards having sustainability within those agreements. But at the same time, that FTA can only deal with, what's in the agreement. So if a party like the EU decides to introduce a new, it really depends on the vacation that the importing country is prepared to accept. So as whether it's a voluntary mechanism, and we've seen this in the case particularly in timber and paper products, where voluntary certification measures are basically accepted 95%. You have to do a little bit of extra work on top of that. In fact, it's really just that cost of compliance. Obviously, the larger exporters are going to be able to eat that cost a lot better than smaller exporters.
Sure. Okay, great. I would also like to invite the audience to check out your virtual booth. If you have further questions and you need really a policy advisory, I think Article 3 could be quite useful for you to export or import, depending. So I would like to thank all the 3 panelists now for the presentation, and hope you made some meaningful connections as well. So thank you so much.
Thanks very much, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Great. And we'll be back with more very soon. Thank you.
You could use a lot of words to describe True Aussie. Genuine, passionate, trustworthy. But our name says it all. True Aussie. Truly Australian. With wide open spaces, rich and protected pastures, Australia is the ideal home for growing happy and healthy animals
of sectors that aren't in animal protein. You'll notice on the grain side of things and specialty crops. I think when we think about our folks in the row crop sector, we focus on those sectors. We run on the top, focus on those sectors and talk about them. What's great for anyone in the audience who's interested in our views and my views on these subjects, and you can see there, we're talking about rural broadband and milk prices in the dairy sector. you can go to our website and get that research free of charge. You don't have to be a customer. All you have to do is go to cobank.com and it's available there. And we're going to be talking about a lot of these subjects in our upcoming research, because I know that's in my pipeline for research as we look into the summer months here in the U.S. But let's talk about change. I know we've been thinking about change and we've had a little too much of it, I think, in the last year, but there are some important reasons why we see technology being adopted at an extremely high rate in U.S. meat and poultry today versus where I might have said things could change in the last few years. And some of these are the drivers we've seen in meat and poultry for a long time. And we've been talking about population growth and income growth for a long time. But some of these things are not necessarily new, but their prior impact on the environment. It's not just a political issue, it's a social issue, it's an education issue, it's an agricultural issue here in the US. Many producers, but also consumers, care a lot more about it today than they ever have, and that's something that's driving change. Cost inflation. You know, we've seen this run up in grain prices here in the US, and I know every producer and processor around the world has seen that as well. But cost inflation on the feed side, the energy side, the labor side, these are all driving cost industry. That rate of increase isn't slowing, it's increasing. Finally, animal welfare is something that we have, I think, been working more towards in life. Both of these things are trends that we've seen for a long time. They're not changing. We've seen many economies around the world recover from where they were or close to prior to the pandemic. That's kind of a mixed bag depending on where in the world you're talking about. What's interesting to us here in the US is that because our regulators and our government have put in significant stimulus into our economy, we see the US consumer in a very strong position from a meat consumption standpoint. I know I can't say that in every part of the world, but I think that's a pretty safe conclusion here in the US. But that's going to be something that's going to drive growth long term, because when we think about 2050, who's driving that growth in income and in meat consumption is not where it has been historically. Where is it going to be? It's going to be in Southeast Asia. It's going to be in Africa. And while there are huge pockets of production growth, right now there's not the domestic supply to be able to feed those higher income populations and higher and larger groups of people. And both of those drivers are critical for the adoption, I think, of technology. Some we've been talking about, but we don't want to forget that part of the story. The environment, greenhouse gas emissions, methane. You know, we are all becoming, I think, much more scientists when it comes to the impact of meat production on the environment. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. What's important to us, I think, for the U.S. industry is to say we are getting better in the way that we are impacting the environment, as in reducing our impact, but we still have a good ways to go. I've highlighted here global animal protein greenhouse gas emissions on an average basis. There in the green line, you see today we're about a third of where we were 60 years ago. That's a really good story. You can see that on the US basis there in the dotted blue line, the dark blue line, that's improving as well. But where we have the challenges in livestock and poultry is the fact that if you look at beef, it's in a very different situation in the US than pork and poultry. And so that makes it the target of a lot of environmental activists who see beef as more of a culprit as opposed to a solution. What's interesting to us as we look at greenhouse gases and emissions in the beef industry is that the US beef industry is far more efficient than many other parts of the world. And so is that an advantage in terms of best practices, in terms of exports? That's an important question for us to think about. But greenhouse gas emissions is something I know our regulators are thinking about, but I know our consumers are as well. We see that getting better, but we see that getting better in a far more quickly way in the next 5 to 10 years. Cost inflation. You know, inflation is something that you hear in a lot of financial press, but it's not this kind of inflation. I don't think anybody's expecting CPI or PPI, any of these large macro indications of inflation going up the way we see feed costs going up in 2021. this is U.S. perspective, so I know some countries are far worse, but for us as U.S. meat and poultry producers and processors, 27% higher cost of feed. And this is on a total basis when we're looking at hogs and cattle and broilers and eggs, 27%. We haven't seen double-digit feed cost inflation in over a decade. And obviously, we're well into the double digits, over 25%. But it's not just feed; it's also labor, it's energy, it's construction costs. Anybody that wants to build a chicken house in the U.S. has seen the cost of that lumber, the cost of that steel for the roof, the cost of the equipment on the inside is up at least 27%, sometimes more. So inflation in our supply chain is getting worse and not getting better. That's driving a lot of folks to think about innovation and technology to reduce those costs and reduce that burden. And then finally, this is my COVID chart to tell all the COVID stories I really can. As you can tell, it's not a map of COVID cases, but it shows how meat consumption and food consumption overall changed during the course of the last 12 months. And I don't usually like to give super long-term charts because you lose a lot of the story, but this is a great exception. And the reason is if you look at food consumption in the US, year after year, more and more of our food dollars are spent away from home in restaurants than spent in grocery stores for eating at home. And we've all become, I think, worse cooks in the US as a result, but the trend has been to spend more money away from home. And in fact, when you look at about 6 or 7 years ago, we flipped over from spending more of our food at home to more food away from home. And prior to the pandemic, over 50% of those food dollars were spent away from home. But over the course of just a single month, we went from spending 50 to 55% of our food dollars in restaurants and away from home to almost a third. And that rate of shift is a historic change that I don't think we'll ever see again. I hope we don't, because those food dollars there in March of 2020 were at a level that we had not seen in the US since the early 1980s. And obviously you can tell by that line that things are turning closer to normal, but we're still not back to where we were prior to the pandemic. More and more of our food dollars today are spent at home than they have in over a decade. You can see that this level that we're at now, this 47, 48%, we've kind of hit a ceiling. And I think one of the reasons why is that we've lost so many restaurants over the course of the last 12 months. These aren't restaurants that just lost sales, they had to close. And we think that may be in the neighborhood of 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 US restaurants. And that's despite a huge amount of stimulus into that food service sector. And that's going to be important as we think about the rebound. So when we think about the backdrop here, when we think about the context of what's driven technology, is that we've seen a lot of volatility in U.S. meat, poultry production and processing. We ask ourselves kind of where do we go from here? But one thing that I hear time and time again from our co-bank customers around the country is that they are looking to make these investments sooner than later. The feasibility studies are not 12 or 24 months long. They're trying to think in the matter of the next few months, what investments can we make today to try to reduce our environmental footprint? What can we do to try to reduce our costs? What can we do to try to address some of those changes that we've seen impacting our business models in a really significant way for years, but I think especially in the last 12 months. And I think what's important for us to think about, and I can say this pretty comfortably as an economist in the industry, is that I do think the level of profitability here in 2021, despite higher feed costs, is at such a level that I think they have the capital, they have the funds, whether it's from their lender or from their own balance sheet, to be able to make these investments. And I think that's why, while we'll see some technologies in the next few slides that probably will never come to commercial scale, but some will. And I think today is a really important time in the life cycle of the industry, having recovered from what was a historically difficult time during the COVID-19 pandemic, to be able to make some of these investments. So let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning of the life cycle and of our supply chain at the producer. And when I think about the technology that I hear from our customers, what they're really trying to do is not totally rewrite the way that they raise their animals or feed their animals. What they're trying to do today is think about their herd, about their barn, their house, whatever their metric is, on a far more granular level than they have historically. And so there was a time that we thought about production and our efficiency on what was coming into our meat plants. And that took investment in and of itself. And then we started moving it back onto a farm basis. And then we started moving it back onto a house by house basis. And today, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to find the right technology to tell us is not how that house has performed, but how each individual animal within that house, within that barn, within that herd is performing today. And it's that level of granularity that's going to fix an unbelievable number of challenges that we see in our supply chain. And so let's look at a few of those. The first is data. First, we have to get the information. And I think, unlike our folks in the row crop space in the US, I think animal ag doesn't have the production data on an animal by animal basis in the same way that I think precision crop farming does. And so we need to make those investments. And so how do we get that data? Well, we need sensors, we need robots, we need the ability to capture that information, because we know the animals are there. We know that they're telling us things. And that's what's really interesting, is that how we're using sensors to identify odors, to identify sounds, to identify humidity and temperature. And all of this data has to also be transmittable to the producer, to the grower, in a way that they can make decisions. And without being able to make decisions, it's just data, and as someone that uses Microsoft Excel every minute of the day, data doesn't do very much unless you can tell a story and make a decision with it. And that's where a lot of the investments are going today, is to try to capture that data and tell that story in a much more easy to understand way for folks who may not be veterinarians, who may not be lifelong producers. And that's critical for our industry to grow, as I know in your part of the world it is as well. And then we think about the environmental side. The producer side is really where the waste and the environmental impact is. Methane emissions, animal waste, litter. These are all real focuses of producer groups around the world, and that's especially true in the US. What I think is interesting is that folks are finding ways to use that waste in not a wasteful way, but in a very economical way, and it actually benefiting the bottom line of the producers. That's methane digesters. That's using litter in a much more economical, environmentally friendly way. And what we realize, and this is true if you look at that water drop, is that in that waste, there's a lot of different forms of value. The nutrient side of things, that's something that's important to our crop side of things. Water is something that we, have learned is a very valuable commodity. It will be one of our most valuable commodities, I think, in the decades to come. And so there are investments that are happening there on the producer side. When we think about the meat plant of the future, they really need the farms to make these investments so that they can make their investments within the meat plants. You can't have one without the other. And one of the key variables here is to improve the uniformity of our livestock. That's in size, that's in weight, that's in quality, that's in come to market. All of these different variables are huge constraints to our ability to automate and mechanize and improve the efficiency of our meat plants. And a lot of times when you think about automation and mechanization, you think about, getting rid of the workforce, or, really reducing your head count. And from what I understand, and from what a lot of our customers are telling us, they've got enough demand now for increased production and for increased value added things that maybe the automated machines aren't capable of doing, that they don't see it that way. They see this more as an opportunity to reduce the impact on their team members. That trying to make it less labor intensive is a critical way of improving the longevity of their workforce. So livestock uniformity is critical to being able to do that, because the variability of our herds is a huge constraint there. Reducing the impact on our team members, as I said, we see more and more competition in rural America maybe in your part of the world as well, on how our team members see their opportunities within meat plants versus other manufacturing jobs. And as more technology comes into rural America, we do see there's a lot of competition there. So we want to keep our team members happy. We want to keep them productive and keep them there for the long term. Because in the end, the more efficient our meat plants are, the more meat they can produce. You know, when you think about our population increasing by 50%, doubling their income, you know, one thing that the U.S. and I think many parts of the world still have is a real low-cost producer perspective. And the more, though, that we get in a very expensive way of raising animals and processing them, the more that we need to make investments on trying to reduce those costs and to keep that advantage. That's critical, I think, for our ability to export, as the U.S. has done in a major way in 2020. But I think that's going to be something that'll be critical for U.S. and global food supply going forward. And then finally, you know, and we can't forget the most important and the most kind of critical part of our supply chain. It's our customers and our consumers. And let me differentiate the two there. Our customers are the restaurants, they're the grocery stores, and our consumers are the folks who are actually cooking our food and eating our food. And we need to think about those two groups in a little bit of a different way. The first, I think, is a little bit of an aftermath of COVID-19, is that we saw that there was a lot of risk in our supply chain. There was a lot of, you know, possibility of interruption. And we saw that in the U.S. This time last year, many of the meat plants on the beef and pork side of things had lost maybe half of their whole industry's capacity. That was because plants were shutting down, plants were having to slow down, our workers were getting sick. And so, you know, we really were concerned. And so as an industry, we saw our capacity bottom in March of last year. And so it's improved since then, but we knew that there was risk in the supply chain there in the meat plants, but also in the restaurants and in the grocery stores. And so where I think the meat companies in the U.S. are thinking today, and I think in other parts of the world as well, is how do we make our supply chain more resilient? And how do we help our customers, those restaurants, those grocery stores, have the supply they need? And I think in a much more safe and sustainable way. Because, you know, one thing that's important is that the workforce within the meat plants has a lot of skills that you don't see in the grocery store. And so being able to have that centralized is important. So, for example, case-ready meat, case-ready beef in the U.S. We see some of the biggest names in the beef industry today making investments, hundreds of millions of dollars in expanding case-ready capacity because they're trying to reduce that risk that we see in the grocery stores. On the restaurant side of things, we saw there that you had a workforce who was very specialized, and in many cases that makes sense. That's a price point that makes sense. But we do see that at a lower price point, at a price point where volume and scale is critical to profitability, that meat companies have the capability of bringing in some of that further processing into the actual meat supply chain. So investments are happening there. What about our consumers? You know, our consumers, as I mentioned, they found themselves having to cook and eat at home way more than they had in a long time in the U.S. I think that's probably true in other parts of the world as well. And so how do we give those consumers convenience? And this is an inconvenient part of the COVID-19 pandemic, is the fact that we lost our ability in the meat industry to provide that convenience because so many of our workers were out and so many of our plants were closed. And so how do we add that value add, that further processing, those meals, that ready to eat side of our consumer base? How do we provide that in a more automated, mechanized way? That's something we haven't done in a major way historically. I think there's a lot of opportunity investment that's happening there. Something that we're seeing in the U.S. in just the last 12 months are these ghost kitchens. It's a restaurant that has no face, a restaurant that has a name. And I think as we look going forward, we're going to see more of that investment happening. Because what we need to remember in the meat and poultry industry, and this is true, I think, in the U.S. and other parts, is that if we don't do the right things in our industry to invest, to innovate, to reduce our environmental impact, there are going to be companies and there are going to be substitutes out there. there's going to be the alternative protein space. And that's going to be a space that's not going to disappear, or I don't think take over our industry in anywhere near the near term. But we know that we have to invest to show our customers and our consumers that we're improving our impact on the environment. We're reducing our costs. Because one of our key advantages when it comes to our customers of today is the fact that for the most part, they view our product as tasting better. That's something that I think we can hold on to that. But they also view the value and the economics behind our product as being significantly better as well. And so both of those areas are something we need to hold on to. But we see investments happening in that space, and I don't want to be too alarmist, but if you see the rate of growth in just investments, not to mention the growth of the sector, that's something that you can see on the horizon. And it's not just plant-based sector. You see it in the fermented protein space as well, and in cultivated animal protein as finally. And while these may give you the sense that plant-based is the only opportunity for the alternative space, I would very much disagree with that, because the cultivated sector is one where you see the greatest potential and also the greatest hurdles, but these hurdles are coming towards them at an increasing rate. They're getting more efficient. They're getting at a lower cost. And so I think that's something for us to definitely watch. Finally, let me give some conclusions and some considerations for us to kind of think about before we talk about some of your questions. I think the meat and poultry industry today has a million good reasons to invest in this technology, to invest in some of the innovation that we see that's starting here in the US, but it's happening in other parts of the world as well that we're bringing here into our supply chain. I think about cost of goods sold, the cost of raising animals, the cost of processing animals, the cost of getting that meat into the marketplace. That's a trend that doesn't seem to be slowing, and it seems just getting higher and higher, and the rate of inflation continues to increase. Because we really, in the US and I think other parts of the world, really view ourselves as some of the best in the world at what we do in producing animal protein. But we need to make these investments because sustainability is key. It's in the mission statements of some of the biggest meat companies in the world is sustainability. But when they say sustainability, it's not just on the environmental side. It's sustainable to our workforce. It's sustainable to our profitability, sustainability to the competitiveness of the markets that we produce in and the customers that we try to sell to. So sustainability has a very broad definition, and I think that's where technology can have a role. I think the technology, success starts at the farm. I think for for us to get better in the right way and in a long-term, with a long-term horizon, we got to invest in our production side of things, not just in our plants. And I think, our labor, our team members, our workforce, they're the heroes that made 2020 not any more disruptive than it already was. And I am very happy to see so many meat companies trying to reduce the impact of our somewhat, difficult jobs, trying to make them more easy on our team members. That's very good to see. And I think that's really going to pay significant dividends. And then finally, I think this is a real golden opportunity in the meat and poultry space. They have, so many good reasons to make these investments. And I think whatever area that we want to look across our supply chain, from producer to processor to retailer, there's a lot of opportunity there. And I think there's a lot of innovation for us to look at. That's my contact information. I'm Will Sawyer from CoBank. I appreciate your attention in the last few minutes and looking forward to your questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Will. Good evening to you over there in Chicago as well.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi. I got a question from the audience that pertains basically the expense of food costs, basically the grains and feeding costs for US producers, which hasn't been as high as I understand since the drought in 2012. So
right.
producers do in order to invest in technology, because that's really an important aspect, but they don't have so much money to invest. So what are some smart ways you could advise on to still invest and improve on efficiency and reduce costs, especially from last year when the feed costs were really rising so much? So what can they do in order to achieve this?
Yeah, I think there's a good number of things that the industry can do. When I look at some of the technologies that we talked about in the presentation, many of those make a lot more sense when corn prices are $5 or $6 or $7 a bushel, not as economical when corn was $3.50. So I think where we see opportunities for investment that's a little bit more economical is really trying to stretch that bushel even further. And so we know that feed waste is a pretty significant issue globally in every part of the world. And so producers, I think, have many opportunities to invest in their feed mills to improve efficiency there. I think also in the administering of feed, depending on your species, varies and to what degree you can really reduce waste. But feed and stretching that bushel is, I think, really critical to reducing your costs, and especially in this time of feed cost inflation. As I was looking at my models over the last few days, I see that this quarter, U.S. producers are going to face somewhere around 40% feed cost inflation, and so I think there's many producers that will also be pulling back on animal weights, whether that's cattle, hogs, or poultry, to try to reduce those feed costs. So there's a lot that we can do to save and improve our bottom lines.
Great, thank you so much. As we're running a bit late, I'm really sorry. I would say thank you so much, Will, for the presentation. And I also like to tell the audience, so if you like to have a copy of Will's presentation and equally learn a bit more about the US market, the supply chain, the technology, the investment side of things, so please reach out to him. So you can do that via one-on-one video call or just a chat on the FHA Match platform. He's a great guy to talk to, and you will learn a lot. Thank you so much, Will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. We'll be back soon with the next segment by Innova Markets. Great. I would like to introduce now our next speaker. Her name is Irene Kersbergen. She's the APAC Insight Innovation Manager for Innova Markets Insights. It's a leading international market research company that tracks new food and beverage product launches. She holds a master in economics and business and is specialized in consumer behavior and marketing. So she's joining us from Indonesia, where she prepared a great insightful presentation on packaging trends in meat. Thank you.
I'm really happy to be here and welcome everyone to this session. I'm excited to tell more about trends in protein packaging. So in the next 20 minutes, we will focus on some insights and really see what is happening in the packaging part of the meat industry. So before we dive into the content, let me give a bit of background of who Innova Market Insights is, so that you also understand how we derive these trends that you will see and all the insights that you will see in the presentation. So Innova Market Insights, we are the world leader in food ideas and answers. We are a global market research firm specialized in the F&B industry. We have been tracking innovations and trends for the past 25 years. And we really look at the food and beverage industry from a holistic perspective. So we track what new innovations come into the market. We actually have the world's biggest database for this. But we do a lot of consumer studies, market sizing, patent analysis, all of these different angles that give you insights on the industry and help you in creating strategic decisions for your company. And we also use this to indeed identify trends and showcase what is happening in certain areas in the market, which we will focus on in this presentation is packaging trends in meat. So the topics that we will cover, you see here on the slides. So first of all, we'll see trends in sustainability and consumer perception. So overarching trends of sustainability within food and beverage packaging. And of course, we know that quite a bit changed in consumer behavior and attitudes due to COVID-19. But we also look ahead of, okay, what can we expect after the pandemic? And how does packaging play a role in that matter as well? And secondly, we also will be looking into innovations in meat packaging, so trends in material use and supplier innovation, different avenues of communicating sustainability, and also spotlight on packaging solutions that are recyclable by design, aim to reduce food waste, and also utilize emerging technologies. So you can expect in this presentation insights on what consumers want, what is happening in the market, and a lot of new innovations and inspiration. Also, if you have questions later on, I'm really happy to answer all of them at the end of the presentation. So let's start with trends and innovations in protein packaging. So as mentioned in the introduction, sustainability, and I think we all see it around us, is such a big impactor in packaging sustainability evolution. And here on the left side, we see kind of the evolution of the last years that packaging within the sustainability environment has grown and evolved. So a couple of years ago, it started off with more lightweight packaging, plastic reduction, which we are still seeing a lot of nowadays. You know, compostable tea bags or coffee pots. And this has really evolved into more recyclable by design or reusable packaging. Circular economy is a big theme, of course, as well. And this is really growing into like the rise of paper-based packaging. And nowadays we are seeing claims on products packaging that are focused on carbon footprints, or really are very open and transparent about the life cycle that the product's packaging endures. So yeah, a lot of things happening within the packaging space that is driven by sustainability. And also if we see some results from our consumer survey here in the middle, so 2 in 5 global consumers say that disposability, so end of life cycle information, positively influences their product choice when buying food and beverages. So it has really an impact on purchasing behavior. And here on the right, we also see an example of this like sustainable claim on meat packaging. So in this case, we are seeing flat skin type of packaging, and also the claim says that it really achieves the packaging reduction through replacement with paper. And you see that here highlighted that on the top of that product innovation is that it even says like how you can separate the plastic film from the paper and how to recycle it, and using 75% less plastic in the packaging. So yeah, a lot of different claims in this one new innovation that was launched in Spain last year. So there's different avenues of communicating packaging sustainability in meat. And here we zoom into a few of them. So we talked about plastic reduction, and we saw that in the previous product example that was highlighted. But here again, we see some innovations in this space. So in the left top corner, this new meat product that was launched in the United Kingdom. It also has front of pack some claims regarding the sustainability of the packaging. But also on the back of the packaging, it highlights and tells the story. So it says that there is 75% less plastic used. And even it describes that we care about the environment as much as we care about great quality steaks. And that's why we've reduced the packaging, the plastic in our packaging to bring you fresh, tender steaks with less impact on the environment. And of course, yeah, environment is such a big topic nowadays in the meat sector in general, and with the rise of plant-based meats. But I think that's not new to all of you listeners. Some more examples here. End of life cycle example. So this dried fish product, it has this OXO biodegradable claim on the front of the pack. Then we also see, if we move to the right bottom corner of the slide, renewable energy use. So this oven roasted Delhi turkey that was found in the market in Hong Kong last year. It also again says on the back of the packaging, different communication style. And in this case, it's focused on renewable energy. So the product says we match a portion of the energy used to prepare and package this product with renewable energy certificates. So again, different ways that sustainability of packaging can be communicated, and that we see more innovations of in the market. So another topic is carbon labeling that really continues to gain traction. So we have another consumer stat here on the left side. We've asked a statement to respondents in our survey. The statement was, product traceability and transparency are important aspects of packaging information. So product transparency and traceability. And we see here that 53% of the Indonesian consumers, respondents, they agree to this statement, and also 48% of Chinese respondents in our survey. So it's definitely a topic that is important to consumers and a key aspect of packaging information. And here on the right side is again a great example that is focused on this carbon labeling. And you see here as well how the product describes itself. So it claims that the production consumes 46% less electricity, 99% less water, 90% less greenhouse gas emission, and 93% less agricultural land. So those are a lot of really strong claims on this product that is really derived by packaging innovation. Then let's zoom into some innovative plastics, because, of course, a lot of brands are trying to reduce the use of plastic in their packaging, but there's also new ways and new plastic solutions for the meat industry. Here's two examples. First of all, on the left side, Amcor has launched this Eco-Tite R in Europe. It's a solution promoted as the first recyclable PVDC-free shrink bag for meat, poultry, and cheese. And this packaging was designed with the aim to maximize shelf life and also maintain food safety and reducing food waste. And this can be recycled in existing PE plastic recycling streams in several European countries. And on the right side here, from Sous Vide Tools, they've unveiled the home compostable food safe vacuum pouches that are specifically designed to withstand sous vide cooking temperatures. So the pouches can store food items such as fresh produce and chilled food, meat and chicken, but also withstand temperatures up to 85 degrees over a time of 12 hours. So where other pouches would swell and delaminate, this pouch can be really used for that purpose, and then is also home compostable. So again, a very innovative plastic. Food safety is still in Asia, and our surveys, if we ask a whole list of claims and things that are important to consumers when buying food and drinks, food safety is really the #1, and for sure in Asia. And also in packaging, of course, packaging plays such a big role in food safety. And yeah, tackling food waste also to ensure shelf life extension. So from our consumer survey, 3 in 5 global consumers indicate that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the protective function of the product packaging has become more important to them. So indeed, packaging has become more important because it's really protecting them to any COVID-19 situations. Here on the left side, we see a new innovation focused on this topic. It's from Quantech. It's a Scottish blue biotech company tackling plastic pollution and food waste with one singular circular solution. So this new packaging is made of chitosan and claims to provide shelf life extension due to its antimicrobial properties. And also here on the right side, another example of a very innovative packaging solution. Sealed Air, they introduced this chlorine-free vacuum shrink bag to help food processors and retailers improve food safety and advance their integration into the circular economy. So circular economy is definitely a key claim that we are seeing in different innovations and popping up in packaging innovation. So this innovation, it's made from a range of resins that deliver high protective chlorine-free EVOH barrier to extend shelf life and also to reduce waste and to be a safeguard during distribution, storage, and retail as well. And what is interesting is that the total packaging weight is reduced by more than half in this high-tech generation of multi-layer shrink bags. So looking into smart labels. So that's definitely a key topic within packaging trends as well. We're seeing a lot happening in this area, and innovative solutions to reduce food waste and spoilage through smart labels. Here on the left, it's from Innocentia. They produce ink, and they also work together with this, in this innovation and technology, because their new technology is based on reactive ink with the ability to sense the gas concentration within food packages. So you have an app that you can scan the packaging, and then it tells you how many days you still have before the food is spoiled. So it really measures the number of days of freshness of the product. And also if there's no days left, it says, do not eat it. So again, a new technology to, that really disrupts the food label spoilage packaging technology space. Here on the right, also new innovation in quality assurance to reduce food waste. So GEA has developed this OxyCheck as a unique non-invasive system that checks the oxygen content and seals integrity by analyzing a sensor-sensitive fluorescent spot inside the pack lids. Okay, so how that works is that this new system, so the GEA OxyCheck, they inspect all the packs, which reduces the risk of any unsafe packs leaving the site. There's no packaging material wasted and no food products are contaminated. And when a pack does not meet the specifications of this OxyCheck, it's automatically rejected and the line can just continue. So after a pack does not meet the specifications, corrective actions can be taken immediately. So again, a new quality assurance to reduce food waste, but it's actually a smart label that can really help also for food safety and spoilage. E-commerce, I think this is such an important and interesting new area of packaging innovation, because we are ordering more online and e-shopping of fresh foods has been really surging in the last year due to COVID-19. We've asked consumers about this, and 1 in 5 consumers from France, Germany, the UK, and the US, they do not expect to return to regular grocery habits after the pandemic. So this means that packaging of e-commerce and e-shopping platforms will be more prominent. And of course, this will also drive new innovations and better packaging methods. Here on the right is also already some innovations in this space. So we have Be Cool. It's a box that keeps food chilled below 7 degrees for up to 24 hours without using any cooling truck. And this box is made entirely from recyclable materials and is 100% recyclable itself. So it's really a solution with thermal isolation. And it's developed to cater to the needs of the expanding online shopping market. And another one here, it's a partnership of DS Smith and Temperpack on Climacell, and it's a thermal isolation barrier for temperature-sensitive foods like meal kits or other groceries or also medical products. And this Climacell can be easily recycled in paper recycling bins and replaces difficult to recycle foam. Looking at meat packaging in the past decades, I think we can all very much relate to this if we see it on a timeline. So packaging from around 10 years ago or from 2019 here on the left side, using a black plastic tray and polystyrene tray. And this has been really evolving over the years. So there has been a gradual movement away from hard to recycled trays towards more recyclable materials such as polypropylene. However, these black plastics, they are difficult to detect at recycling centers, which use near infrared sensors to sort color. So the use of paper-based trays with a vacuum-packed paper film is a great step towards a more recyclable packaging. And you see an example here on the far right. So this new innovation that was launched in Ireland in March this year, and it's this vacuum-packed paper tray. The plastic film used to vacuum pack the meat can be easily also separated from the paper by the consumer and then recycled in their respective streams. So yeah, nice visualization of what has been really happening over the last years in meat packaging. Then focusing on these trays, there's actually been a strong and steady growth in the use of fiber-based trays in the lieu of plastic. So again, the paper boom that we are seeing more often. So there was a 31% average annual growth in the last 4 years of new food and beverage products that use fiber-based trays. Here on the right, we see two examples of that. One is from Carrefour, so it's actually private label, so retailers also really step into this market. 100% compostable based, printed with vegetable ink, 90% less plastic, so a lot of claims for this new packaging product. And also AR Packaging has introduced a barrier cardboard tray with more than 95% fiber content. So this is the last slide already. Definitely, there's been such a significant process, but there are still challenges in sustainable packaging and packaging innovations. So there's an increasing number of retailers that are replacing plastic with paper-based solutions or fiber-based trays like we just saw in an attempt to be more sustainable. But how does this play out when we look at the end-of-life cycle? For example, this product on the left side, this hybrid tray has 60% less plastic due to the use of paper. However, there will always be a plastic lamination or coating on the paper, which is the one in contact with the food. And it's more difficult to separate those two, of course. So the mixed materials end up at the same recycling plant. So first we had very clearly paper and plastic, and now it's kind of into one because it's a lamination of paper. So it ends up in the same recycling plant. So there's still a lot of significant process and still challenges like this that remain. Some innovations really focus on that as well, and we saw that in one of the first examples that also clearly stated how to separate the paper from the plastic and then recycle in the right bin, let's say. So that's all about innovations in meat packaging. So I'm very excited to see if there's any questions. Thank you all for listening.
Hi, Irene. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Great. We have some questions coming in on innovation and in terms of Asian markets. So you have a good overview of what happens in the different countries. So which country or which Asian market do you see which has the largest degree of innovation in terms of meat packaging?
Yeah, that's a good one, because also if you see in the presentation, most of the innovations and examples are coming from Europe. And we definitely see that Europe is driving this whole sustainable packaging trend as well. So a lot is happening there. If we zoom into Asia, definitely, sustainable packaging and is prominently there in the supermarkets or retail. But then if we see and have a look at all the meat products that come into the market in Asia in the different countries, and then how much % of those have like recyclable type of claims on them, we still see that the biggest market there is China. So most innovations that have like recyclable packaging claims. But there's also a growth in Japan and South Korea. So those are relatively similar markets. And there's really a growth in using these type of claims. Also Vietnam was one that stood out that we can have a closer look at in the future. In the future, okay. I think overall, it's always a question.
there's a lot of plastic waste everywhere. So obviously the question always comes up, do Asian consumers in this case maybe really care about sustainable packaging, or is it really driven about prices mostly? What do you think?
Sustainability is always a difficult one. I'm actually always quite interested in this topic because it's something that we are all looking at. Okay, how can we be more sustainable, within companies and new innovations? But indeed, like, do consumers care about this? And will it impact their purchase decision? And we've done a few consumer studies on that within Innova. And we see that a lot of consumers care for, issues that we have in the environment now, the care for plastic waste is actually the #1 in a country like Indonesia, China. So it's definitely on the minds of consumers. How much it actually impacts their purchase decision is hard to measure, because we can ask them and they say like, oh yeah, I'm willing to pay an extra price, but like the actual deed, that can be different. But I think if we look at it from a general point of view, okay, we know they care about plastic and they are aware of the issue. I think nowadays in the world, everyone kind of is. And if you see, like in the presentation, also these new innovations in packaging, a lot is focused around sustainability, but also around more pleasing looking packaging types. And I think that could actually be a way to be more attractive to consumers when you see the shelves, indeed, like in Indonesia and other countries in Asia, that then these new packaging types, which are more sustainable perhaps, just stand out more and are more attractive to the consumer's eye.
Okay, great. I would like to thank you then and wish you all the best in Indonesia. We hope to hear from you soon also during Dairy, which is coming up next month. So thank you so much for your presentation, Ari. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Carl. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll be back soon and shortly with another session by the World Chefs Association. So stay tuned. Thank you.
All over the world, people enjoy sharing the food and drink that they love. And more, they're also taking an interest in the stories of where it all comes from and how it's produced. Here on the island of Ireland, right on the edge of Europe, we're fully invested in every aspect of our delicious food and drink. And we want to tell the world about it all. Each story starts in the very same way, with a perfect combination of our natural environment and how we work in harmony with it. The plentiful rain that nourishes Ireland's lush grasslands and bountiful fields of crops makes them perfect for livestock to graze on, and for produce, plants and cereals to grow in. Our wild Atlantic coastline brings in gusts of fresh, clean air and provides us with cold, clear ocean waters to fish in. It's from natural beginnings like these that we look to share our produce with the world, to be enjoyed wherever people love good food. Our families and communities rise each day with a purpose: to farm, to fish and to produce with the same care, commitment and respect for tradition that they have done for generations.
It will be 30 days before they'll come back on the pasture.
And through their membership of Ireland's leading-edge national food sustainability programme, Origin Green, their work is measured and independently audited to drive continuous improvements in areas such as food safety, traceability, animal health and welfare, environmental protection, and production processes, in order to produce food that's both kinder to our planet and to its people. Tasty, natural food for today and for tomorrow. So if you've ever wondered what's behind our food or drink from Ireland, now you know. A place where we work in harmony with nature, like nowhere else in the world.
Today, we're going to jump into part 2 of agriculture. Yesterday was agriculture in terms of what comes from the soil. Today is agriculture in terms of the animals, animals that we use for meat, animals that we use for eggs and for dairy. So I guess coming from my country with a hamburger, you know, what's really interesting is if we look at this, and I have this picture for a reason, but if you look at this and you think about, okay, what are the animal inputs that went into this? Whether it's potentially animal fat in the dough, whether it's the dairy products that are used in the cheese, whether it's the pork that's used for the bacon, whether it's the beef that's used for the hamburger, how many animal inputs go into every food that we make today? It's absolutely across the board. And I think that interestingly, the hamburger has become iconic for a society that's saturated with meat and other animal proteins. In the US, we consume so much meat. We're going to see that in a little bit. But how many times a day do we eat meat? You know, as chefs, traditionally, it was in the center of the plate. It was the thing that we focused on. It was the most important part of any kitchen. You know, you never took a beginning cook and put them on the meat station. They always cooked vegetables because somehow it wasn't seen as important as meat. And historically, there's some accuracy here because, you know, going back in time, it costs more to make meat. It uses more inputs, and it was a sign of wealth. And of course, going way back in time, it was a complete protein, rich in protein, rich in fat, which, for the hunter-gatherers was amazing. But today we have to rethink this model. It's not sustainable for the world today. And chefs, we tend to perpetuate the existing model. Many times we see vegetarian cooking as less important, maybe even kind of a pain, but you sort of have to do it. Our young generations and the cultures that have perfected vegetarian cuisine, like I mentioned earlier in India, they're really going to be our light forward here, and they're going to be our example. So this is what we're going to tackle today. We're going to look at agriculture, animals as food. So we're going to look at the current industrial model. We're going to look at alternative models. We're going to sort of compare them. And then really, I want to jump into chef strategies. And our chef strategies today are not just going to focus on animal protein, but it's also going to focus a little bit on what we talked about yesterday. It's going to tie it all together, the role of vegetables and the role of meat. So where are we today? This is a nice little graph, if you will, bar graph that sort of you can look at your part of the world and see what's going on in terms of meat consumption per capita. That's really important about per capita here. And you'll notice across the board, it's going up. And, we here in North America, we're leading the way, which is not necessarily a badge of honor, but we are. We consume vast amounts of meat protein. Now, this doesn't show the country by country. And interestingly, if we look at per capita meat consumption on a country-to-country basis, the two lowest ones are India at the very bottom, and then Thailand right above it. On the other end of the spectrum, the highest level of meat producers, the highest one in the world is per capita is Argentina, followed by the US, followed by Brazil. So we tend to eat a lot of protein. And what's also interesting here, now this is, let's tie this back to the first day for a minute and think about a population that is growing substantially, that wants to consume more meat. This is per capita. Now imagine what this bar graph looks like as we add more and more people to the world, and how much meat that represents. It's staggering. And interestingly enough, if we look at the predictions between from 2015 to 2030, industrial countries are looking at going from 96 to 100 kilos per person on average. Developing countries, 32 to 38 kilos per person, and transitioning countries, 54 to 60 kilos per person. So the fact of the matter is, we all want to consume more animal protein. That's the problem in a world with more and more people. And the reason for this, one of the reasons, is something called conversion ratios. I know a lot of you know what this is, but essentially it's how much food do we have to feed an animal so that it grows and produces food. And basically animals that have higher feed conversion ratios, like sheep and beef, require large amounts of inputs, food and water, to produce a relatively small amount of actual finished meat. In other words, if we look at this, beef and sheep should really be considered a luxury product versus some of the other animal sources of protein, which you can see onto the left side of the screen here. So, as we look at the next slides, we're really going to look at kind of the pros and cons, the hidden costs. And we talked about hidden costs yesterday, because our current system is basically aligned to give us inexpensive animal food products. But remember that behind all of that is always a series of hidden costs that affect society. So let's take a look at this. So this also kind of talks about, the hamburger here. And remember, going back to how much it takes to actually produce the meat that we want to consume, this is a good way to think about it. Now, this is actually for a 1/4 pound patty of industrial beef. So that's in grams, 125 or so? Am I doing that right? But it's 4 ounces. And for that, we need to put in all of the inputs that you see on the left, which is 6.7 pounds of grain and forage, just to produce a 1/4 pound of meat. And all of the water, 52.8 gallons of water, and how much land it requires and how much fuel it requires. So when we talk about the fact that something like beef is really kind of a luxury thing, when we think about how often, for instance, in Argentina, Brazil, and the US, how often we're consuming beef, that becomes a huge drain on the world's resources. And of course, it's very disproportionate as we look through the world. Also, I would say that, there's a greenhouse gas issue here that comes from the raising of animals that is actually quite serious and impacts global warming rather substantially. Now, there is sort of this other side to this. Remember, I want to be sure, just like when we talked about agriculture yesterday, it's not always so black and white. And there's, again, there's one way to raise beef, there's another way, and then there's things in the middle. Like, for instance, some people who I know who are ranchers, who are cattle producers, who are doing things, quite sustainably, will tell you that, these animals are going to live on parts of the earth, if you will, where crops don't really grow very well. Grass grows exceptionally well, but you can't harvest grass for food. Therefore, they would say we're actually using land that is perfect for raising animals. And actually, as we'll see later, in that system, it's actually a good thing, because those animals are fertilizing the ground around them. They're actually creating a better grass, which also improves carbon sequestration. So it is a positive in some respects when you're pasturing animals. So again, I just want to be sure we understand that, you know, it's not always black and white, but I think we have to spend some time looking at where we are today. And that is that we are in what is, you know, animal mass production. Now, this has not been the way that animals were raised for almost all of human history. This is a very recent change, to very much like we looked at yesterday with industrial agriculture, where we start to look at this as, how do we do this? How do we look at it like a manufacturing person would look at manufacturing a product? And that's very much the way that this is done also. You know, we see this really from kind of the 1930s to 1950s onwards, that this grows. So this is a relatively new way of raising animals, which is funny because now it's seen as sort of the norm. But what does it mean? Just like yesterday, it means specialization of product. That means, you know, people are just raising certain animals, and typically in very concentrated productions, so they can absolutely minimize cost and improve efficiencies. These are many times vertically integrated, which means one company tends to own everything from the feed to the slaughter and everything in the middle. And, you know, it drives down prices. It does give you consistency. That is the natural result of this. And again, there are kind of economic reasons why this system developed, but I think we have to kind of relook at this today. So here's just an interesting example of where this has gone. Just like in agriculture, where we figured out how to greatly increase the yield of agriculture, we've done the same thing with the animals that we've raised. As you can see, you know, hens produce an average of 83 eggs per year in 1900 and over 300 in the year 2000. Milk production, same thing. You know, they have increased milk production dramatically. How did they do it? It's done through a lot of science. It's done through, you know, and again, science is not negative. I want to be sure that when I say science, it doesn't, you know, seem like something very scary. It's been done through selective breeding, and that's been going on from age immemorial. But there's a better understanding of that today. Feed formulations, you know, and then, you know, lots of other things, like, for instance, you know, artificial light. So you kind of trick the hens into thinking they're kind of laying eggs all the time. And even down to things which, you know, we're going to talk about, you know, things like hormone injections, and also the use of antibiotics, which we'll talk about shortly. So there's things that have been done to make this happen. And I think some of those practices are questionable. So what does it mean for the animals themselves? When we mass produce food, again, we increase the amount of food that's available, and we lower the prices. At the same time, it also has an effect on the animals themselves, because they're, you know, oftentimes like restricted movement. They're not necessarily in their sort of quote unquote natural habitat. They are not able to necessarily perform, you know, their natural behaviors. Many times they're under more stress. And again, you know, things like growth hormones and diets that are not necessarily natural have been effectively applied to the animals. Again, we see them as cogs in an industrial machine. And of course, it has an impact for public health as well. So not only does it have an impact for the animal health, but our own health. And one of the things that has been looked at a lot is the issue of animal waste. What do you do with this? So when you concentrate the raising of animals into a small space, what happens is you have waste products at an unusual concentration level. And what is normally seen as a positive, so for instance, if there are animals walking around on grass and they're, you know, pooping like they do, that's fertilizer. That's good for the ground underneath it. But when you concentrate all the animals, and maybe like, for instance, the cattle are on cement versus in a field, what happens then is we have huge concentrations of animal waste, which actually then becomes a pollutant, and it effectively pollutes the communities that are around it. Waterways become contaminated. There are, you know, obviously things like E. coli in certain animal waste, etc., and that becomes a real serious health hazard. It's also a health hazard for the people who work there, because what happens is they're exposed to this level of contamination, and that becomes problematic. Also, concentrating animals together, that also is problematic, because what that means is that when one animal becomes sick, then many animals can become sick, and we've had large-scale outbreaks as the result of that. By the way, just jumping back to animal waste for a second, you know, on the first day's presentation, we talked, or maybe it was yesterday, we talked a little bit about those dead zones. Remember that, where we have nitrogen runoff from over-fertilization, which goes into the ocean and then effectively kills parts of the ocean because there's no oxygen available for the sea creatures. And waste runoff also does the same thing. So when we have runoff from waste, animal waste in large quantities, that also contributes to the dead zones, just like chemical fertilizers do, as we saw yesterday. In addition to the waste that winds up in waterways, it's not just an issue of bacteria, but we also, there's hormones and there are antibiotics that wind up there as well. None of that is necessarily a positive. Now, I did add a little note here, which is, the other side of this that can be argued is that when we have mass production, we also have the ability to improve the food safety and traceability of the products themselves. Now, that's sort of the other side of the coin, and I think that can be argued both ways, because if you have large-scale outbreaks, etc. But so this next slide is something that there's two slides I have on this. I want to just draw attention to this because this is a really, really serious issue that is being addressed, but it needs more attention. And this really came to light a number of years ago as humans started to develop increasingly dangerous strains of bacteria which were antibiotic resistant. And a lot of this can be traced back to what is called low-level antibiotic use in animals. Now, please understand, I'm not talking about if there's an animal that is sick, okay, and you would give it antibiotics like you would a human being to cure it of that sickness, at which point you're not going to be slaughtering the animal, obviously. But this is very different. These are antibiotics that are used and on a very low level. And what that means is it's just kind of put into their feed as a way to kind of keep them healthy. The problem with that repeated exposure to low-level antibiotics is that effectively within the animals, it creates the superbacteria. So it kills off the weak bacteria and only the strongest survive. And then those strongest ones, then they multiply. And then that becomes spread to human beings. And that is a very, very serious issue, because if we lose the ability as human beings to have antibiotics that are effective against the diseases that we get, that's a big problem, because now the doctors have lost a major tool in preventing or in maintaining human health. I've seen statistics, and I'm not really sure that I can verify these, but that 80% in the US of all antibiotics produced were given to animals. 80%. So that's a huge number. Again, I don't know if that's necessarily exactly correct, but it's a lot. So this is just another sort of thing you can look at later, because you will have access to these presentations, just to sort of look, okay, so how does this antibiotic resistance, how does it spread? We create it in the animals, then how does it get to human populations? And I think this is a good sort of, infographic, which I encourage you to go and take a little more time and look at, just to show how serious this is. And it's something that must absolutely be addressed. And a lot of alarm has been raised about this. So let's sort of transition now into a different model, not one where we are maximizing the amount of animal products and reducing the cost very, very low, but at the same time, engendering lots of other hidden costs along the way. So let's take a look at what sustainable animal husbandry looks like. And this is going to sound a little bit like yesterday, because, what did we talk about yesterday? We talked about ecologically sound. Does it support the ecosystems that exist on the earth, or is it against them? So is it it's ecologically sound? It's economically viable, and that's something that we, again, at the beginning of the presentation on the first day, I did say that, we don't address head-on the social issues that revolve around food, and there are many, and they're very important. But I think one of the issues we have to look at is, for the farmer themselves. Is this an economically viable profession for them, and how do we make that work? And is it socially just? Are people treated properly? So, for example, if we think about pasture-raised animals versus ones that are in confinement and in what's called a CAFO, or a confined operation, what happens? Well, number one, we as chefs, we tend to get products that have better taste. Number one, and that's for me, the chef. The animals experience less stress. They're free to engage in their kind of natural behaviors, and they have lower rates of disease. In addition to that, and we'll see it in a little bit, but pasture-raised animals also can improve the nutrition of the meat itself. So there's a lot of very good positives to doing this. So, again, we're kind of this funny world today where we have something called alternative animal husbandry, which really means going back sort of to where we have been, or incorporating some of those ideas into our modern society. So it's actually not so much alternative, but maybe looking back at what the traditional models were and juxtaposing it to the prevailing industrial model. And what does that look like? It looks like pasture-raised animals that walk around in their environments, that live in their kind of natural environments. It's about diversification. It's about looking at other breeds as opposed to kind of we looked yesterday at monocropping. Well, this is sort of the same idea of raising just one type of animal. These tend to be smaller in scale. They tend to be independently owned and managed, not necessarily. But what we're looking at here is farms that mimic nature versus farms that try to become a manufacturing industrial model. So, going back to this whole idea, and again, I'm spending a little more time on things like beef and lamb and animals that walk around and forage. But, when we think about that, when those are managed properly, these animals that graze or forage outside, improve the ecosystems in which they exist. Their manure builds up fertile soil. We talked a lot about soil health on the first day, or second day, I should say. And their manure doesn't pollute the waterways. So in essence, it actually creates a symbiotic relationship where permanent pasture happens, the grasses, and the rotational grazing, moving the animals around, sequesters the carbon, which helps with global warming. So it is, as we said in the first day, everything is connected. And when we make these decisions, it affects other parts of the quote unquote sustainability equation. So what are the benefits of this? So the benefits, we have healthier animals, of course. We have better tasting food products. Now as chefs, that's kind of where we live. Obviously we are here to make business happen, but we also make business through great tasting food. Healthier food, that's a very interesting thing. because what we've seen is that, for instance, with grass-fed beef, many times it has less fat, it has fewer calories, it has higher levels of omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin E, beta carotene, etc. So the reality is we're actually creating healthier food. And these animals are not given low-level antibiotics, which again is a very, very serious issue. And we're not polluting for our neighbors. So the animals have less stress. We all know that animals that have less stress produce higher quality meat. And we're not using growth-promoting drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So we can see that there are serious benefits. Now, the issue becomes, and this is kind of sort of bringing it back to where we are today, how do we embrace these models of meat production, of dairy production, of egg production, and still take into account the fact that our population is growing and we have to be able to produce more of this? And so you can sort of see the tension that arises. And I bring this up right now because this is going to bring me, we're going to revisit this on the very last slide today. So just like in the television business, this is what's going to keep you on the edge of your seats. So there's a lot of benefits to purchasing local food, as we talked about yesterday. We support local farmers. We have, local farmers then have the ability to do a little more of what they want. And a lot of times what we'll see as chefs is their willingness to experiment with different breeds, different characteristics, etc. And for us in restaurants to have that direct producer-consumer relationship, what that helps us to do is to tell a story. It's a source of pride. It's something we put on our menu. And every restaurant is looking for a way to differentiate themselves. Every restaurant is looking for something to say, something about why they're better and they're special. And you can use that through the local connections to the farmers. So menu solutions, this is really interesting because, on the first day we talked about the fact that sustainability is made up of lots of individual small decisions. And I think that these slides, this and the following ones, we're going to see how we bring together agricultural and animal husbandry. And we're also going to reinforce this with more protein discussion on Monday, which is about seafood. But the point is, when we as chefs design a menu, it's really important for us to think about, how can we support local foods? How can we lessen the impact of transportation or energy inputs? How can we do that? Right now, one of the things that is so huge is that we have this movement towards local food. And I don't mean just local, like what's grown locally, but also looking at our own cultures wherever we live. It used to be that everybody looked outside of where they lived. And now we've turned inward, which is such a beautiful thing. And so what we're saying is, well, what does the food in my part of the world look like? And what are those ingredients and heirlooms that I can feature on my menu that not only produce great food, but it also helps me talk about who I am and where I live and why the place where you live is special in the world. So it's important that we look to those heirloom solutions and we support the meat and agriculture from each of these individual parts of the world. That's huge. So let me just go ahead and move on here. So the excuse me. So how do we do this? Part of this is we have to learn. We talked about the first day that knowledge is the incentive of everything. But let's bring this back to reality also. Chefs are busy, and wouldn't it be great if every one of us could visit every one of the farms and talk to the local suppliers? And clearly this is a wonderful thing to do. But how do we really do this in a very busy day in and day out way of living? And I think that there's just a few ideas here that I want to share with you. And you can see that sourcing local foods can be a challenge. Going directly to the farmer, that has its challenges. Local markets, they have their challenges. But where I really want to sort of think about this is, let's think about how to do this with economies of scale. Let's look at the distribution of these products and how we restaurants can support that, or even create it. So how can chef societies, how can groups of chefs help move and shape the market and the products that are being produced? Remember, chefs, we have incredible power. We have incredible buying power. I mean, right now, just to give you a sense for how important it is, 70% of the fish that we consume in the US, for instance, is served in restaurants. Well, right now, the restaurants are all closed, and the fishing industry is in serious trouble. We have tremendous power to shape the market around us, but we have to pool our orders together. We have to work together, and we have to share knowledge. So chefs, if you discover something amazing in your area of the world, share it with the people around you, because if we can incentivize the local producer of agriculture or animals to do things that are sustainable and interesting, but on a larger scale, that becomes more interesting for them to do, and may also have impacts on price as well. So remember, people respond to market demands, and we have that power. So menu solutions, we have to use it all. This goes into the last day, which is waste, and how do we avoid waste, and how do we use the product completely? And there's been a lot of talk about, nose to tail, root to plant or whatever, using every bit of it, and really thinking about how do we minimize the waste. We're going to get to that on the last day. Remember, it's all interconnected. How do we use those less sought after cuts of meat? And this is really where chefs, we excel at this. We're great at creative solutions. I always say that chefs are the best problem solvers in the world. And that's what we do. But not only do we solve these problems, but we create beautiful food, and we can do it in tandem with systems of production of vegetables and fruit. So let me just sort of move into this, and then we're gonna wrap up here. But how do we do this? I'm going to start to answer that question I posed a little bit earlier about, okay, we can raise animals differently, but how do we do this and still deal with a population that's growing and will require more calories just by the size of the population? And these are some things for us to think about very seriously. Can we create less meat-centric menus? Can we make smaller meat portions? Can we make vegetables the star on the plate? Can we be creative about this? Again, what tends to happen traditionally is we spend a lot of energy and time thinking about the animal protein, and then vegetables play a supporting role. Let's flip that around. Let's be leaders. Let's teach the population about the fact that it's not just good for you, but it's delicious. And chefs, frankly, if you think about the plant-based world, is far more interesting and complicated and complex than animal proteins will ever be. So we need to do that. Focus on local plants, embrace flexitarians, and meatless Mondays. There's a lot of things here that we can do. Chefs, we have the power of the white jacket. We have the power to lead. We have the power to show people what they should be doing, and we do it in a delicious way. So don't forget education. Education is critical. And education goes in both directions. I mean, it's what we're doing here, and I commend you for being here. But it's also about educating the farmers and suppliers about what you want and asking those questions. Remember, we have buying power. And at the same time, it's about educating our staff so they know what we're doing and why to be proud of that. And also to educate our guests as to why we're making the decisions we're making. Why are we buying local? Why does that food cost a little bit more, but it's supporting that person? Let me tell you about that person. Or for instance, teaching them about the fact that we're doing a lot more with vegetables and less with meat, and you're gonna love it. And this is why. So I end with this slide, and I would strongly encourage all of you, if you've not looked up and read what the Eat Lancet report came out with last year, I cannot overemphasize how important this publication is. And it really sort of brings together something that a lot of us have been looking at for a long time, which is, it's kind of funny. You know, in culinary schools, we would talk about sustainability on one side and nutrition on the other side. And what we've discovered is that the two are actually one. And this publication does an amazing job of really digging into this and looking at the fact of, you know, how do we take care of our planet? How do we feed ourselves? And how do we do it in a sustainable, nutritious way? And guess what? It is exactly the same thing. And you can see by the planetary health plate in the image there, it's pretty small, I realize. But it really shows what we should be eating. And for many countries in the world, and I'm looking at us here in the United States as well, our diet is so non-sustainable, both from a health standpoint personally and from a planetary health standpoint. So this publication, I commend it to you to read much more about it. Remember, in these short classes, we only scratch the surface of so much of this. You know, food is complicated, like I said in the beginning. But there's also some great recommendations for chefs here. And these are just a few of the ones that I picked out, which are in the bullet points. You know, we change culture by changing menus. Chefs, we have incredible power. Never, ever, ever underestimate the power you have to change the culture around you. And we do that through the menus and the leadership that we demonstrate. And we can emphasize these benefits of dietary shifts. It's about education. It's about making food absolutely, absolutely delicious. Focus on quality and focus on quality. Typically it's focus on quality and quantity. No, it's about quality. That's what we do, chefs. It's not about how much, it's about how beautiful and delicious we can make it. And we let the plants take center stage and always lead with messaging around flavor. There's a good friend of mine who runs an organization called Chef's Manifesto, and I think his saying is something like, scream flavor and whisper health. Because when we lead with flavor, we will always get the customer. So I leave you with the last question here, which is, what will you do to change your diet? Remember, it always starts with you and me and what we do individually, and then how we lead. So with that, I want to thank you very much for taking the time once again to be with me today, to share this incredible this incredible global thing that we're doing. So many of you are here. I don't know how many, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It is absolutely incredible that so many of you take the time. I'm honored by each one of your presence here today.
Hello and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the last session by the World Chef Health Organization on animal husbandry. Now we're changing the topic a little bit. We're welcoming the Senior Global Animal Protein Analyst from Rabobank International, Nandirk Mulder, who's going to join us from Utrecht, and he's going to talk about the global poultry market outlook. After a difficult year of COVID-19 ASF, there's a lot of uncertainty in this market. So he'll advise on the best steps for the industry to take in order to avoid adverse challenges. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Let me upload the presentation. So welcome. Thank you all for joining this event. Let me introduce in short myself and Rabobank a bit. For the ones who don't know Rabobank is one of the leading worldwide food and agri banks. Actually, we have two focuses. In the Netherlands, we are the leading retail and wholesale bank. And from our roots, we have a strong tradition with agriculture. In the Netherlands, we have around 80% market share in farming, and we are actually founded by farmers. So there is always a strong linkage with food and agri. This was also our base for our international expansion, which we started 25 years ago, and we are now purely focused internationally on food and agri business, which makes us, I think, quite unique. We think that knowledge is an important part of that story. So the bank has invested in a team of 80 analysts worldwide, focusing on the animal protein sector, about sharing knowledge with the industry. My focus is on global animal protein, with a special focus also on poultry. So I work a lot with our international clients, and we also write a lot of reports about industry events and developments. So and that's also, I think, the background for the session today. So I've been asked to talk about meeting future demand for poultry and protein markets. So really looking into the long-term outlook for poultry and protein, and with a little focus, of course, on Asia, because we are now in Asia, and this is definitely one of the areas where we see the most bullish market circumstances, and also the biggest changes, I would say, in the next decade. So I will give you, in a nutshell, an overview of what we expect, how markets will change, how is this impacting the value chain and production of poultry and protein. So let me move on to the next slide. So to give you a little bit perspective on outlook for protein markets, this is actually the development that we expect for the next decade. And you all know, of course, that the COVID, but also ASF and the current very bullish global grains and oilseed market have big impact on the market. So we also usually talk a lot about these topics. It's really disruptive, big impact on the industry, and we expect there to be 3 stages. So the disruption, like we had last year, channel shifting, food service to retail, wet markets, supply chain issues, health issues at supply chains, but also a lot of volatility in input prices, like we see now also in grain markets. This year, a sort of road to recovery. We see definitely at the moment in a lot of markets higher prices than we had last year. So there is already some signs of recovery, and we expect that gradually will move through in a still challenging context with these high feed prices, the volatility that we have, the ups and downs with the lockdowns, but with the vaccination moving on in a lot of countries actually, and a lot of control also in Asian markets because of a relative strong government strategy in controlling the spread of the disease. We expect later the year some further improvement. For this presentation, the focus is going to be really on the long term, the post COVID-19 era, and that's what we think post 2022. So that's the focus of this presentation. So if you look into that post COVID-19 reality, we think that a lot of things will change, and we identified 6 major developments that we think will change the business. First of all, poultry markets will keep growing and probably in the leading position there in the context of pork recovery, especially in Asia. Countries like China, Vietnam, Philippines have been heavily impacted. But even in that context, where that pork industry will probably recover in 3-4 years from now, poultry is still going to be the winning protein. Also in the context of rising share of alternative proteins, I will touch a bit later in the presentation on that as well. We think that distribution will change fundamentally. Online distribution is really booming. Was already happening, accelerated in COVID years. Remote working is going to stay for white-collar workers. Social sustainability issues are definitely going to influence more global business models. So that is going to have impact on markets. We talk about that as well. We will expect that in line with these distribution, social changes, also value chains will change. They will become a lot more digital, coordinated, smart, and integrated. If you look to supply, a lot of the supply will come from local markets, and we see even a shift from global to local. So that will mean actually that a lot of the growth that you're going to see in your markets will come from local production, which is of course a good thing for investors. It gives opportunities to invest, and that will also lead that the business will become a lot more international. So this is quite a lot of change that you are probably going to see in the next decade in the business. So if you look a little bit from a more macro perspective to global markets, we think that animal protein demand will keep growing in the next decade. So we expect that demand for protein will grow by 20%. But with differences between species, and you can see here this figure that poultry is very much in the lead with 25% growth expected over this period. So together with eggs and seafood, it's going to be the fastest growing protein in the industry, and especially these products, I would say they are of high preference also in the Asian markets. So why do we have this growth? Population growth, income growth, and also changing preferences. And I think that from that perspective, also changing preferences, poultry, but also fish is very well positioned in this period of reference. So looking a little bit back there as well, and looking into the real strength of the different proteins, a big thing here as well, beside these macro factors I just mentioned, is price. Chicken and eggs are the lowest priced proteins. So left-hand side, cost of production. So you see quite significant differences in cost of production between different proteins. So for the countries where really price matters, the lower income countries as well, chicken and eggs is a very good source. But also if you look to more social challenges that we have with carbon footprint, the climate ambitions, Paris, the footprint of poultry and eggs is also relatively low. If you look at the right-hand side, you can see that the carbon footprint of poultry and eggs is a lot lower than some of the other proteins, including actually a plant-based burger. So I think this is definitely a factor which will become more important in the future. So looking a little bit deeper into the region and also in shifting a bit from volume to value, if you look to the development of markets worldwide, we see change depending on level of economic development, and also the structure of markets. It can be very different, like you know, and that of course impacts also how you are as a business position your business or products into these stages. So usually it starts low income with a high share of live bird markets. I think in some countries it's 80-90% of the market. Later, if the market reaches a certain income level, we see that people have more money to spend. They shift more from plant-based to animal protein usually, and from live to meat, processed meat. So usually that second stage where a lot of countries in South Asia are, is very bullish, because you have volume growth, more consumption, but also value growth, modern distribution, processed meat, all these products, they come together. So very bullish period of time. Later on, you see that, that consumption has reached a high level and the social element is going to be more important. So if you are now discussing the outlook of the industry in the US or Europe, it's a lot about talking about social elements, about slower growing, about antibiotic free. So all these issues become much more important, and the growth of the business is still there. Chicken is also growing in Europe and the US, but at a lower pace. So if you look then into the differences between countries, we can say that 85% of the growth in global markets is in emerging markets, 55% is in Asia. And if you look to the different levels, so what we did here, we mapped the expected growth levels for the coming years. And you can see that the mature markets have relative slow growth, so like EU, US, Japan, even China. So you're talking about 1%. But the countries that are in that second stage of economic development have huge growth, actually. So that's very bullish. So if you look into Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, but also some of the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, Central Asia, India, Pakistan, very bullish conditions. So growth is somewhere between 4, 6, 7, 8% per year, actually. So, and that also links to left-hand side to modernization. So together with the shift to a more developed status of the economy, we see also a modernization of the industry. So that's another factor which definitely changes in this context. So, and then, of course, the other important topic, what is very relevant and is really in, I think, top focus of the media, but also of the industry, is alternative proteins. Alternative proteins is growing very fast, and we see this as a very bullish industry, especially in Western markets, like you can see left-hand side. Western Europe, North America, double-digit growth of this business. But we have to say it comes from a relative low base. So if you look globally, you're talking about less than 1% of global protein market. So it comes from a very low base. If you look and you add also some of the Asian traditional products into this category, like the tofu-based products, you're talking about a CAGR of 4%. But in the emerging market is much faster, like you can see here, actually. And there's a lot of focus here from new investors. So a few pure play players started as a sort of startup business, like Beyond Meat, Just in the egg sector. We see branded companies investing in this field. You see animal protein companies investing, but also we see the rise of private labels in this business. So it's there, and it's something to watch. And I would say, as an investor, it's also probably something you can add to your category, because, you know, these products are sold in exactly the same category where you traditionally sell your products. And it's probably also a way to expand your portfolio a bit. So I believe that the animal protein companies investing in this field, I think that makes a lot of sense in doing that. So this is probably something what you're also going to see more in Asia in the coming years. So moving back to the market story for Asia, if you look for the next 10 years, so 2010, 2030, we expect the Asian markets to grow by 80 million tons. And we split it here in a few regions, and you can see that for sure Middle East and Southeast Asia are probably the most bullish one. So both regions, you talk about 4.6 million tons out of 80 million tons. So that is almost, that's more than the size of the growth that we expect in China in this period. So, and this is a lot because of their relative fast growth in CAGR for this region. So this is definitely, of course, an important investment consideration. We expect that the growth will be supplied from local business, and even probably a little bit more than the growth in demand. So it will lead to more investments in greenfield. You can expect there also further modernization of the business, focus on value added and internationalization. But it's for sure for investors who are in these regions, I would say it's an attractive opportunity to supply in the longer term. So moving ahead, so talking a little bit about supply, so that is an interesting opportunity. If you look globally, an interesting change that we have seen over the last years is that nowadays, since 2012, if you look to global poultry markets, the growth of local production, supplying local markets, has been growing faster than trade. And that was never the case before. So it looks that the business is shifting more from global to local, and that's probably a bit in line with some food security strategies in international markets in major importing countries in Eastern Europe, like Russia, Ukraine, but also in the Middle East and some Asian countries. So we definitely see that the growth in local production is faster than trade. Trade is still growing, still attractive, but if you really want to access global markets, probably you have to invest more in local markets. So it's a very strategic element for global investors that I think what will determine also investment flows for the future. So another factor here, and this is also a reference to Asia, is that we have a lot of consolidation in global trade. So you can see left-hand side the shares of different countries in different cuts of trade for poultry. The three categories at the left-hand side that are the more raw, fresh, chilled, frozen categories. But the most interesting one is the right-hand side, processed meat. You're talking about products that are sold in average by $4,000 per ton. So really high value. And this is traditionally where the Asian countries have a leading export position. So you're talking here about the industry, the processed meat industry of Thailand and China. So this market is probably relative focused on a few countries, and it's not growing fast, but it's very attractive because of the high price. And if we look to this market, we expect that probably it's highly concentrated. 2 countries dominate with a small position of Brazil as well. But we expect opportunities for newcomers, and I have big expectations for Vietnam, where I believe there is a big ambition here. Current investment projects are focusing on this category, and it could help the Vietnamese industry to set probably a next step in their development. So these global context with the shift also from global to local is also going to be a major driver for internationalization. So we expect in the period of reference until 2030 that internationalization will accelerate. So a lot of the Western companies, they will look into the Asian region because of getting better access to growth. And we've seen quite a few investments over the years in this region, and that's something that will continue. On the other hand, you can also expect that the Asian companies are going to invest more in countries in the Americas or in Europe, I would say. And that also happened. So you go into a double or a two-way street of investments, and that will create a much more international industry in the future, actually. And beside that access to local market, it's synergy in trade, export platforms, maybe the Vietnam, Thailand, China, value-added opportunity. You know, all these factors, they are supportive for doing more international investments in this business. So moving a little bit further into the market side and looking into Asia, there will be a lot of change, and there are big differences in market structure between countries in Asia. We have traditionally in the Southeast Asian countries a high share of live bird markets, left-hand side. Most countries, Southeast Asia, they are 50% up in share of live bird markets. But with a big expansion of modern retail, food service, like you can see right-hand side, fast growth in this segment, gradually, I'm not saying that very fast, but still gradually, it's going to shift more to retail, I would say. So especially in the urban region, also some of the health issues, I would say, disease protection will push also more into retail in the future. So there will be a shift from live bird markets to retail, which offers opportunities for investors to create more value. And if you are an investor in this business, I would say the big challenge always is to move out of bulk. So this figure gives you the triangle on how we see how you can create value in the poultry business. So usually you have to go up in this triangle from the more bulk markets, live birds, standard poultry, into premium, value-added food and branding, actually. And this is a way to create higher margin. And I would say, and I can see that happening, this is happening a lot in a lot of the South Asian countries. And probably it's the right moment because the retail at the moment is still relatively weak. So this is the moment to develop a brand in your business. So in line with that shift, that bullish, shift to more higher value, higher incomes, we see also processed and poultry growing very fast. So a lot of the faster growing markets in processed poultry are in the Asian region, but again, with big differences between countries. So the most bullish ones are the countries in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, 6% per year growth. South Korea, Philippines, 11%, India. So these are good figures, of course. So it really is taking off. And these products, they have always a big appetite to branding. Important here as well is that I think this is also a segment where innovation matters. And one of the most obvious changes we have seen in the global poultry sector has been the US sandwich chicken war, which we have seen over the last couple of years, really pushing up poultry consumption at the moment. So we've seen that some of the big food service chains have started to compete on having the best chicken sandwich. So it started with Popeye, then Chick-fil-A reacted, Wendy's reacted, and now we see also KFC, McDonald's, Shake Shack reacting with having a top chicken sandwich in this market. And really innovation matters here, and it's really pushing up demand for consumption. So I think this sort of things are important. It shows that with innovation, with marketing, you can help your business a lot. So the other important factor of change which you have to watch, and especially for Asian companies, is the really bullish online food distribution market. So here you see blue bar is 2014, 2019 CAGR, and the orange one is 2020. And you can see how fast in some countries the online food distribution, including home delivery, is growing. So you can see that this year, in COVID year, Indonesia doubled actually. And there was already a trend before. And also Vietnam doubled this year. And also before, really doubling every year actually. So this is really a bullish environment for the business, and this links of course with social media. If you travel in Asia, I think everybody is ordering food with smartphones actually. So it's really changing, and this is leading worldwide, I would say. So you can see also some international markets also there. Now, this Corona year, a lot of growth, but Asia, in my view, is here in the lead, and that will have a lot of impact on how protein and poultry markets will be organized in the future. I would say another change related to COVID-19 is remote working, especially for white-collar workers. This is probably something that will stay for quite a bit. So this also will impact future markets for protein. So expect in countries where remote working will stay or will become a much more important part, that to-go markets will be a bit under pressure, catering will be under pressure, lunch restaurants, after work restaurants, while we see bullish demand, food, supermarket retail, online food supply, specialist store, neighborhood markets, and probably also a higher focus on fresh. So also this, in my view, is something you have to watch and to adjust in your plans for the coming years. What we also have to watch is that social concerns are going to be more important. And so far, this was always much more a regulation-driven development done by government, setting new standards. Companies have to meet that. But the big change over the last 5 years has been that this has become much more industry, customer driven. And I have here 3 examples where we really see that customers are changing business models, actually. So it's antibiotic reduction, US, 2017, 2020, really driven by customers and producers as well, who are offering antibiotic-free products into the market. And with cage-free, it's exactly the same. And I see that also happening at the moment in Asia. Big branded companies, they are implementing cage-free standard in the region, actually. And you can see here in the middle the changes, the ambitions of big food service companies and food companies in going full cage-free. So you can see it's a line of development, and it's driven by big names moving to different standards. And I think this is something, these are global companies. You will see that also more in Asia. Another factor which has probably also been started in the emerged market is better chicken. The slower growing chicken trend. Also here, you see more and more companies applying or committing to this new standard. So US companies, European companies, and this means that you have to use a slower growing chicken, not the standard chicken anymore, the slower growing chicken, lower density, no cages in production actually. So also this is, I would say, quite a big of change. And so far, it's very much focused on US and Europe, but you know, these are big names, global names, so it could also move further into the Asian regions in the coming years. So is this a challenge? Is this a threat for the business? I would say there is, of course, you want to supply, if you are in the chain of these companies, you want to supply and meet their standards. So from that perspective, I think sometimes you have to do it to keep your position in the value chain, but it could also be a way of branding your product. So we talked earlier about branding, and with branding, you want to produce something different than the standard in the market. And if you look to the social concern, food as a need, animal welfare friendly, environmental friendly, consumer health, buy local, I think these are also building blocks to develop a brand or a concept. So you can, of course, if you know that in a country, and I think food safety is definitely in a lot of countries still a concern, you can guarantee, or maybe with blockchain, play a little bit there, maybe change standard a bit, give it a local appetite. So that also can help you in developing a brand which is different from the mass. So I think beside, you know, the cost element, there is also an opportunity to create more value in moving in this development. But you have to realize that there is always a cost element. So if you look to cost price differences between the different concepts, the conventional versus slow growing, which is Dutch retail, which was the first one, is 20% higher. If you have outdoor range, which is Better Life One Star, it's 45%. And if you go organic, it's much more expensive. So the reason why I think a lot of companies go to the first step is that the cost price difference is not extreme. So at the other end, there is a negative impact on footprint. So you can see at the right-hand side that there is more cost, but also more carbon footprint. So this is a little bit a challenge, I would say. So, and this also could impact some investments in the future. Moving next. Then I think so from that perspective, you can still, and that's what we have seen, most of the development to these concepts, these higher standards will be in the stage 4 countries, you know, the high developed countries, high incomes. So consumers usually can pay for it. But having said that, because of you working with global brands, you can also probably expect it more in the Asian region, if you work with really the branded companies, for producers who have their own brand to differentiate, and probably also because of that these brands will give you the opportunity there to supply exporting companies as well. So you have to expect that this is going to be a little bit more important. However, The biggest part, of course, if you go into the South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, is still price driven. People have relative low incomes, and then still, of course, cost of production matters a lot. So if you look to this sort of technical indicators, there's still a lot of upside, I would say, in different regions. And I know within a country there are also big differences. So cost of production always important for the mass part of the market, but in the top part, maybe the urban areas as well, there is that opportunity for creating more value via concepts or different standards. What is also important if you move into the future of this business is that because of all these changes, the online food distribution trend, digitalization will accelerate, and especially in Asia, with all that link with online smartphones, there is a big opportunity. And there are a lot of new technologies that come into the market: smart farming, big data, online, genomics, blockchain, robotics, and it all matches, I would say. So it really can be very well combined with a digital value chain, with online food distribution. So I expect in the coming years, you are going to integrate, this is going to be integrated. You go to online applications where beside the traditional financial, technical performance and quality guarantees, also the health, welfare, environmental impact will be integrated. So you go to this sort of solutions, and probably also driven from the market side. And early adapters, I would say they are relatively well positioned. And it gives a lot of opportunities also for marketing. And again, with all these people focusing on online, on smartphone, using apps, a lot of opportunities as well. It means you can create a much closer link between the customer and the farmer. You can do the value chain tracking, personalized advertisements on social media, use social media to inspire, meal planners, DNA-based food choices, personalized food advertisements. So it creates a lot of opportunities. And this is definitely something that already several of the leading players are doing at the moment. So the early adapters, they are, I think, well positioned to benefit from this situation. So really, it creates a very digital value chain. It's going to be probably one of the big changes for the next decade. So changing society, changing markets, distribution, technical innovation, changing standards, and also more internationalization. And all these tools, left-hand side, preferred suppliership with platforms, digital standards, online marketing, product development, blockchain, big data, production, procurement is essential. So in conclusion, I want to say that poultry is worldwide the most bullish protein. We've seen the growth 23%, 25% for the next decade. Asia is the world's fastest growing poultry market. Industry will focus much more on value added. Alternative proteins will grow, but come from a low base. Value chains online will accelerate, will create the digitalization of the value chain, social concepts expanding. Remote working is going to be there. It's going to change distribution, new technology adaptation, smart farming, blockchain, digitalization. And if you look to production, actually you can expect that relatively a lot will be produced in your region, even more than the growth of the market. So we go from global to local. 80 million tons in Asia, big opportunity, green fields. You get a more international industry, Asian companies overseas, and the other way around, Western companies coming to Asia. And value added is an important factor there actually, and with also increasing opportunities for exports in the longer term. Thanks for your attention.
Great, thank you so much, Nandirk. And I would now like to open the Q&A segment. Hello to you, to Utrecht. How are you? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Really, really insightful presentation. And I guess we all look at digital value chains, I think, throughout the whole 2 days now and beyond. I think one key aspect that this viewer would like to learn is about marketing investment. So you mentioned a lot of different aspects to highlight during marketing, like antibiotic-free products, cage-free, social issues, better chicken standards, slow-growing chicken, etc. So out of all the things that you mentioned, where do you spend, or where should you spend your marketing budget best? What should be the messaging there in order to really achieve a better outcome, better sale out of it?
I think the big challenge there is to really differentiate. You have to go out of bulk. So companies in the business, I would say, they have to differentiate their business model and also try to capture value. So from that perspective, I can see several opportunities there. So at one side, I think there are rising opportunities for these concepts, like I mentioned, with slower growing, with local appetite, antibiotic-free, all these concepts. So that's definitely going to be a growing market, especially also in the urban areas in Asia. Beside that, it's also a lot about innovation, new product development, creating value. Like I showed as well, the chicken sandwich developments in the US, new chicken products, so also that sort of innovations, I think, is important. So we see among the bigger players in this business also a rising focus on further processing and developed brands. In some of the South Asian and Asian countries, I think that's a very good moment to develop brands, because you don't have the power of supermarkets like you have in Western Europe or in the US, where the supermarkets want to develop their own private labels, actually. So correct, I think it's a good timing to launch brands there, actually. And beside that, the third one, which is important, is alternative proteins. You see also companies now investing in alternative proteins, build up a position there, and also their benefit from the relative bullish development. So it's, I think, a combination between new product, value-added poultry concepts, and maybe for some companies as well, the alternative proteins actually develop that position as well.
That position as well. Okay. Yeah, I think it's an exciting time in that area, not only because of, the disruption is pretty immense, and there's a lot of opportunity though, regardless. We have one question that pertains procurement. So if you are a buyer, so what are the best practices you can advise on? And I think it relates to some of the things you said before, when you make a decision on procurement in this current environment. So since there's a lot of movement, a lot of changes in terms of how you market, you brand your products. So what should you look out for when purchasing your products or bringing them on board?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because we are in a very volatile global market at the moment. With ASF, with disease, avian influenza in poultry, the high feed prices, volatile feed prices, and also the disruptions of COVID, of course, in markets. So it is not an easy time, I would say, for people at the procurement side of the business.
Yes.
From that perspective, probably the best thing is at one side a very good understanding of the market, so know which products are needed, and constant fine-tuning of the demand side to the procurement side. And at the procurement side, be relative flexible in your sourcing. So have lines with several options in the market to be able to shift very quick. Also with the issues with logistics, container transport are also disrupted, of course. So you need to have more options in the market. So be active in several sourcing streams. If you are global procuring, probably you need to be in, if you look for poultry, you have to be importing from maybe Thailand, China, if possible, for processed, and for Brazil, US for fresh, actually. So and then play a little bit with the changes in conditions, market prices, maybe disruptions in the chain. So I think flexibility is very important there.
Is very key, absolutely. I would like to thank you at this stage. Very, very insightful for all the presentations. Anybody that's viewing and would like to have a copy of Nanduk Muldu's presentation, he can reach out to him on the platform, and equally this recording will also be available later on demand. So thank you so much to Utrecht again. I hope you have a nice morning. All the best to you.
Thank you.
And we'll be back shortly with the presentation by the German Pavilion, who's going to show you basically what German products are all about. Thank you so much.
This property here ticks all the boxes for our program. Native clean pastures, cattle are antibiotic free, and they're Angus. Well, the beauty of running cattle up here with Magnus and his team, mind you, on steam plains and Coonbill is it's peace of mind for us as a company.
I manage Coonbill and steam plain stations for Paraway Pastoral Company, approximately 330,000 acres, about 100 kilometres long. Over the years I've developed a backgrounding operation where we take cattle on for people and put weight on them, get them out to a specification thereafter and send them back. Our country here is all native country, so we run from riverine environments like this across through open floodplain off the Murrumbidgee River down through into saltbush plains and open flats. It's all native, it's never been cleared. So what it means for the cattle is it's probably the most magnificent environment for them to put on weight and just do their natural thing. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. When it gets warm they've got plenty of shade, when it gets cold they've got plenty of sun, and they got lots and lots of grass. The cattle are happy, and happy cattle do well.
The weight gain per kilo is probably on a par with a feedlot, but it's done naturally. It enables us to supply for 12 months of the year a top quality product. The Angus cattle will all go into our Angus grass-fed product. A large percentage of it finishes up in North America, supplies a couple of large supermarket chains, but we've also had a lot of traction in the domestic market for our Angus product.
I love my job. I love everything about it. I love being where I am. I love our property. I wouldn't trade places with many people, I don't think.
Welcome to the Bindari Food Group and a journey to discover why our beef is celebrated both in Australia and around the world. With operations spanning from paddock to plate, we control and insulate our supply chain for the benefit of delivering quality protein, programs and service to our customers. Located in the heart of the Golden Triangle sits our Myola feedlot. Here we have access to high-quality grain that provides our cattle with a nutritious ration and benefits in superior performance. Myola feedlot delivers a flexible capacity for up to 20,000 head of cattle. Our strict animal welfare program, including generous shade coverings and pen sizes, enables us to meet and exceed the standards of high-quality grain-fed programs and custom feeding solutions. As an integrated supply chain business, we possess a shared vision for delivering tailored solutions from the paddock through to the plate.
Kenny's Creek is born on a few simple principles. We're a family business based on strong values. We believe in hard work, being part of a team, and making decisions for the next generation. My name is Sam Burton-Taylor. I'm a farmer and a butcher. Over 30 years ago, my parents bought a farm and started buying Angus cattle. Back when they first bought Angus, it was well before Angus was the breed, they were just a breed. But it was based on principles, and that was around performance and carcass. And in the next 30 years, Angus has become one of the strongest breeds in the world. We live in some of the most fertile farming country in the world. Happy cattle equals amazing beef. We have fantastic cool climate pastures, high rainfall, cool temperatures that provide some of the most productive farming areas for Angus cattle. And I really believe that there's no better place in the world to breed and grow Angus cattle.
Australia, a continent with a diverse climate. From the tropical regions of the north, the lush pastures of southern Victoria and New South Wales. The name Mulwarra is a native Australian word meaning a man that always has meat and represents the quality, consistency and the reliability of the company. Born in 1997, Mulwarra Export established themselves as a leading Australian export company, specialising in supplying hotels, restaurants, institutions and retailers, and now exports to more than 35 countries worldwide. Mulwarra works hand in hand with selected Australian meat processors who produce to strict customer specifications and pack under the Mulwarra brand.
hospitality industry is one of the largest employers in the world. With so much growth in the sector, how do employers find, nurture, and keep talent? City and Guilds and World Chefs have collaborated with employers to create the first global certification for the hospitality industry. This global framework recognizes the skills and experience of hospitality professionals, no matter their skill level. Global certification unlocks the doors to progression and attracts and retains talent in the sector. Employers can now reward their staff for doing their job well and help them progress to the next level by showcasing a range of career opportunities within hospitality. Individuals can show their skills and build their careers with a clear progression route.
When I found out City and Guilds were doing something that was kind of work-based and something we could do in-house, it was a dream for us. My message to other employers would be start now.
This is the future.
This is the future of talent development.
This is the future of recruitment.
This is the future of people.
This is the future of hospitality.
Hello and welcome back to this afternoon. I hope you had a fantastic time so far networking on the platform and meeting some new suppliers down the way. We now have a different supplier altogether, namely Germany. So we have, I'm going to ask Mr. Stefan Reiter to come on in a moment to explain to you why Germany should be your trusted supplier of pork, beef and other products. He also brought along with him representatives from Friedrich Neckermann, Tönnies, VMAX, Vion, and Westfleisch, who are also going to show you what they have on offer for this year. So please, without further ado, German meat. Thank you.
Hello and a warm welcome to all of you joining our German meat seminar.
My name is Steffen Reiter. I'm General Manager of the German Meat Association. At first, I would like to thank the organizers of FHA Match and GEFA for organizing this meat event here today. I will start to share my screen with you now. German Meat is the joint export organization of the German meat industry. We are trying to ensure the German meat exporters have access to international meat markets, and in times without Corona, we are organizing group participation in trade fairs like FHA or HOFEX and business meetings all over the world. We are bringing together international buyers and German meat exporters, and this is our main objective for today. So I will give you a very short introduction to the main figures of the German meat market, and afterwards our company will introduce themselves. With us today are 5 companies and their representatives. They all belong to the European top companies. But before we start with all the numbers, we will present a short film to you on the German meat production.
Germany, a country in the heart of Europe. What's considered to be typically German? Machines, lots of industry, cars. Is that really all? No. Many other things are typically German. Fields, mountains, seaside beaches, our culture and the people who enjoy life. With 357,000 square kilometers, of which more than 82% are being used for agricultural and forestry purposes, we are Europe's largest producer and exporter of meat and meat products. How do we achieve that? Well, in a typical German way, with premium feed, which is largely grown locally and processed in modern production facilities. Thanks to our well-trained and highly qualified farmers, most of whom run their family businesses. Because our livestock receives the best of care and attention. With humane and specimen-adequate animal husbandry methods. By the dialogue between science and farmers. With strong tradition, commitment and care handed down from generation to generation. Because of careful animal transports over short distances. Thanks to state-of-the-art slaughtering and butchering techniques that enable us to deliver premium quality products. Through thorough and strict quality checks in all production stages. We're also the #1 thanks to the diversity of our products. And because of processing plants who skillfully combine tradition with modern applications and create world-famous specialities. Thanks to intelligent logistics that deliver our products to our customers quickly and always on time. And highly efficient, customer-oriented meat marketing companies who know the demands of their customers. We give our best to always satisfy our customers all around the globe with the premium products they expect from us. Meats, sausages, and cold cuts of consistently high quality. That's typically German.
Our first market slide gives you a very summarized overview on the German meat market. What you should keep in mind, with a consumption of 84.5 kilogram per capita, you can call the Germans meat lovers. The most important type of meat is pork, followed by poultry and beef. There has been a considerable increase in consumption in poultry in recent years, while beef has been essentially constant, and in pork it is declining. 2020, Germany produced more than 5 million tons of pork meat. That makes us #1 in Europe, followed by Spain with 5 million tons and France with 2.2 million tons. In a worldwide comparison, Germany ranks 3rd behind China and the US. As you can see from the pie chart, 37% of the German pork exports are going to countries outside the EU. This number rose continuously as we got more and more market access, especially in Asian countries. The total pork meat export in 2020 was 2.7 million tons, which means a decrease of 5.2% compared to the previous year. The most important sales market was China, followed by Italy and the Netherlands. But with the outbreak of African swine fever last year, this changed and some countries raised temporary restrictions. But we managed to get back access to several markets again. Where do we keep the pigs that we need for our pork production? Most of the pigs are kept in the northwestern part of Germany, in the federal states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Lower Saxony. Another center of production can be found in the south of Germany and Bavaria. Why do I present this chart? It is to show that our main production areas are not affected by the African swine fever. As you can see, the concentration of pork production in the northwest and in the south is very favorable. This map shows you the regions where we have detected African swine fever outbreaks in wild boars. The outbreak sites are located more directly on the border with Poland. We have no outbreaks in domestic swine. There's 100% separation of wild boar and domestic pigs in Germany. All outbreaks locations have been subject to restriction measures, and spread is prevented by targeted measures such as fencing and creating white zones where all wild boars will be hunted down. Pigs from restricted zone can only be slaughtered in dedicated slaughterhouses and with special allowance and supervisions. With our traceability systems, we can assure that no pigs from restricted zones will go to export markets. Every porcine livestock holding, even when there are only 1 or 2 pigs kept, has to be registered in the central HIT database. At the time of weaning, at the latest, every piglet is to be identified by marking it with piglet ear tags indicating the farm registration number. The receipt of animals is electronically submitted from the farm to the HIT database. The stamp mark contains clear information on the farmer, the municipality, and the district. In the slaughterhouse, the information of the stamp mark is completed with a consecutive slaughter number. There are additional systems like the GS1 database, which are used for traceability in both directions from farm to fork and back. And this ensures 100% safety for pork products delivered from Germany. Let's go to the beef. Even though we have no diseases in cattle, there's also a strong concentration of cattle farming in the northwest and northern part of Germany, similar to pig production. Another important region is the south, especially Bavaria. Last year, Germany was the second largest beef producer in Europe. The beef production in Germany was 1.1 million tons. Biggest producer in Germany is France with 1.4 million tons. On third place, you can find Italy with 0.73 thousand tons of beef produced in 2020. The next slide shows you our beef export markets. And you can see that the main exports are going to countries in Europe, with the Netherlands, France, and Italy as our biggest customers. In general, more than 80% of our beef export of more than 300,000 tons stays inside the European Union. Exports have been decreased by 14%, which was mainly due to the corona-related lockdowns in our most important export markets. For a lot of Asian markets, we are actually working on the market access. We have been fully opened up for beef exports to Singapore. For the Philippines, we got the general allowance, but need to discuss some latest details on the health certificate. For countries like Vietnam, Japan, and South Korea, we are in the stage of document review and hope to get market access for beef soon. That's it from my side so far with the numbers. If you have any further question, you can contact me during the breakout session afterwards, or check our website where you can find our product catalogs as well as the German suppliers. And now we can go over to the company presentation. These five companies are joining us today. Thank you for the attention, and I give the floor to company Neckermann.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Reiter, for your introduction. And welcome to the company presentation of Friedrich Neckermann GmbH. My name is Matthias Koch. I'm the head of quality in the Friedrich Neckermann GmbH. And in the next few minutes, I will present you our company. So I will share my screen for you. So the Friedrich Neckermann GmbH is a local slaughterhouse and cutting plant in Germany, Bavaria, close to cities like Würzburg or Nuremberg. So who are we? We are a family-owned company, local slaughterhouse and cutting plant for pigs and cattle. We have our own livestock trading for piglets and calves. And we have many years of experience in exporting meat in different countries all over the world. So what we do is livestock. So we trade in calves and piglets from producing farms to fattening farms. So for us, it's one point to controlling the quality as a service for the fattening farms, and at last for the animals that they get to slaughtering in our slaughterhouse. Then the next part is slaughter and cutting services for pigs and cattle in our own slaughterhouse and cutting plant. And here you can see our veterinary number. And the third part is the export from pork and beef in different, also individual cuttings, fresh, vacuum packaged, and frozen. So our capacity, we are a local slaughterhouse, is 4,000 pigs per week and also 300 cattle per week. So why we? We have short transport distance of the animals because we are in the middle of a farming area in Bavaria. We have our own stable, so the animals, especially the pigs, can cool down from the transport and we get a good meat quality. We have long-standing and successful business relations and partnerships to our farmers, and also the personal contact, which give you the guarantee of clean origin and also a good product quality. So from the meat side, why we? We have many inspections by independent control institutes and high technical and hygiene standards, and internal quality management, which is my part, also for sure, and many certifications and programs, which includes QS and IFS and also halal and organic standards. These products are also available. And so we can offer, because of our own cutting service, special cuts from our customers and also individual package sizes. So that are some pictures from the cattle slaughtering and also pork slaughtering. So our programs I told you and certifications, we're also organic, IFS, halal, and we are also GS1 and FHA certificated. And some regional programs like these you can see on the right side. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention and your interest. We are looking forward for your questions and good conversations, and please meet us at our booth. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Lauers. I'm the export manager in Tunis, an area sales manager for markets such as Singapore, Vietnam, Hong Kong. And I'll just make a short introduction of our company. So I'll just split our screen here. 1 second. First of all, I just want to make some history background about Tunis. So in 1971, it was established by Mr. Byrne and Mr. Klings, Tunis. And actually, this year is the 50 years anniversary since they started the company. In 1971, they started with only 7 to 10 pigs per week. So it was very, very small. And then there was a huge development in the 70s and 80s. And in 1990, they started Weissenfels, which is one of the 3 big factories in Germany today. In 1997, they built Reda, which is the biggest factory in Germany and one of the biggest in Europe. And in 99, the last of the third in Circle in Weidemark. And together they are around 350,000 to 400,000 pigs per week. And then just to show here, this is the headquarter in Reda. So it's not only a slaughterhouse, but we also have the cutting line here and the cold store, so the freezer, and the head office for the sales, and our logistic company Tevix, which is also in the same site. And then you see the football stadium, since Clemens has also been involved in the football in Germany for Schalke 04. Just some key figures. Robert Tönnies and Clemens Tönnies and Maximilian Tönnies have the shareholders today. Unfortunately, Clemens' brother passed away, so today is his nephew, who is part of the owner of the company. And then we have the different divisions. There's the meat division, where I'm located in, taking care of the pork sales and in terms of fresh, frozen, and so on. We have the beef divisions with their own salesperson. Sausages, Mühlengruppe, which is a sausage company that we have in Germany. The convenience, we have a company called Tillmans. I'll talk also later about that, doing ready-to-consume products for the supermarkets, fresh pork and meat, beef products as well. Then the international is also in terms of sales, ingredients, so a lot of pet food products and so on, of our own products. So it's just to have the whole value chain. So we also have our pet food products and Tevix Logistics, our transport company, and our central services. To just go slightly through the key figures. So the turnover was 7.1 billion euro in 2019. Slaughter of pigs was 20.8 million. That was in Europe, and in Germany it's 16.8. And why I've mentioned in Europe is because we also own 2 slaughterhouses in Denmark and 1 in the UK. So that is on top there. And then the slaughter figures for cattle, where we are slaughtering around 9,000 cattle per week, so around 440,000 a year, and 16,500 employees. That is both in the production, sales team, logistics, and so on. Here's just a picture of where the sites are. So we have Thisted and Borup in Denmark, that is Tican and Esby Pork. This became a part of Tönnies in 2016, where it was bought. And from Denmark, we have a lot of good export options for Japan, China, US, and a lot of countries that unfortunately can export to from Germany at the moment due to the ASF situation. And then we have these different sites in Germany with green. that is the pork. The beef is the red ones. And yeah, the tip is logistics as well, just to show that we have different sites for the logistics, and the sausages as well. So we have a lot of different sites in Germany. Regarding the division meat, just to have a short introduction of that. So below there in the screen, you see the different companies. So in the UK, we also have bacon companies that we deliver our products to. But if we see only on the pork cuts in terms of frozen and the beef cuts, that is the Tican and SB in Denmark, and the Tönnies in Germany. What else? Yeah, but on the value chain, so what we are actually having everything from slaughter, cutting, packaging, our own transport company. So we have the whole value chain. So we have control of the production and also the way the products are kept and produced. For example, in one of our facilities, the Reda facility that I showed earlier, we have like online production, meaning that we are producing the goods, then they're going to the freezer, and then they will be there for 1 to 2 days, and then they will immediately going on a line, the cartons, and they will go directly into the trucks that will go directly to the port. And in that way, we can avoid to put it into external cold stores and have to palletize them and so on. So it's much better to have the direct transport directly to the containers and then to the port and to the customers in the different countries. And other than that, we are a big company with a huge production every week. So of course, in terms of standards and quality and making sure that it's the products is more or less kept the same way, you know, in terms of cutting and so on. And we have a lot of flexibility in terms of different special cuts that the customers might request. So yeah, and also if there's some customers with big quantities they're looking for, we're able to supply them. A short introduction of the convenience. So Tillman's is products that is going for example, fresh products going into the supermarkets. Can also be frozen, could be just like vacuum packed products where we're doing the cutting in the facility, or we can also have finished meat products like schnitzel, toasties, and so on that you see on the picture there. Also going to supermarkets. So yeah, it's different products that we are handling. Also like spare ribs that has been marinated and so on. And this is also possible to look into exports to the different markets. It's not only in Germany, even though that's of course where we have the biggest share today. And Mühlengruppe, that is #1 in Germany and Europe in terms of sausages, and the specialty is the Burglunder on the glass. We have 4,000 employees in Mühlengruppe, and again, it's also one of the biggest shares is in Germany, but we're also doing exports for other European countries, but also for Asian countries. And then division ingredients, as I talked a little bit about before, that is in terms of not only the pet food, but also if we have some offals. We have, for example, Grund Company, which is taking care of the stomachs and the rectums and other products that has to be treated in a different way. And therefore, instead of having it on production in our other facilities, we have one facility for that. And Division International, we are more or less approved for all countries, which is possible with the ESF in Germany, so that even though not all factories are approved for Singapore, not all factories are approved for Vietnam and so on, we have the possibility to export to each market from either of the plants. SB Pork and Tican in Denmark, we are approved for China and so on. Yeah, we have the flexibility and we're able to offer to more or less all countries from either of one of our plants. And the logistics, but that's also the good flexibility we have, that we have own trucks and own trailers. It's also a way to be flexible for us in terms of the online production. So yeah, we are, even though we are not using own containers, we are using our own trailers. And that's also a good way for this. Without Thames, we have this possibility to load with the train and get to the port, and in that way we can load up to 28 tons net instead of only 24 or 25, which is possible in Germany. So that also gives us some flexibility there. In terms of any specific requests of products or different cuts or pictures of products, I would refer to send an email or contact me at the FHA booth, and then I will answer more questions or send photos of the different products. But thank you for the attention, and I will pass the words on.
Okay, sorry. Hello, this is Hendrik Vogt from company VMAX. We are a trading company based in Remagen in the heart of Germany. A little bit about VMAX. We were founded in 2014. Our main targets are also in Southeast Asia and also Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, Singapore. And we are here to extend or to expand our business relations, find new friends, new business relations, and so on. We can offer you tailor-made solutions for each kind of product. So don't hesitate to contact us with your special request or with some specifications, and we are here and gladly will offer you all the kind of products. You may ask, why shall I work with a trading company? That's a good question. But in Germany, we have about more than 200 slaughterhouses and cutting plants, of which only very few export themselves. And throughout the years, we established a good relationship with our suppliers. We go there often and check them regularly. Besides that, I have more than 20 years of experience in the meat market. So we can also speak about other countries. For instance, we can also offer from Brazil or from Chile. So don't hesitate to contact us. Also, we have the acknowledged to work on various payment terms such as LC. We know we can cover the exchange rate we can offer in USD, which most of the regional plants cannot. VMAX is able also to guarantee exclusive business with certain suppliers. That means when you are satisfied with our products, we can gladly do a regular business and see how it goes. What can we offer? We can offer basically everything from the pork and everything for the from the beef. I would like to highlight pork bellies, pork fats, offal, front feet, hind feet, pork hocks and trimmings, and much more. We would like to find some new customers in Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, also more customers in Hong Kong, and wherever we can do something. We can also offer beef conicals, beef tripe, beef short ribs, beef shin and shank, tendons, golden corn, heel muscle. In every way of packaging, we can do them vacuum packed, we can do them individually wrap packed, and we can also put them bulk in cartons or offer polyblock. It's up to you. Whom are we looking for? We are looking for agents, importers, distributors, partners, wholesalers, and also friends in Singapore, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, and the People's Republic of China, and Hong Kong, South Korea, and also Thailand. Yeah, how to get in touch with us? Also via the FHA booth, which we would like to ask you to contact us. But here you can also find our email address, our homepage, and our phone. Please don't hesitate to contact us. We can also speak Chinese, so whatever you need, please contact us. And thank you for your time and hope to see you soon.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our website. My name is Patrick Ballering. I am the Regional Sales Director of Vion Food International Pacific. We are the sales organization of the Vion Food Group based in the Netherlands. Looking forward to meet you on our website at our booth, and I would like to show you our presentation now. So to start with, Vion Food Group is in the top 3 in Europe. We are based in the Netherlands with our production locations in the Netherlands, Germany and Belgium. We are producing pork and beef. We have around about 5 billion revenue in 2020. We have our sales support officers, so our own sales organization in Europe and outside. Next slide, please. Our production locations are based in the Netherlands and Germany. And as you can see, we're in all the regions in both countries where there's a large pork production and beef. Mainly pork is what we export to the Asian countries. We sell to over 10 countries at the moment in Asia, and of course, Vietnam is our future market where we are highly interested in. Thank you. Next slide. Just said that we have our sales organization, sales support offices all over Europe. And in Asia, we are based in Hong Kong, which is regional head office. We're based in China, in Qingdao and in Guangzhou. We're based in Singapore. And we are building our office or starting up an office in Ho Chi Minh City. This we do because we'd like to get close to our clients and to understand and know the market better. Next slide. So business unit pork, we supply national and international retailers, food service, and all segments in the market. We have 12 production locations all over in total in the Netherlands and Germany, where we have 7,500 FTEs. Our sales volume is 1,573,000 tons. Thank you. Next slide. Business unit beef. So we have 11 production locations. We have about close to 3,000 FTEs, 2,750. We slaughter beef in both the Netherlands and Germany. In the Netherlands, it's around about 3,000 cattle per week, and in Germany, around 17,000 cattle per week. Our export is mainly in Europe for the moment. Yes, you can do the next slide, yeah. So we offer a wide range of products, fresh, pre-packed meat, processed meat. Obviously, for Asia, it's all frozen. And we carry huge, large quantities per reefer container to our end markets in Asia. Next. So our brand is Vion Food Family. All cartons have this logo. We export in all over Asia in large and small cartons. Many of the products for Asian countries we do also in 10 kg standardized product. Next. These are some examples of products which we think can be interesting for the Vietnamese market. Next. Again, here you see some beef products which we might be able to export to some Asian countries. Of course, we always have to check which country we have approval or not. Next. Again, a lot of examples of byproducts which we can pack, which we are packing and exporting. Next. So our production plants in the Netherlands on pork are in the green and in Germany. And the cold stores we use for the exports are in blue, both in the Netherlands and in Germany. These are all approved for China, but also for almost all other Asian countries. Next. Here you have the context. So Hong Kong is our regional head office, as said. For Vietnam, currently you can contact us there. And once we have established our new sales office in Ho Chi Minh, you will get the contacts over there. For China, we have the 2 offices. And for Singapore, we have our office, as you can see. The Vion Beef is Mr. Pereira, who is based in the south of Germany, Buchloe. Thank you very much for your attention. Hope to meet you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. From my side as well, hello and a warm welcome to today's German meat session. We are happy to be here today to show you what Westfleisch is about. I am Jan Bernd Sterk, being responsible for the sales of pork and beef to non-European countries, and I will show you now what Westfleisch is about. So Westfleisch, from farmers directly, what does it mean? Westfleisch, we are founded in 1928, means more than 90 years old. What is unique for us? We are a farmers cooperative, means the farmers are our base. In total, we have 4,480 members, made a turnover last year of 2.83 billion euros. Our export share is roughly 44%, and the slaughter volume in total last year was 7.9 million heads, means 7.5 million pigs, and the rest was cattle, so roughly 400,000 heads as well. So here, just to give you a feeling who we are, as I told you before, a farmers cooperative, and the farmers are our base, let's say. We are working daily for them to achieve the best results for them. All our partners have family businesses, means all the farms are mainly family owned. So where are we located? We are located in the northwestern part of Germany, the part of Germany with the highest pig density. In total, we have 11 locations, means 7 meat centers and 2 processing sites. So you see, we have it all in one hand, from farm to fork. As Mr. Reiter told before, full traceability is there. We are quite close as well. You can see it to the Dutch border. So we have our meat center in Bakum and Lübbecke, where we are slaughtering beef. And then we have our other meat centers slaughtering pork, and as well our meat center in Dissen, where we have a joint venture with Danish Crown, where we are deboning sows over there. So just to give you a rough overview here of our plants, I would like to highlight out our plant in Erkenschwick. There you have 130,000 square meter under roof. Over there is as well located our sausage production, so-called Gustoland. So you see we have a strong companionship, means from farm to fork all in one hand, just to highlight out. As well, we are producing for the German supermarkets with our brand Westfalenland. We are producing frozen convenience, Ice House, and Gustoland, our sausage manufacturing. As well, West Crown is a joint venture for Saudi boning. We have our own logistics with Vitralog, and as well our own cold storage with Cold Store Ham. So what did we do? As I told you before, almost 8 million heads, means 7.5 million heads of pork. This was a minus compared to 2019 of 3.5%, as well due to all the COVID issues we had over here. And if it comes to beef, we slaughtered up to 436,000 heads. This was a slight plus of 0.6%. So that's already it. Short overview of what Westfleisch is doing. We are looking forward to explore with you more opportunities, especially in Asia. So see you at our booth and we are looking forward to the breakout session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for presenting their companies here. Thank you as well to all of you listening to our presentations. As you have seen, Germany offers you a wide range of highly reliable companies. They all offer top quality and service to you. And now we are looking forward to meeting you in the breakout session or on the FHA Match or Sell It platform. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Reiter. I would like now to ask the speakers to also come on board for the Q&A session and turn on your cameras, please. So here we go. Guten Morgen and hello to Germany and everywhere else. I think we have people from anywhere. I think from Hong Kong all the way to Germany to Singapore, etc. Good to see you. I see that some colleagues may still need some help with the cameras. I think our tech team will help with this. Okay, fantastic. So maybe we can get started. So we received a few questions around a very clear question, basically on which markets are you looking to export to or like find new customers in? So I think this would be a question for everyone for you. So perhaps we can start the conversation by Mr. Friedrich Neckermann, who first started. So to turn on your camera, so we go that way. I would like to ask you first, so which markets are you looking into to find new customers in?
Hello and good morning from Germany. Yeah, we're not tied to any particular country. So yeah, we are looking to new customer, and we are we're looking for good conversations and also find new friends, and but we're not so fixed on a special country. So all the Asian market, which is possible at the moment, and we are certificated. So, and yeah.
Okay, so fantastic. How about Vion Foods? Good morning to you. Which markets are you looking to export to or find new clients in? You might be unmuted, so you probably have to unmute yourself. Let me ask to unmute. There you go. Oh, here we go. Yes. No, still not. We still can't hear you. We'll fix that issue. Let's move to the next one, unless you got it working now.
I can hear you.
Go. Yes, that should work.
Yes?
Okay. Yes, now it works, absolutely.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, we are based in Asia already for almost 10 years. And we have built up quite a few markets here. Our main markets obviously is China, followed by Japan, Korea, and then all the other smaller growth markets. Growth markets for the moment are Vietnam, Philippines. Yeah, and so that's where we see the growth for the moment. Obviously, we lost China for our German factories, which will hopefully come back in the near future. What is the near future? Nobody knows. 1 year, 2 years. But we managed to increase strongly our production in the Netherlands and our exports to China, so that compensates. Yeah. So if you ask which country, well, a few countries in Asia, but we see the growth will be here, obviously.
Okay, great. Fantastic. May I ask tennis now, Mr. Sebastian Lawson or Arthur Unrau, if you can please answer the question. Let me see if they can be unmuted and start their videos. think we have some small technical issues. Or we move to VMAX. How about you? Mr. Voigt?
Yes, good morning. This is
good morning to you. Hi. Which
hello.
markets are you looking to export to? Which ones are you hoping to open up?
Yes, it's also Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, to extend the business a little bit with Korea, but maybe also Japan, Hong Kong, and Philippines. That's it.
And Philippines as well. Yeah. And you mentioned your presentation, you're also able to supply halal certified meats. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
Especially not from Germany.
Okay, at the moment, no. Okay, good to know. Who else we got? We got Westfleisch. Let me see. They should be able to turn on their cameras. Okay, Max and Jolene, can you please help to turn on their cameras? That would be great. Mr. Hübner, I see that you're also there. Good to see you.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I saw that there's a very important drive for regionalization and an approach for making sure that the products are clear where they are from origin. So how can buyers be assured of the origin because of ASF being such an issue? Where do they, how do they know that it's really from that particular village or area?
I might answer this question, I think.
Okay.
Sure.
At first, let me stress out that at this time, we have only outbreaks of African swine fever and wild boar. No outbreak in house swine. So far, all this virus could be kept out of commercial plants in Germany. We have a strict separation between the wild boars and these commercial plants. And so this is at first a good assurance that all products are safe. On the second hand, pigs for slaughtering that come from restricted zones. As you have seen, these restricted zones are all located at the border to Poland. All pigs that come from restricted zones have to be slaughtered in special dedicated and EU-approved slaughterhouses so that they can be phased out of the marketing chain for exports. And we have strict rules on traceability. All movement of these pigs is controlled by the veterinarian authorities, and our companies as well have traceability systems like GS1 in place so that they can make sure that they only supply with a safe meat. And in the end, everything is controlled from official veterinarians. At first, if the farmer sends the pig to the slaughterhouse, when the pigs arrive at the slaughterhouse, everything is controlled. And in the end, before exporting it, it will be checked again by an official veterinarian who is issuing the health certificate, and he will make sure that everything is correct and that there are no pigs from restricted areas in your batch of exports.
Okay. Oh, that's important. I think there's already been some progress made in the last couple of months, I think, on that side. So it's great to hear that we're moving forward there. Now I see that we have some colleagues as well who turned on the camera. Wonderful. Westfleisch, good morning to you. Which markets are you looking to export to or find new clients in?
Okay. Now it's working out?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, now it's working out. Yeah, good morning. Sorry for technical issues. I changed to the phone, so now it's working out. Let's say, which markets are we looking for? For sure, we have all the restrictions right now with ASF here in Germany, unfortunately. So mainly right now, the focus is on Hong Kong, on Singapore, and on Vietnam. These are the three main markets at the moment, especially in Vietnam. We see some space to expand, let's say. So these are the markets where we have to focus on. Nevertheless, we are looking as well for new contacts, let's say, in other markets. So maybe this door will be open soon if the countries accept regionalization over there. Yeah.
Okay. Great. I tried to get Tönnies Lebensmittel also on, but it seems both of them have some technical issues. But don't worry, we shared all the contacts in the chat. So, and I would also ask everybody who's viewing to check out their pavilion and have one-on-one conversations with the suppliers, because they can be much more in depth and give you a better overview of how their certification process works, how you can be assured of their quality, and equally which markets are probably the most interesting for them and you to explore together. So at this stage, or does Tönnies come on? I'm not sure. No. So at this stage, I would like to ask everybody to go check out the German pavilion and have a conversation with them over the next couple of days. Remember, the platform is still open for a whole week. You can also review this on this video on demand, and their presentations are able for download. So you should be able to find it now in the link. So please make sure you have conversations with the gentleman in person, because I think it's a bit more in detail what you have to discuss with them. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you
And
so
we'll be
much.
back shortly with the next session, which is looking at the European Free Trade Agreement with Singapore. Stay tuned. And we're back again. That was quick. Our next session is actually quite interesting as well. So we're looking at the European Free Trade Agreement with Singapore, and we have two very distinguished guest speakers today. With us is John Clark, the Director for International Relations at the DG Agri from Brussels in the European Commission. Equally, his counterpart is Chua Chun Lung, who's the Director for North America and Europe at the Ministry of Trade in Singapore. And we have a trade expert who actually negotiates a lot of those FTAs, Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Chilia, who's a principal trade specialist at MTI as well. So this upcoming conversation is a review and maybe a foresight for what is going to happen with the EU SFTA. Looking back, it's been in place now for around 2 years, and looking at the communities and the opportunities now, what can be maybe further fine-tuned along the line. So I'd like to welcome Mary, Julia, Chun Long, and Mr. John Clark now. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi, John. It's a pleasure to see you again. I hope you're doing well. And Liz as well.
Pleasure's mine. Good to see you. Good to see you. Very nice.
So hi, good morning to you, John, and afternoon to you, Shun Long. Maybe we can kickstart the session by having a short overview, maybe starting with John as to how you see the EU-Sing FTA helping this sector improve business. I'm not sure about you, but I was listening very intensely to all the German presenters just now, seeing what opportunities there are there. So maybe if you can take it away, John, first.
Yeah, with pleasure, Elizabeth, and it's very nice to see you again after the years we worked together in Geneva. So it's a real pleasure to have you chairing this session. Well, clearly the FTA is going to have an important positive impact on two-way trade between Europe and Singapore. It's already happening when it comes to industrial goods. The EU has removed its tariffs. We have new procurement opportunities. Services industries are opening up. So it's a very big boost to bilateral trade. When it comes to the food sector, the benefits are not yet there. And that's for a number of reasons. First of all, Singapore is a tariff-free country. So there are no new preferences that European companies can obtain. Before the FTA, we're already exporting food without any duties, without any tariffs. And secondly, the COVID pandemic has very much dampened agricultural and food trade between Europe and Singapore. The wines and spirits sector, the dairy sector, because of the close down of hotels, restaurants, transport and tourism, this has had an impact on what would have been, I think, increased trade between Europe and Singapore for food products. And a third reason why we have yet to see the benefits in the food sector is because FTAs don't transform the situation overnight. Our experience with many free trade agreements is that companies and traders don't change their suppliers the day after an FTA comes into force. It takes a bit of time for the market to know that there is this agreement in place with all the predictability it gives. And so it normally takes 1 or 2 years for an FTA to bed down and start to really deliver its results. Having said that, and we can come to this later in the session, that there is going to be a very big expansion, I think, in the future of agri-food trade between Europe and Singapore, thanks in part to the FTA, thanks to conferences like this one, which is introducing Singaporean buyers to some very, very reputable and high quality European suppliers. So these benefits are going to come down the line. The meat sector actually is an exception. We had 8% growth in our exports to Singapore for the meat sector in 2020. So that really was bucking the trend. And I think there's a big desire from Singapore, the country, the consumers, the importers, to diversify their sources of supply. And Europe is really a safe haven when it comes to reliability of supply and safe, sustainable products.
Thank you very much, John, for that overview. Before I turn over to Shun Long for him to give his overview, yes, indeed. In fact, in discussions with Shun Long's team, we had actually noted that there had been an increase in canned meat products from Europe over the year. And as someone who does the family shopping, I can vouch for that. I see a lot more of canned Iberico pork, amongst other things, in our supermarket shelves. So diversification, filling in gaps, these are some of the practical issues that businesses are looking into. But we will touch on this a bit later. Let me first turn to Shun Long to give a brief overview as to how he sees the EU seeing as facilitating trade between Europe and Singapore, especially for food products. Shun Long?
Thanks very much, Liz. I thought it would be useful for me to add a couple of points of optimism in addition to what John has mentioned about the prevailing situation globally. And really, from our perspective here in Singapore, I think there are three sources of optimism with regards to food exports from Europe to Singapore and our region, and also with regards to what we can look forward to beyond the pandemic. I think the first one, in terms of the using FTA's significance at a strategic level, is that this really speaks to the very mature and strong relationship between the EU and Singapore, especially in terms of our very robust and long-standing trade and investment relationship. So just to share a couple of headline numbers, the EU is Singapore's 4th largest trading partner for goods, and that includes food exports as well, and 2nd largest trading partner for services. The EU is also Singapore's 2nd largest foreign investor. And Singapore, in turn, we are the EU's largest trading partner in ASEAN and the third largest in Asia in terms of investment. We are also home to over 11,000 EU companies that have presence here in Singapore, not really to serve Singapore per se, but to oversee all their economic activities across the region. So really, amidst the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, I think the EU-Sing FTA really sends a very strong and resounding signal of the EU and Singapore's commitment to continue upholding the open and rules-based trading system. And on top of that, this particular commitment was subsequently echoed in various ministerial statements between Singapore and EU member states, including, for instance, France and Poland. So I think at a strategic level, in terms of G2G relationship, there's a lot to celebrate. There's a very positive environment for bilateral trade investment to prosper. A second source of optimism that I wanted to talk about is really the timeliness of the entry into force of the EU-Singapore FTA. I think some of us will recall that the FTA entered into force in November 2019. This was just a couple of months right before the world started having to come to grips with the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects, not just on people, on health, but also in terms of supply chains and our economies and production chains all around the world. And I'm very pleased to share also that there are some bright sparks in 2022 to add to all the statistics that John have already shared. I think firstly, in terms of January 2020 to May 2020, this particular period is the height of the pandemic. And actually, if we look at the statistics, trade between Singapore and the EU for goods only decreased by less than 5%. And this is compared to a lot more reduction elsewhere in other parts of the world between trade partners. I'm also pleased to share that on our part, Singapore also exported a lot more pharmaceutical products to the EU during this period, no doubt supported by the EU-Singapore FTA as well, to help support the needs of frontline workers and healthcare workers in the EU during this particular pandemic period. And I would say there are many benefits yet to be fully utilized within the EU-Singapore FTA. And I'm just going to give a very, very brief run through of some of these benefits, especially those that might be relevant to folks in the meat industry. I think the first has got to do with tariff elimination under the EU-Singapore FTA. On Singapore's part, even before the EU-Singapore FTA entered into force, we had zero applied tariffs on all agri-food products, except for certain alcoholic beverages. Upon the entry into force of the EU-Singapore FTA, Singapore continued to bind our tariffs at zero. We also eliminated all remaining tariffs on products such as beer, stout, and samsu. And on the EU's part, the EU also committed to virtually remove tariffs on Singapore exports to the EU by 2024, including on some products that are of interest to our small companies here in Singapore as well. So that's number one, tariff elimination, useful for all the meat importers and exporters. A second benefit of the EU-Singapore FTA is flexible rules of origin, basically making it easier for our companies to make use of the 0% tariffs and to qualify for them. This includes on Singapore's end certain Asian food products, for instance, that you can't find in Europe, which we are keen to share with European consumers as well. A third area would be sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Under the EU-Singapore FTA, there was a shared commitment from both sides to facilitate trade in food products, while also maintaining high levels of human, animal, and plant health safety. So the provisions in the EU-Singapore FTA, they go beyond the requirements in the WTO SPS measures agreement, and they help to reduce costs for exporters. That is the intent on both sides. For example, both the EU and Singapore, we will evaluate each other's inspection and certification systems for meat producing establishments, rather than requiring each individual food processing plant to be inspected by the other party before it can export over. One more area that I think is useful to highlight, and that's got to do with geographical indications as well. Here in Singapore, we recognize the importance of geographical indications and the protection of GIs to Europe, to EU. In Singapore, we've set up a GI registry as well. basically to provide enhanced protection to European GIs that are registered here in Singapore. So just to give a couple of meat product examples as well, we have Prosciutto di Parma. We also have Nürnberger Bratwurst from Germany as well. They have been registered as GIs here in Singapore and benefit from enhanced protection under the EU-Singapore FTA. So these are some of the ways in which the EU-Singapore FTA has helped to cushion the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in a very timely way in 2020. And that has led to very tangible impacts for certain food products as well. I'm just going to share a couple of interesting examples. So John has already mentioned that in 2020, EU exports of meat products, meat and meat products increased by 8% from 2019. I would like to add that in addition to that, for certain categories, for instance, for meat from sheep, that actually saw a 38% increase from 2019 in 2020. And outside of meat, just another example, this surprised me. In 2020, olive oil saw an increase of 34% in terms of EU exports to Singapore as well. So I do think that under this EU-Sing FTA, we've really started to stir up a lot of interest from Singapore food importers who are very keen to, help our Singapore consumers access, the very high quality, authentic EU food products. So that's the second source of optimism. I think that EU-Sing FTA has been very timely in helping to boost trade between both sides, including in the meat sector. A third source of optimism, and this is something that I think is something for the longer term, which is that really the EU-Singapore FTA is not just a bilateral deal, it's not just a bilateral agreement. Because as John has mentioned, I think the traders, the companies in this space, they all have established, supply chains and distribution networks in the region. And actually, the largest significance of the EU-Sing FTA is that it allows all the EU exporters to have a gateway into the larger Southeast Asian market, the larger ASEAN market through Singapore. Singapore, by virtue of where we are essentially a regional logistics and distribution node as well. And like I mentioned just now, many EU companies are based here in Singapore. I'm going to just share a couple of long-term, important trends that could be relevant for folks in the meat industry. One particular number is that, with Southeast Asia's rapidly rising urban middle class, there will be an increasing demand for food, not just in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. There have been estimates that the consumption of meat and seafood in Asia will increase by another 78% between 2017 and 2050. So there's a lot of growth right there and a lot of demand for EU exporters to benefit from. And specific to Southeast Asia and ASEAN, I'll also like to share a couple of numbers. In 2019, if you can beam the first slide that I shared with our organizers, EU agri-food exports to ASEAN countries, that amounted to 8 billion euros. That's about a 9.7% increase from 2018. I can only expect the trend to continue in this direction, given Southeast Asia's rising urban middle class. Another example, if we can go to the second slide, is that specific to the meat sector, we also see very encouraging signs as well. In fact, between 2010 and 2019, you can see that the exports of meat and edible meat of our products that rose from about 150 million USD to over $865 million as well. So there have been pretty interesting and encouraging signs of increases. And if I can add and zoom into a specific type of meat product, that would be poultry. I think in 2019, EU poultry exports to ASEAN countries, that saw a 19.4% increase from 2018. So I think there are really, a lot of opportunity in this area and specific pockets of high growth areas as well. Singapore can serve as a launchpad for all European companies that are keen to access opportunities to serve the largest Southeast Asian market. Within the region itself, Singapore is the largest export market for EU food and drink products in ASEAN. We're also the 5th largest if you look at the whole of Asia. This is despite our pretty small population. So you can see how much we enjoy and love our food and drinks. I would just say that looking further ahead, and this is already beyond the EU-Singapore FTA, there continues to be a lot of ongoing discussions between Singapore and EU officials about how we can further deepen and take our bilateral economic relationship to the next level. And I think there are many areas of opportunities for us to explore here. I'm just going to highlight one within the food tech and agri-tech sector. Here in Singapore, we're very keen to figure out how we can contribute to solving global challenges with regards to sustainability and so on and so forth. And I think food and agri-tech is one area that we are particularly keen to look at. For instance, alternative proteins as well. It's something where here in Singapore, we launched the Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation in April 2020. That brings together a lot of capabilities in Singapore to try and facilitate R&D collaborations for the development of novel food. And I think we welcome possible collaborations with our colleagues in EU as well in this particular regard. I can share a couple of examples as well about how some of the EU companies are already here in Singapore to set up shop and figure out how to access and serve the rest of the region. For instance, I think in January 2020, the German company BASF established a new agricultural solutions regional production hub here in Singapore, really to supply the company's crop protection products to farmers across Southeast Asia and the rest of the Asia Pacific. Another example is a Swedish company called Oatly that develops vegan milk products as well. Recently, it also established a collaboration with a Singapore company to establish facilities to produce Oatly's popular oat drink here in Singapore, not just to sell to Singapore consumers, but also to consumers around the region as well. So I think there are a lot of sources of optimism, the three that I mentioned. And this last point, I'm also sharing about how there are new emerging opportunities for collaboration between both sides, whether between the governments or between the companies themselves. And with that, I'm going to just pause here and turn it back to Liz. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shanong, for that very good overview of optimism. Indeed, we have seen a lot of benefits in Singapore arising from the EU-Singapore FTA. So I'll turn a bit back to John now. So John, you noted that, one of the reasons could be increasing awareness, and Singapore already has got no customs duty. So the preferential benefits are not there. But I would say that maybe if you look at the regulatory focus, the SPS and the GI points that Shanong raised, the FTA provides a lot better collaboration between the regulators. It facilitates the recognition of the health certs and the supply chain node. And that is also an aspect that we should not discount as we look to see how the EU-Singapore FTA actually helps imports into Singapore. And then, as Shanong said, the launch pad into the region. Another point, though, that I'd like to raise, especially focusing on meat. I mean, for those in the audience who have been to Singapore, you know that Singapore has very little farms, especially meat farms. We got rid of the pig farming sector in Singapore about 25 years ago. And so farm to fork is actually a bit difficult for us to meet sometimes. So one way forward, and especially after listening to the very, very interesting presentations by the German meat producers earlier, and one or two who are already doing distribution. So this is another area in which you could think about how you can use the EU-Singapore. So it's farm to fork, but using the German, because I just heard the German, so I'll use the German example, German pork products, which can then be used by our local producers who are producing the local Asian cuisine products, and then sending the products back to Europe in that way. We have canned luncheon meat, we have a few of other very interesting products that might be a way to go. So wondering, John, if you have any views on this and any other issues that you might like to touch on as we see how we are actually a two-way. So it's not just coming into Singapore and being consumed in Singapore, but also coming into Singapore and possibly then returning to Europe as we use the farm to fork to our advantage in this manner.
Thanks,
John?
Elizabeth. A lot of literal food for thought here. I think there are several things going on, and which are going to be important going forward in the next few years. My feeling is that the COVID has raised the spectre of food insecurity and food availability for the first time in many years. Yeah, and one of the results of that is, I think, a very, very strong wish to diversify our food supply, and I think that is going to be a very big factor in the years ahead when it comes to the success of this FTA in the food sector. I think Singaporean consumers and companies and the country wants to have a very diversified source of supply. Secondly, there's population growth in Asia, and the growth of a bigger middle class with purchasing power and looking for a more diverse and balanced diet, more meat, more dairy, more protein, more fruit and vegetables. That's going to have a big impact on the FTA and trade between Europe and Singapore in the years ahead. There are several aspects of the FTA which are not actually yet in force, which I think are going to be help this sector. First of all, the GI area, there are still some rules to be put in place in the future on customs enforcement of GIs. That will be beneficial, I think, for both sides. There's a plan that Singapore and the EU would recognize trusted traders, so authorized economic operators who will, if they have a very good track record of health and safety and compliance, they'll have much faster customs procedures and so on. That I think is not yet in place, but when it is, that's going to be a very, very good big boost, I think, for some of the companies who were in this business B2B conference this week, companies with a good track record of compliance. And then you mentioned the regulatory dimension. We saw from the presentations earlier this afternoon that not only the government of Singapore, but also the retailers and the consumers and the private sector are looking for quality or authenticity, but also high levels of safety, animal welfare, a green footprint, if you like, on what they source. And Europe is is ideally placed, I think, to meet that very understandable demand for very safe and sustainable products, and we saw some very good examples of that. And it's my hope that in the years ahead, through the full implementation of the SDS chapter of the EU-Singapore FTA, Europe will be recognised by Singapore as effectively a single regulatory space. We are a single market. We're a customs union. We have a harmonised health and safety system for food across all of the EU, and it will be very important, I think, going forward, that the EU as a whole is recognised for its high safety standards. We are looking forward to importing Singaporean products, Singaporean food products. We negotiated in the FTA a special quota, and what we call in the jargon an origin quota, so that Singaporean companies can import meat from Europe, but also from your neighbours, and then transform them into specialty Singaporean products. It could be spring rolls, it could be samosas, it could be many things. Which, frankly, there's a very, very big appetite in Europe for those products, and we would very much like to see those products arriving on our shores as soon as possible. So it's really up to governments can only do so much. We set the framework, we set the rules, we create the opportunities, but it's now for the companies to actually exploit that niche market, which is there for the taking in the FTA. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Your last point is very pertinent, which is why exactly we agreed to have this session in what is actually a B2B marketplace, because we realize that sometimes unknowns to us negotiators, businesses are struggling to find out who their buyers are, how to raise awareness of the product. So we just start maybe with the Asian cuisine products that you referred to, which we all love to consume in Singapore. And what I usually say when I do the FTA outreach, we hope Europeans would like to consume, because, you know, after you visit Singapore and you like to eat the same thing in the comfort of your home. So how do we then use occasions like this FHA Meet to raise awareness that, yes, these are all the Singapore cuisine products, and maybe to address some of these SPS requirements, because sometimes it's not just an origin issue, it's more the SPS issue, because as you rightly say, everybody wants to make sure that they are eating healthy food and animals that were raised healthily, and, you know, and things like that. So that's why I raised the suggestion, especially to the meat producers listening to this, that because of the innovations that we have put in place in the FTA, think about how you can use, you know, the farm to fork by using, maybe not just thinking of Singapore as a consumer destination, but Singapore as a destination for which your products can be used for further processing, either to go back to Europe, or, as both John and Shun Leong have touched on, move out into the ASEAN market. It is a rising population of 530 million, I think, when I last checked it. Rising middle class, notwithstanding impacts of COVID, you know, is still coming up. A few of the presenters earlier also talked about Vietnam and Philippines and how diversification issues. So we thought then it's a good idea to have this here so that businesses listening are aware what are the things we have put in place. As the marketplace proceeds over this session, they can then have chats knowing that the FTA will try and facilitate. I think the other point, John, that you mentioned is very important, is also the customs aspect, you know, and I think that is one thing which COVID has also heightened, the supply chains, and how there's a bit of a issue as to how goods are moving and released. So definitely we can look forward to the AEO Trusted Trader. In addition to that, I know that we are also experimenting with the Port of Rotterdam, how we can do digital paperless trade. So, you know, your documents all go in advance to Rotterdam. Rotterdam will assess the security value, and then you do advanced rulings, and the food is all released much faster. And this is very important for this sector, which is doing perishable food, because you don't really want your goods to be staying on the wharf for too long and then missing the expiry date. So these are things to look forward to. So maybe as we start to wrap up this session, maybe we can explore a little bit more on the region to region, because we know that the EU has been trying to do quite a lot with ASEAN. And so in this respect, how does the FTA that Singapore has and the upcoming RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which we hope will enter into force at the beginning of next year, further boost this relationship? Because as you come through Singapore as a distribution hub, are you all looking to see maybe to have a bit more cold chain facilitation? We have the very famous New Zealand lamb moving through Singapore. So are these other ideas that we could maybe put in place to help businesses then move their products through Singapore as the intermediary, as well as the final destination, as well as for processing, and vice versa? How can we then also raise more awareness in Europe of the cuisine that we enjoy in Singapore, so that the buyers will be more willing to say, okay, yes, let's order the siu mai, because I know it will fly off the shelves. Rather, I don't know what is this product, and should I really order it to sell in the supermarket or in my restaurant or something like that? So just an open discussion, maybe points between Shun Leong and John on this moving forward issue. Anyone free to kickstart?
I'll kick off. Perhaps on the region. I mean, this is a very important benefit of the bilateral FTA. It secures Singapore as the as the regional logistics and distribution hub for ASEAN and perhaps even beyond ASEAN. The RCEP, is that how you pronounce it?
Well, I call it RCEP. So,
RCEP, okay, RCEP. I think we welcome it in Europe, to be honest. I don't think it will have a very big impact, frankly, on our trade with the ASEAN countries or the RCEP members, because by 2025, I expect that the EU will have FTAs with most of the RCEP countries. We have with many already: Korea, Japan, Singapore, Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand coming on stream. In Indonesia, we're negotiating now. So we will have more ambitious FTAs than RCEP with most RCEP countries. The real game changer for RCEP, I think, is that Japan and China are liberalizing trade between themselves. Yeah, but they are both very import-dependent countries when it comes to food. So that will not represent any kind of competitive difficulty for the European Union. Quite the reverse. I think if RCEP had been more ambitious in terms of liberalization, it would have been even better. Frankly, I'm a traditionalist. I think that the rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that could have been the impact of RCEP had it been more ambitious. But let's see. Where I do see a very concrete benefit of RCEP, which will, I think, help Europe, are the trade facilitation rules in RCEP. There's a commitment, I think, that normally all goods will be cleared through customs within 6 hours. I think it is a few hours. Yeah. So that's a very good modern trade facilitation measure. We negotiated this in the WTO, Elizabeth, a few years ago, and I'm glad to see that in RCEP there is this measure, and that of course will help European exports. If we export meat products through Singapore for then onward distribution clearance in Vietnam or Indonesia or the Philippines or elsewhere, those customs facilitation measures will apply to our exports. That they're not reserved for RCEP origin products. So I think we will piggyback a little bit, if you like, on those provisions in RCEP. But when it comes to tariffs, I don't think it will make much difference. We will certainly encourage as much regional integration as possible in the ASEAN region, and RCEP is a good starting point, I think, knitting together a set of bilateral FTAs and then with some very useful add-ons.
Thank you very much, John. Just before I hand over to Shun, I was just going to say it occurred to me that while you're talking that, yes, Singapore we don't have enough land for the farms, but for those companies who presented to say how maybe they're moving some of their processing. So if you move some of your processing, let's say the sausages, which I love, and I'm so happy to see the Nuremberg sausages in full display now at all our supermarkets. You can maybe even think about, setting up a processing plant in Singapore using the German meat. And then because it's processed in Singapore, it would meet the Singapore rules of origin in RCEP, and then move into the RCEP region a bit, just a little step. The tariffs are not coming down as fast as we would like it, but at least you still have a minor competitive advantage as you wait for the direct links between Europe and the rest of Asia. I'll just add on to Shun Long. Do you have anything that you would like to add about this future scenario?
Thanks, Liz and John, for your views and insights on this particular topic. I just wanted to share two further observations in addition to what John has talked about. I think in terms of G2G trade agreements, and John is right to say that it is not just the RCEP in our region. So many other things that need to be done. And I would say in Singapore, we are tackling it at two levels. First is, apart from RCEP, we have a network of trade agreements. whether point to point or regionally or otherwise. So, for a lot of companies that are based here in Singapore, they have that flexibility and almost sort of a redundancy in terms of how they have a whole long list of menu of options to choose from, what makes the best sense for their specific, business model and the specific product that they're trying to export. So we do give a lot of options in terms of G2G trade agreements, in addition to RCEP as well. That's number one. Number two, we are also believers that it's not just about a legal agreement between two countries or the number of countries, but it's also got a lot to do with how we implement that agreement and also go down to the level of implementation, to trade facilitation, to goods moving in and out. And like I mentioned just now, for Singapore, we are a trusted food hub in this part of the world, essentially sort of like a regional, distribution node. What we've done is just like the EU. I think the EU wants to ensure that your high health and safety standards are being recognized. It's the same thing here for Singapore. What we've done is we have tried to build a very strong quality and standards infrastructure to ensure that Singapore is trusted when it comes to food supplies. Just one example, we are developing an integrated cold chain management standard, basically to strengthen the supply chain for fresh produce and chilled products. This really speaks to the fact that we are also a transshipment hub for food products in our region. So for example, you could have EU meat products come to Singapore and then you break bulk. It could be one huge piece of meat, and then you cut it up into pieces and distribute it to different parts of Southeast Asia as well. So the transshipment happens that way. And we're happy to provide that high health and safety standard type of process here, so that by the time from Singapore to the next destination, the consumer on the other end has full trust in the quality of the product by that stage. So that's the second thing that we do that I wanted to share. Apart from G2G trade agreements, a network of options for companies to choose from, we also make sure that the plumbing, when the rubber hits the road, everything works. People know that the highest health and safety standards that started in the EU, they are very much observed and continue as things get transshipped through Singapore. Yeah. Over back to Liz and John.
Thank you very much. Before we end, Carl, I think there's a question. Is it okay if I move towards that question now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a question in the chat box that is asking for more information about the trusted traders and authorized traders network. Maybe I can turn to either Shun Long or John, who may have a better indication on the timeline in which this will develop. But just before that, just to know that in Singapore, we have this AEO Trusted Hub scheme already for a lot of our companies under Tier 1 and the Singapore Customs registration. And so this will, once this is in play with the mutual recognition of the trusted traders in Europe and Singapore, it will flow both ways. John, maybe do you have any insights onto the timeline in which we can expect this to be concluded?
Well, like Singapore, we have a long track record of running a system of authorized economic operators, or trusted traders is a bit more of a user-friendly way to describe them. And it's our expectation that in the next few months, we can start to put into a more concrete shape the mutual recognition of our respective systems. Yeah. I mean, what we're trying to do with Singapore goes quite far. Sorry, in the sense that we are not simply negotiating and recognizing one by one every company that can be trusted. We're looking at recognizing each other's systems. So that a trusted trader, given that blessing in Europe, will be accepted without much further ado by Singapore, and vice versa. So it's mutual recognition of systems, which I think is a very good sort of time and cost saving approach. So I hope we'll see some results of this discussion later in 2021.
That'll be very good. So I would just encourage the companies and the person who asked the question then to register yourself as a trusted trader. If you're in Europe, under the European scheme, if you're in Singapore, under the Singapore scheme, because as John has mentioned, and I've been involved in some of the earlier MRA, AEO negotiations, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We don't second guess how you are recognizing it. We just accept that your standards meet our standards, and therefore the companies under the scheme will be mutually recognized. And that really helps the faster to market and the clearance. Hopefully, well, in Singapore, we clear our cargo very, very fast. So normally the question I get back, so what is the little improvement? So think about it as the whole trade facilitation, transshipment area, that once you're a trusted trader, things move much smoother for you. And that's the incentive for you to get on this scheme. Okay, there's another question. Additional education for meat importers or producers when it comes to take advantage. I would say, just for my own personal sense, before I hand over to both speakers as well as for them to give their final words, it actually is awareness raising. I don't know, John, whether you recall when we were both in Geneva before important agricultural weeks, the Europeans used to have a bit of a come and taste my food in the room around room D area, and that was very good at awareness raising, because you suddenly knew, okay, this tastes good, and then maybe, so that sort of simple, basic marketing somehow seems to have been overlooked as we grapple with what people think are very technical FTAs, but actually the basic marketing, the basic awareness raising, why is it that you would like to have this, and free samples, as you can see in the supermarket, go a long way into improving sales. So I'll just say, think of this basic marketing ways as a way to make it more palatable. Some of our exporters, because we just did an F&B outreach last week, said that some of the Europeans don't know what our canned luncheon meat is, because it's different from the European one. It's got sauce and stuff like that in it. Some people are not even very sure what a samosa or stuff like that. Maybe the Dutch know, because, they are closer to Indonesia. So any event that you can think of to raise these sort of awareness to a sample, and then maybe we can increase, John, the quota under our Asian cuisine, because that's a test bed. As soon as there's increase in demand in Europe, we can then G to G see how we can further facilitate this. But there still needs to be a starting point. So that's me. Before I turn over to John and Shun Long to maybe answer that question, as well as for your final words as we wrap up this session. Maybe I'll start with Shun Long first, because we were with John just now. Shun Long?
Thanks, Liz. I just have one comment, actually. I think it's really got to do with building awareness. I fully agree with you. And I think there have already been quite a number of efforts underway between ourselves and colleagues in the Commission, including with John's team as well. I think the last few, major EU-Singapore FTA outreach events, what we also tried to do is to make it a delicious event as well. And we took the opportunity to feature a lot of EU food and drink products, and basically to encourage, industry persons here in Singapore to be exposed to all these, wider variety of EU food and drink products, and to consider whether those might be of interest to Singapore consumers as well as consumers in the region. So we usually try to do that. We've been doing that quite judiciously, and I suspect what we can do going forward is to figure out how we can have a cooperative sort of outreach effort where we feature both EU and Singapore food products side by side, because for the Singapore and Asian consumer who is more familiar with Singaporean food and drink products, they could use that and start off from there and then see, hey, this goes well with an EU food and drink product as well. Maybe it could be a pairing of, Asian food, Singaporean food with EU, meats or wines or spirits. And then after that, some magic can happen where essentially people start integrating all these EU food and drink products into their particular menus at home and also out in the restaurants too. So I think there's a lot of room for awareness building, for business matching events, for both the EU and Singapore side to come together to organize a lot more outreach efforts. Over to you, John.
Well, I can only second what you say. Really, the FTA is one thing, but awareness raising, getting the consumers to understand what is available on the market, and promotion is really key. And as you said, when the FTA came into force, we had quite a big promotional gig in Singapore. My commissioner was there, and it was all over the newspapers. It was in the Straits Times, and it was a very, very helpful, first boost to the FTA in the food and drink area. The COVID has sort of hampered a little bit our efforts on promotion, because we've not been able to go to food fairs, or they've been closed. But I think looking forward to later in this year, we have the intention to bring a big food and drink business delegation to Singapore and Vietnam in the autumn, COVID permitting, to really start to sell and promote the FTAs with both Singapore and Vietnam. And we would be very, very keen to work with Singapore for you to promote your products, your food in Europe. I mean, Chinese food is very well known in Europe. Thai food is very well known. But in fact, Singapore is really the culinary capital of ASEAN. As far as I can see, you've got such a fantastic blend of different cuisines from the broader region, and European consumers don't know this enough. Yeah, and I hope that with the FTA will also in a way increase Europeans traveling to Singapore. Yeah. As tourists, because then when tourists go to Singapore, they taste the food, and they want it when they get back home in Europe. Yeah, that's what we've seen with China, with Japan, Thailand. So I think there's the FTA and the relationship we have with Singapore. We need to really look at it from the travel and tourism and transport point of view, and not just simply bilateral food trade. And then we can stimulate more interest in Europe in Singapore's fantastic food products. So we'd be very keen to help you to promote them in Europe going forward.
Just want to jump in to thank John for your offer, and likewise here in Singapore, we are very keen to help promote EU food and drink products as well. And like you accurately mentioned, we are very keen to diversify our food sources as well. So we do welcome EU food exporters to do more to Singapore and through Singapore as well. And I would say, if we can set up yet another delicious event once circumstances permit, certainly all for it. And we hope to welcome you to Singapore as well.
Thank you very much, Shun Long and John, for those final words, and very optimistic words. And every time we talk about food, there's nothing but joy, because it's always good to be able to taste and sample and enjoy, and in that way understand each other better, because food is also an expression of culture, and that's what the FTA is trying to do, bring us both together as we understand each other so much better. So it just leaves me to thank both of you all for all your wonderful insights and sharing. I hope it's given the companies listening food for thought as to what they can then take forward. Hopefully at next events when we can do it, not just via video cam, although the advantage is that I can get John here rather than having him fly in, so there's pros and cons, but one of the things we can think about is how to do a food day, maybe a Europe food day, a Singapore food day, as we explore further collaboration and get the companies to be aware of the business potential in selling the respective cuisine of each other. So thank you all very much, and thank you very much to the audience for listening to this session, and I hope you have benefited from it, and we can see an increase in enjoyment of meat products between the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for the second one of these Foresight from Insight sessions. And yesterday, whilst I talked about signals in the market and things that we can look to, today I'm going to talk about really the future of global meat supply. And to do that, the focus is going to be talking about really the availability of meat for export, because for those of us taking part in this event, I think that's the most interesting thing and the most troublesome thing perhaps for us to get our heads around, especially given the 18 months that we've been through, firstly with ASF and the disruption of China buying and how that pulled product away from some of the markets, and then with COVID and the changes in consumer patterns. So availability is really on all of our minds. Now, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Rupert Claxton. I work for JIRA. JIRA is a European-based food industry consultancy. We specialize in meat, dairy, and bakery, and we have a team of consultants, analysts, and experts who are based all around the world and feed into our system all the time on what is going on, the key issues, and what we need to keep an eye on. So it's with that behind me that I have the pleasure of sharing some thoughts with you from our annual Global Meat Club work and talking about what's going on. So to talk about supply, I'm going to talk about the global production outlook. That's a good place to start. How much is there available in the market? And then I'll shift that to the big exporters, because that's really what we want to talk about. And then I'm going to do a little bit on consumer pressure, because I think understanding the changing forces behind what people want is going to help understand what we're going to need to change in the supply chain and also what people are asking for. And I'll leave you with some final thoughts, and hopefully we'll be about 20 minutes. So the global production outlook, these are the big picture numbers behind what we do. And so JIRA works by adding these numbers up around the world, and we try and come back and have an idea of how much meat is available in the world market. And so this shows over the last 10 years, back to 2009, the total global consumption and consumption and production equal each other, but different places in the world, and how it's changed. And you can see that pre-ASF, there was a pretty strong growth trend, somewhere between 1.5% and 3%, very nearly 3% per annum. That's generated really by demand growth in the developing world. We see a little bit of demand growth in somewhere like the US, but the demand growth in China, in the developing economies of Indonesia, the Philippines, even some of the Central and South American countries, and Africa, that's where the surge in demand remains. Because as disposable incomes increase, people want to eat more meat, and they spend that disposable income on more meat. What we see is when we look just broadly at the numbers, that pork has held on. This is this pinky peachy color in the middle pretty well, but actually it's chicken that's been growing fastest, this yellow color here, which is all poultry meat, but chicken is the area that grows the fastest. Whereas sheep and goats in the blue and beef in the red, actually the growth is much more marginal. It is still growing. There are some issues around the world with cattle cycles, with the drought in Australia and those kind of things. But because of the investability, because of their price at retail, because of how fast you can generate a return on them, it's really been pork and poultry that have dominated. And pork has held on very well, really because of its importance in the Chinese market. So you see the dip here, and we talked about this yesterday with ASF in China, sharp decline in pork production as we lose something like 24 million tons of production in China. It's more than that once you factor in Vietnam and the Philippines. And then if you want to look at the knock-on effect around the world, then you can start to balance that out. We see some growth in other markets to counter it. Whereas chicken continued to grow through this period. It grows faster because of ASF as it tries to fill the pork gap, but it can't grow. It's slowed by COVID because we see some demand issues in certain markets. It's the big picture. That's just what is there in the world market. We can't invent meat. It has to come out of that pool of availability, but we know a large element of it is traded. So the big exporters are worth just mulling over for a minute. And really when it comes down to trade, and the one that's missing is India for buffalo, but otherwise, the really big exporters of these four regions, US, Brazil, and Europe. And the reason we focus, and then Australia for beef again. And the reason we focus on those is because typically they have a very cost competitive position. The volumes are very large, and they're pretty representative of what we're seeing. We know, we can add in Thai chicken, especially cooked. We could add in beef from Uruguay or Argentina. There are a number of other things that could be in here, and Russia increasingly making its presence felt, although the reality is the volumes are still quite small. So what we see in the US is a country that typically exports the parts of the animals that they don't eat in their domestic market. So we see in terms of pork, we see things like hams and picnics coming out of the market. We are seeing and feet and head meat for China. We've seen some half carcasses going out as well. And then in terms of the chicken, it's leg quarters. In Europe, we see a lot of same kind of story, the things that we don't need in the market. But here from the pigs, we see some ribs and some bellies, which the US market consumes itself. And then in chicken terms, we typically see spent hens and again, some leg meat and feet. Brazil's really notable because what they're shipping is a whole range of product produced for export. So the whole animal is bred and reared to hit the export market. So there we see the whole range of cuts. In Australia, it's beef and sheep meat. They are one of the global forces in sheep meat. They are notable in beef. And that's been disrupted by drought in the last, well, really over the last 6 or 7 years, as we've been through a cycle of droughts that's been on and off. What's notable though is we look at all bar Australia, we see the volumes have been increasing. They've been increasing to take advantage of the opportunity in China. And that's been the story of stress. And we've got a look at dislocation in Europe here. This growth that we see from 2019 into 20 is caused by the Brexit effect. And so we started to account for product that moves between the EU 27 and the UK market in this trade now. So that's why you see a jump up in European trade. It is growing, but not at the rate shown there. In terms of total pork exports, it's worth understanding, the same process. Who is it that's supplying most of the world's supply and what's going on? So notable that the volumes have been growing. They're disrupted again here between 19 and 20 because you see the EU volume jumps. That's as we take into account the volume moving from EU 27 into the UK market. But big volumes from going around the world. So let's take 2019, pre-COVID as a good benchmark. EU is already the world's biggest supplier with 2 notable exporters in there, Germany and Spain, but also a range of others, Belgium, France, the UK at that point, Denmark. Big volumes coming out onto the world market. The US, significant export volumes and growing, and with an intent to be a more notable export force. Those volumes have been growing for the last decade. And then Canada, smaller volumes, but still significant. One of the things to factor in is there's a lot of trade between Canada and the US, but they are both notable exporters into the Asian region. And then Brazil, volumes growing quite strongly, with a much more focused look at what's going on in the Brazilian opportunity for them. They don't ship into the European market, and they've had problems in their domestic market, which has encouraged them to export more. So there is more available. We've seen that the major exporters have robbed their domestic market to have. That means product that would normally have been consumed, say in Brazil, because the economic situation is weak and because the opportunity in China is strong, those exporters have taken that product overseas. We've seen the same in Europe and in the US. COVID heightened that effect because food service was weak. It meant there was more availability, even with the disruption to slaughtering that we saw in a number of markets last year. Recovery of domestic market will absorb some of that volume that's going to China. So as we come away from COVID, and this is true of all species, and we see the economy recovering in Europe, in the US, and food service opening up most notably, then some of that product won't be available. So growth is a little bit slower in 2021. Probably in 2022, that impact will be most notable. COVID's still a big problem this year. And we talked about COVID in a bit more detail yesterday, and I think the recordings are available, so you can go back and find that. Poultry, again, notable, same sort of countries involved. US down here, most of this is leg quarter, very low cost product, MDM as well. Again, aggressively priced. When it comes into an import market, it's disruptive, but actually it fills a really important need. There is a need for that low cost protein in a number of developing countries around the world. Yes, disrupted to local production, but it provides protein for that growing bottom end demand. Brazil, the biggest exporter of chicken around the world, notably very good at doing all sorts of parts into markets, but struggling with high feed costs. And in poultry, that's really notable in 2021. High feed costs are probably going to blunt the upper end of production growth because companies are losing money where that price is today. Then you see the European lift, and you see this lift here between, again, 19 to 20 is about the Brexit discussion, but we continue to grow into 2021. That's about looking at that opportunity in other Asian markets, about exporters being better connected. And then you see the Thai export growth again, and really notably fueled by their extra access into China that they've enjoyed through the last 2 years. But they're finding the prices have come down. Where those prices in China were really good 6 months ago, then they're not as high as they were. And that really largely due to US leg quarter coming into the Chinese market at the moment. The balance in trade is always better for a producer to keep the product where they get the highest price in their domestic markets. That's typically because they can sell it chilled, where the premium is attached to it. Once you freeze it for export, prices fall. But the reality is that a number of those export operators don't have enough domestic market for the production that they've got, and so they have to get out to export. And that's true across the species. So any of these markets couldn't absorb that product on their domestic market. And so to keep their domestic prices high, they have to keep exporting a share of production. In beef, there are a lot more exporters of beef, and I sort of hinted at that earlier. Slow developments in beef production limit trade availability. We just don't see, the cycle takes 7 years in terms of the cattle cycle. If you bring more cattle in, how long before you get a really sustained production growth? The reality is it's very capital intensive. People don't want to invest in it. It's a very traditional production system. Okay, we're seeing more going on to feedlot, which increases the slaughter weights. But the reality is there isn't that much more available in the world, or at least there aren't that many more cattle available. We could slaughter a few more in India and Africa for sure. But in the US, Brazil, across South America, really, Australia, New Zealand, we're not talking huge growth in production. That means trade is limited. And so it comes out of diverting product from one market to another when the prices change, looking for where the best opportunities are. And so, yes, we see some growth, but a very slow year in 2020 because of COVID, because of the downturn in food service, and also because of disruption of slaughtering. Balance as we go back into 2021, a few more cattle available for slaughter, and the demand recovery will take some product out of stock. The reality is, though, trade is increasing at the expense of domestic markets around the world. Mid-term expectation is for growth in demand in China, but it limits availability on the global market. There is not a limitless amount available, so product gets diverted to China from other countries. India has huge potential. There is still a lot of buffalo, both exported and consumed in India. And notably, India here in this pink peachy color in the middle, really down in 2020 because of disruption in their labor from COVID last year and in their ability to move around the country and buy up buffalo for slaughter. The expectation is that recovers partially in 2021 and will get better in the outlook. They also consume quite a lot of buffalo in their domestic market. That could be exported. It provides a really good, low quality, bovine protein, really popular for curries and things across Southeast Asia, has an important role in the market. It's not going to compete head on with Australian grass-fed or European grass-fed, and certainly not with grain-fed beef across the world, but it fills a role in the market. It's premium beef for me that the availability of is going to get tighter and tighter as we look out over the next 5 years, and you have to factor that in your buying. Consumer pressure is the other end of the spectrum. What we're finding is that consumers are changing the sort of communication they give to governments and to the retailers and food service companies. And that adds cost, complexity, and it means that the industry has to factor that in. We've got to be accountable to our consumers now. It's no good to go, well, people really want that. They do. They might not be prepared to pay for it. And we're seeing really disruptive communication. This is slightly old, this one, but we've seen a number of messages go around from the same organization. It's very clearly a go vegan message. It misinterprets publications that are out there, and we've got to get used to this factor. These disruptions will come and go. In fact, they're not as disruptive as you might think. But we see short-term changes, and the slow trickle-down effect is that consumers are thinking harder about what is it they want to eat. How much meat do they really need in their diet? And so, 18 years ago when I started in JIRA, the discussion around flexitarian, no one would have known what it was. 5 years ago, the term flexitarian was beginning to pop up, but really wasn't understood. 2 years ago, we were, oh, there's this new thing, flexitarian. The reality is the trend's always been there. People are changing their demand, how they eat meat. You know, and I'll give you the example of my grandfather, who was a farmer. He might have eaten meat 3 times a day. He might have had some bacon at breakfast, some sort of ham product possibly for lunch, and certainly some meat at dinner. That means that across a week of 7 days, he had 21 opportunities to consume meat. Whereas now, I very rarely have meat for breakfast. Very rarely have it for lunch, but normally have it maybe 5 times a week in my dinner. So we've gone in 2 generations from 21 opportunities to 5 or 6, and that's getting worse. So we have to understand that mechanism, but it's a developed world discussion. Other things that are going on in consumers' heads, I mean, clearly flexitarian feeds into this meat alternative, fake meat discussion. We're seeing more of these products. The quality of them is getting better. They're getting closer to meat in the way that they mimic it. But also the consumer is less concerned about it being exactly like meat. And it's now just another protein center for the plate. That's a real discussion. The sustainable development goals, people, profit, planet, how do we fit that discussion in? And we're beginning to see big food service companies trying to factor that into the way that they source their meat supply chain. Animal welfare, very clearly a message. It's one that you just have to be on the right side of. You can't get caught the wrong side of the welfare discussion. And if it catches the press that your brand has bought product that comes from somebody who is abusing animals, there is a problem. So auditable supply chains, where you're proving that you're doing something to sort this out. You've got to show that you're making efforts. Food safety is taken as a given now in a lot of countries, but less so in Asia. You need to deliver safe food, and you need to, again, be sure that you're proving you're doing everything you can. The WHO, the discussion around cancer and meat, hasn't gained the traction it could have done, which is a good thing for the meat industry, but it is there. And then intervention technology, and most notably antibiotics in meat production, has been another one. And consumers are aware of these, they don't really understand them. But that doesn't mean the industry doesn't have to take on board and change. And we've seen that US food services very quickly moved away from chicken raised with antibiotics. Somewhere over 60% of chicken in the US now raised without antibiotics. Then we had the panic buying phenomenon of COVID. Supermarkets shelves stripped bare, and we had hundreds of photos of these from last year. That did make people more aware of whether or not meat was available. They are thinking a little harder about the supply chain behind meat. That's great news. But we have to be aware that people expect meat to be in front of them. How do we guarantee that? The flexitarian one I've been through, US, they're saying that 29% of consumers identify as flexitarian. For me, it's a real challenge. I'm not a flexitarian because I eat less meat. You have to actively reduce your meat consumption and do it for a reason to qualify in this bracket. But the maths is woolly. What's important to me is that that's 30% of the market in the US, whereas vegan and vegetarian are only 6% combined. So this flexitarian discussion is really important to where we're going. And that's got to be factored into what is the market going to be like in 5 years' time, and will these trends penetrate across the Asian region down into Australia and New Zealand, which are more susceptible. They're already there, really. One of the other things I talk to people a lot is where are these trends in the world? And so there was a little survey done by Mintel, which clearly proves that this discussion around healthier diets and being aware of what we're eating are global phenomena. They're not just in the developed markets. And so the example here given of Thailand, where we see that 80% of consumers were saying that they wanted to have a healthier diet. 76% want a better life-work balance, 73% to exercise more. But it all comes back to what we eat, what the consumer is going to eat. These are being communicated around the world through TV channels and programs, but increasingly social media, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp and WeChat. These are really important drivers for where the market is going to be in the future. Okay, there's a lot to think about, but it's worth factoring into what we're looking at. For me, to leave you with a few final thoughts, midterm outlook is positive. The market is growing. There are more people that want to eat more meat. So it's not all doom and gloom, despite the challenges that are there. The demand for meat will increase in the midterm, but is linked to the developing world. It's about population growth and economic growth, which equals meat consumption. It's going to shift away from being about Europe, the Americas, Australia, and New Zealand. High value markets are maturing. That means they are going to reach peaks, and we're going to see consumers looking to do something different. They're going to eat less meat. They're going to buy maybe higher value. They're going to be much more focused on the production qualities. So we've got to factor that in. Consumer concerns are pushing back into production, increasing cost. Trend is led by the US and European markets, but it is coming elsewhere, accelerated by global brand position. I mean, KFC, McDonald's. Those kind of companies are really concerned about the global positioning, and we're seeing other companies following. Changing route to market is a different metric here. It's allowing developing countries to accelerate the process of modern supply chain and distribution. That's really notable. ASF has done something to accelerate that, but e-commerce solutions are going to drive it far faster and differently to what you already see in the US or European market. D2C, direct to consumer, this is one to watch. These are companies that can take their product direct from the cutting plant, the slaughter plants, and deliver them to the consumer via e-commerce channels. Amazon and the like, Tencent and Alibaba are going to be important metrics here. Food service expansion, really important in the modernization of the supply chain. And so for me, it's a really interesting time across the Asian region, because we're going to close the gap between how meat is produced, how it is traded and supplied. But all of these things also invite opportunity to do a better job of importing meat and trading it on the premium qualities that exist around that. So thank you for your time today. It's been really interesting to have an opportunity to share some thoughts with you. If you've got some questions, I think there's a mechanism now where you can either type them in or talk to me. I'm not sure how it is. I will go back to the Jira booth after this. So if you want to come there and ask me some questions on a one-on-one basis, then great. Otherwise, thank you very much for your time. Good luck in the year ahead, and we'll speak soon, I hope.
Great, wonderful. Thank you so much, Rupert. And now I'd like to ask you to turn on your camera from the UK all the way. Good day to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and hopefully you've had an interesting couple of days. It's certainly the bits I've listened to have been fascinating.
Oh, we certainly did. We certainly did. Sorry, I think my camera, hang on a second. Let me switch this. Okay, I'm still with the import figures from the European Union to Singapore. Okay, great. Wonderful to have you. Also now hearing about the second segment following yesterday's insights and looking into the growth markets and opportunities there. You mentioned on numerous occasions the effects and also the trend to become a flexitarian and what it means today compared to the past. And how does that basically impact the consumption patterns and the different types of meats? I mean, we have plant-based meats nowadays. We do have lab-grown meat that's coming in. We have a whole array of different traditional meats. So how would you, describe the effect of this, of the flexitarianism in there?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Carl. And for me, it's one of the most interesting points, because flexitarian is really a way of summing up a lot of things that are going on rather than one particular style of change. But we see a couple of really notable trends that are summed up within this. The first one is an increase in demand for meat alternative products, in fact, dairy alternative products as well. And that means that, if you go to Starbucks, you'll see that there'll be products there without meat in, whether that's a salad or whether that's and deliberately without meat in, or with a faux meat product in place of, a ham substitute or a chicken substitute. So that's an interesting opportunity for those products. And clearly that area is growing very fast, but from a very low base. But if we go back to traditional meat, what we see is that people will opt not to eat meat for dinner 3 or 4 nights a week. And so rather than eating a lot of fairly average meat, standard chicken, standard pork product, what they do is they take that money and they spend a proportion of it on buying much higher quality cuts as treats for the weekend. And so meat goes from being a standard staple that they have to have every day to something special. And that's really interesting for the industry because we can take value back in. It means we're beginning to engage with the consumer about the idea that actually meat could be a bit special. It's not just a standard product. So you see demand for Wagyu start to develop, and at all sorts of interesting levels. In the UK, as an example, we see Aldi, the discount supermarket, periodically runs an offer on Wagyu beef. It's something that really doesn't belong in that market area, but clearly the consumers are looking for treat options, high value things. So for me, the flexitarian thing has lots of different nuances, and we have to think about all of those.
Okay, I think this is a great note at the end of actually 2 eventful days with a lot of insights that took us, from the difficult year last year, looking forward to the future of the growth markets that you have in Asia, all the way to technology and innovation leadership. So thank you so much, Rupert. I really appreciate your time. And I would like to hand over now at this moment to Martin Cox, who's going to wrap up the 2 days for you. So Martin, please turn on your camera. It's your time now. Thank you, Rupert.
Thanks.
Hi there, and many thanks, Carl, and thanks very much for that last session. Very inspiring and lots of good information in there. My name's Martin Cox, the event director of FHA Match, and what a fantastic couple of days we've had. I do hope everybody here has enjoyed the sessions and gained some valuable insights from the rich learnings that have been delivered over the last couple of days. So just to wrap up, I'd like to firstly thank all of you for attending FHA Match, the Meet series, and making this inaugural FHA Match event a big success. In the weeks prior to these 2 event days, the platform has been open and supporting buyers and sellers to connect and schedule meetings, and has helped facilitate the arrangement of hundreds of video calls and conversations. A huge thank you to our sponsors, Meat and Livestock Australia and the Irish Food Board, for their great support, as well as all of our fantastic speakers for some really top quality sessions over the past couple of days. And finally, of course, our dedicated exhibitors who, despite all the challenges of this pandemic, are innovating and exploring new ways with us to meet new business partners. So, together we've developed FHA Match, which we hope has delivered some great results for you all. And as ever, we will strive to continually develop and improve our service to you. The platform remains open for another week from now, so please do continue to log on, connect with each other, use the video call and messaging functions, which are there for you to use to aid your discussions. The next edition of FHA Match, the series, will focus on dairy. This will take place on the 19th to the 20th of May. So please do register if you're involved in the dairy sector, or indeed contact us through our website if you're interested in participating as maybe an exhibitor, perhaps a sponsor, or even a speaker. I encourage you all to register as soon as possible, as the platform for dairy will be open around the 28th of April, so 3 weeks prior to the event dates. That's purely for attendees to start messaging and contacting each other and connecting to arrange meetings and even have some discussions initially. So definitely encouraged to register as soon as possible. For now though, let's get back to those meetings and conversations with our fantastic meat suppliers on FHA Match on the platform. I wish you all of the best of health and prosperity, and best of luck. Bye for now.
All over the world, people enjoy sharing the food and drink that they love. And more, they're also taking an interest in the stories of where it all comes from and how it's produced. Here on the island of Ireland, right on the edge of Europe, we're fully invested in every aspect of our delicious food and drink. And we want to tell the world about it all.
哎，妞妞，这是我给你做的三明治，笑一笑，我们照个相给妈妈看看。
Each story starts in the very same way, with a perfect combination of our natural environment and how we work in harmony with it. The plentiful rain that nourishes Ireland's lush grasslands and bountiful fields of crops makes them perfect for livestock to graze on, and for produce, plants and cereals to grow in. Our wild Atlantic coastline brings in gusts of fresh, clean air and provides us with cold, clear ocean waters to fish in. It's from natural beginnings like these that we look to share our produce with the world, to be enjoyed wherever people love good food. Our families and communities rise each day with a purpose: to farm, to fish and to produce with the same care, commitment and respect for tradition that they have done for generations.
So it'll be 30 days before they'll come back on that pasture.
And through their membership of Ireland's leading-edge national food sustainability programme, Origin Green, their work is measured and independently audited to drive continuous improvements in areas such as food safety, traceability, animal health and welfare, environmental protection, and production processes, in order to produce food that's both kinder to our planet and to its people. Tasty, natural food for today and for tomorrow. So if you've ever wondered what's behind our food or drink from Ireland, now you know. A place where we work in harmony with nature like nowhere else in the world.